Section 1. Essays. Chapter 1. Aim for the Top, Gunbuster. Few anime meld genres quite as deftly as the influential 1988 OVA series Aim for the Top, Gunbuster. Directed by the fledgling studio Gainax, this 6-episode sci-fi epic seamlessly fuses school drama, action, and coming-of-age storytelling into a meaningful narrative. Set in a future threatened by insectoid space monsters, Gunbuster follows the journey of Noriko Takaya, a determined girl who dreams of becoming a pilot to fight the alien menace. When tragedy strikes, Noriko must overcome her self-doubts and learn to harness the specialized Gunbuster mech suit. Along with her fellow cadet Kazumi Amano, she blasts off into space to take the battle directly to the aliens. What unfolds combines thrilling space combat with a surprisingly heartfelt tale of growth. Gainax's expert storytelling wrings profound depth from the compact runtime. Noriko contends with the crushing loss of her father in battle, but summons inner resolve to fulfill their shared dream of spaceflight. As she and Kazumi rise through pilot ranks, their friendship frays under the isolating effects of space-time dilation, yet their bond perseveres through homesickness and the wearying chaos of war. Beneath the action, Gunbuster explores universal themes of loyalty, sacrifice, and perseverance. Though Earth's forces suffer grievous losses, the heroes rally time and again, their skill and teamwork the best hope against annihilation. The story captures both the grandeur of space along with its toll on the human spirit. Matching the epic story is Gainax's groundbreaking animation, brimming with cinematic flair, pulsating space battles, and exquisitely detailed mecha. Gunbuster's visuals were astoundingly high quality for 1988. Scenes like the famous space diving sequence set the bar for sci-fi anime to come. The stylish character designs, likewise, pop on screen. By fusing sci-fi and personal drama with an inventive compressed arc, Gunbuster demonstrated the artistic potential of original anime productions. Its influence can be seen in later classics like Neon Genesis Evangelion. Though just 6 episodes long, Aim for the Top, Gunbuster remains an immersive ride through space that no fan of mecha anime should miss. Chapter 2. Anne of Green Gables. You'd be hard-pressed to find many stories that capture the essence of youth, friendship, and personal growth quite like Anne of Green Gables. This enchanting anime adaptation first aired in 1979, bringing beloved author L.M. Montgomery's turn-of-the-century novel to life through exquisite animation and sincerity. Under the skillful direction of Isao Takahata, co-founder of the venerable Studio Ghibli, the series traces the journey of Anne Shirley, a vibrant, fiery-haired orphan whose life takes a dramatic turn when she's dispatched to live on a Canadian farm with 2 aging souls. As Anne adjusts to her new surroundings, her unbounded optimism and creativity often get her into trouble, yet also touch the lives of those around her. The narrative beautifully explores Anne's growth from a temperamental, imaginative girl to an intelligent, compassionate young woman. Through experiences both joyful and tragic, she forges lifelong bonds of friendship and family. While Anne's vibrant spirit is the heart of the story, Takahata's adaptation succeeds in bringing the entire beloved cast to life. Stern but caring Marilla sheds her rigid shell as she comes to see Anne as a daughter. Shy Matthew emerges from his loneliness through his connection to Anne, gaining self-assurance before his untimely bad fortune. Bosom friend Diana Barry cherishes her bond with Anne, though not without struggles between duty and individuality. Gilbert Blythe evolves from arrogant teaser to Anne's most steadfast companion. Beyond its winsome characters, Anne of Green Gables explores profound and universal themes that resonate across generations. The story emphasizes the power of forgiveness, as grudges over past slights give way to reconciliation. Anne's eventual romance with Gilbert blossoms only once she lets go of lingering resentment. The narrative also celebrates the loyalty of true friendship through Anne and Diane's sisterly bond. But most of all, it conveys the magic of found families, showing how makeshift clans can become as real as those related by blood. The anime further enriches the novel's world through its nostalgic lens into turn-of-the-century Canada. Historical details like emerging motor cars subtly underscore the interplay of tradition and progress that shape the characters' experiences. Though the setting is uniquely Canadian, the story's messages around acceptance, growth, and hope remain powerfully universal. As part of the renowned World Masterpiece Theater Classics series, Anne of Green Gables held itself to a high standard of faithfulness that shines through in the final product. All of the most cherished moments and relationships spring to life, from Anne's colorful mishaps to her and Diana's kindred spirit connection. The anime allows audiences around the globe to fall in love with Montgomery's masterpiece while preserving its spirit. Through its reverent approach, Anne of Green Gables demonstrated that timeless tales could make the leap across cultures and mediums without losing their magic. Decades later, this charming coming-of-age story continues warming hearts, true to the vision that brought Anne Shirley from page to screen. If you've reveled in Anne Shirley's journey of growth, then delve into these anime for more heartwarming tales of friendship, family, and self-discovery. Little Women. Echoing the themes of Anne of Green Gables, this show is also inspired by a classic novel and produced by World Masterpiece Theater. It follows the lives of young girls navigating the trials of growing up. Fruits Basket. This series spins the tale of Toru, a girl taken in by a family cursed to transform into animals of the Chinese zodiac when hugged by the opposite sex. It explores themes of love, family, and forgiveness. Barakamon portrays a young calligrapher named Seishu Honda, who moves to a small island after a mishap and begins to draw inspiration from the locals and establish meaningful connections. Chapter 3. Ashita no Joe, Tomorrow's Joe. Debuting in 1970, Ashita no Joe was a pioneering anime series that shattered creative boundaries and set new standards for animation storytelling. Directed by the acclaimed Osamu Dezaki and adapted from a popular manga by Asao Takamori and Tetsuya Chiba, this tale of an orphan-turned boxer with a talent for brawling was far more than just a sports drama. With its raw realism, psychological depth, and unflinching social commentary, Ashita no Joe resonated with audiences longing for more substance and maturity in anime. Both shocking and moving, this series left a prominent impact on entertainment and culture. Japan in the late 1960s was a nation in turmoil, with students and workers frequently protesting the government and big corporations. Ashita no Joe tapped into this rebellious zeitgeist through its gritty aesthetic and sympathetic depiction of the disadvantaged. The story starts in the slums, following the grueling day-to-day life of young Joe Yabuki as he scraps to survive after his parents' death. Lacking opportunities, he falls in with criminals and underground boxing. This harsh upbringing fuels his motivations as he vows to overcome his circumstances through the passion and discipline of boxing. The animation itself was remarkably fluid and realistic for its era. Extensive use of rotoscoping from live-action footage allowed the boxing matches to capture the genuine kinetics and impact of fists and footwork. Dynamic camera angles swooped around the boxing ring, while sophisticated integration of close-ups, slow motion, and quick cuts ratcheted up the dramatic visual storytelling. Detailed background art immersed viewers in Joe's treacherous urban environment. Character designs oozed intensity, with lean muscular builds inspired by the delinquent protagonist style popularized in manga. This raw visual energy mirrored Joe's own coiled rage as he struggled against external and internal demons. At its core, boxing served as a metaphor for Joe's cathartic personal journey. Under the stern tutelage of Coach Donpei, the grizzled trainer who becomes a father figure, Joe starts on the hard road to redemption through the sweet science. Training montages emphasize the value of diligence and help forge an endearing bond between the pair. Donpei's belief in nurturing talent despite checkered pasts proves deeply affecting. Meanwhile, Joe finds purpose and self-worth in honing his natural gift, though his obsessive pursuit of greatness often borders on self-destruction. This leads to riveting psychological drama. Joe's chief rival, Rikishi, provides the perfect opponent. Also disadvantaged, Rikishi's swagger hides deep wells of pain and arrogance that drive him to box. Their intense clashes highlight how sports crystallize wider societal struggles into personal feuds. Indeed, boxing serves as social commentary itself, showing how poverty and lack of opportunity breed crime and violence. Joe and Rikishi's final title match take these themes to operatic heights for a devastating conclusion. By humanizing characters with complex motives and turbulent inner lives, Ashita no Joe transcended cliches to say something profound about defying rigid social orders and following one's passion against all odds. Flawed protagonists seeking redemption through athletic excellence became a common template in shoujo manga and anime sports dramas to follow. Beyond just influencing subsequent anime, Ashita no Joe pioneered more serious, artistic animation for mature audiences. Its unsentimental social realism opened the door for later masterpieces like Akira and Cowboy Bebop that would cement anime's reputation for visual ingenuity and thematic depth. Upon debuting, Ashita no Joe received widespread acclaim and viewership for its visceral action and weighty drama. Some moral guardians objected to the violence, but many fans praised how the series captured the societal angst of the time period. In the years since, retrospective evaluation has shown an even more favorable light on the show's trailblazing achievements and humanistic vision. For presenting animation as a serious artistic medium and inspiring legions of future animators, Ashita no Joe remains an enduring classic and one of the most resonant anime works of all time. Chapter 4: Attack on Titan. Taking the world by storm since its debut in 2013, Attack on Titan is a post-apocalyptic anime acclaimed for its unique blend of captivating visuals, high-stakes action, complex plotting, and thought-provoking themes. Set in a world where humanity hides behind walls to escape colossal humanoid titans that feast on humans for pleasure, the series explores the visceral horror and moral dilemmas that arise when civilization faces annihilation. Attack on Titan's stunningly animated action sequences are a hallmark praised by critics. The grotesque yet mesmerizing titans invoke a palpable sensation of terror. Their expressions appear chillingly mindless as they grasp for human victims. Dynamic camera work captures these scenes with a sense of panicked urgency, putting audiences on the edge of their seats. The animation brings an emotional intensity and despair that pulls viewers into the apocalyptic gravity of the character's plight. Matched with these gripping visuals is dense plotting centered on hidden truths behind the Titan's origins. Complex power dynamics, ideological divisions, and conspiracies shape the narrative. The story unfolds slowly, enticing audiences with mysteries and plot twists. Unpredictability and secrets that reframe our understanding keep the intrigue perpetually high. Weaving through the thriller narrative is a nuanced exploration of the character's psychological development. Protagonists Eren, Mikasa, and Armin transform as trauma unravels yet reforges them. Their emotional arcs provide insight into how adversity can bend morality and change identity. Eren descends into single-minded vengeance. Mikasa gains strength through loss, and bookish Armin becomes a key strategist. These multi-dimensional journeys make their struggles deeply affecting. The series tackles weighty philosophical issues as well, exploring what ethics apply when survival is on the line. Utilitarian logic comes into conflict with arguments for inherent human rights. Questions arise around whether morality and humane conduct can endure amidst dehumanizing violence and retribution. Attack on Titan provides no easy answers, instead highlighting paradoxes around means versus ends. Viewers are left to wrestle with sacrificing lives for the greater good. Beyond its direct narrative, Attack on Titan resonates by evoking real-world political and sociological themes. Its portrayal of factional hatred, militarization, oppression, and scapegoating invites examination of how our own fears can enable tyranny and prejudice. The story's applicability to modern societies deepens its allegorical significance. On a cultural level, Attack on Titan paved the way for adult-oriented anime to go mainstream. Its unprecedented popularity worldwide catalyzed the market for unflinching, provocative yet artistic anime. Mainstream audiences were drawn into the medium through its masterful storytelling, The series inspired creative risks, taking animation in darker directions. The hallmarks that make Attack on Titan so compelling, technical excellence, fearless imagination, emotional impact, and brutally honest themes, explain its meteoric rise to iconic status. The series continues breaking boundaries and capturing imaginations 8 years later due to its peerless originality. Attack on Titan seems poised to remain an anime classic for years to come. Humanity's fear of threatening giants that feast on human flesh manifests across global folklore, revealing deeply rooted anxieties. Greek myths describe the man-eating cyclopes and Laestrygonians. Japanese legends warn of child-snatching oni demons. European fairy tales feature bone-crunching ogres. The Wendigo lurks in Algonquian traditions as a possessor of humans turned cannibal. Hindu epics contain ravenous demons like Kumbhakarna. By incorporating this archetypal giant, Attack on Titan taps into the primordial dread of being consumed by that which overpowers us. The series brings the icon into shocking contemporary relief. Placing people inside the nightmare scenario makes viscerally real our latent horror of falling prey to monstrous forces beyond control. Attack on Titan's genius was channeling this universal nightmare into a distinctly modern and psychologically piercing narrative. Chapter 5: Azumanga Daioh. Igniting sheer joy like few others, Azumanga Daioh's infectious comedic energy and fundamental goodness of spirit are utterly charming. It is widely considered one of the most quintessential and influential slice-of-life anime series. Premiering in 2002, this schoolgirl story established many of the genre's enduring hallmarks through its relaxed episodic narrative style and lovable characters. Azumanga Daioh became a surprise hit that broke new ground and codified the slice-of-life formula. Its unique blend of humor and heart continues delighting new generations of fans. The story follows the daily lives of a group of female Japanese high school students and their teachers over 3 years. Structured as short vignettes across different days and seasons, we glimpse the girls' growth from underclassmen to graduating seniors without an overarching narrative. The main cast includes airheaded Osaka, child prodigy Chiyo, who enters high school at age 10, animal-loving Sakaki, hyperactive Tomo, detached dreamer Yomi, and sarcastic Koyomi. Their teachers are the eccentric Yukari Tanizaki and caring gym teacher Minamo Kurosawa. The story captures the joys and embarrassments of teenage life with humor and heart. While episodic, we see the girls form deep bonds of friendship over their high school journeys. The simple, minimalist animation style complements the lighthearted tone, using geometric shapes, solid colors, large heads, and small bodies. This focused visual simplicity centers attention on the expressive, exaggerated motions and fantasy sequences that provide much of the visual humor. Azumanga Daioh's unique energy paved the way for modern moe aesthetics. The series touches on resonant coming-of-age themes. The evolving friendships highlight peer bonds as pillars amidst teenage turbulence. The girls mature while retaining their quirky spirits, championing appreciating life's simple pleasures and optimism. While the girls encounter typical school problems, they breeze through calmly without melodrama. Azumanga Daioh carries uplifting messages about community, youthful spirit, and making the most of adolescence. 2 decades later, Azumanga Daioh remains renowned for enormously impacting the anime medium by demonstrating demand for more relaxed character stories. In the early 2000s, anime mostly centered on fantasy or sci-fi premises, whereas Azumanga Daioh normalized anime as entertainment through sheer character appeal. Its long-lasting popularity stems from its timeless, good-natured humor and celebratory spirit. Azumanga Daioh provided the template for beloved future series, with its skit-based structure and focus on female school friends widely copied in later hits like K-On! And Lucky Star. Azumanga pioneered staples like moe designs, surreal gags, and emphasizing everyday life that became genre conventions. For many Western anime fans, Azumanga Daioh was a gateway into the medium for its humor and heart. While inspired by its predecessor, Later slice-of-life series adapted Azumanga Daioh's foundation in varying ways. Lucky Star has similar chat humor but more pop culture references. K-On! Retains the all-girl cast but focuses on music. Nichijou expands the surreal gags further into the absurd. Yuru Yuri emulates the comedy but archetypes characters more. Azumanga Daioh stands out through its unique blend of deadpan and slapstick humor paired with relaxed storytelling. Much of the comedy arises from the unexpected interactions between the mismatched cast. Manzai-style routines formed from pairing contrasting personalities. Surreal absurdism adds unpredictable, impulsive humor. Funny, imagined sequences visualize exaggerated reactions. Anime references and subversions of cliches appeal to fan savviness, while the true-to-life personalities ground the humor with empathy. This balance of wacky non sequiturs and authenticity make Azumanga Daioh succeed. Premiering as a Yonkama manga by Kiyohiko Azuma in 1999, the anime skillfully adapts the source material's premise, characters, and vignette structure, reordering or expanding parts like school trips and graduation. The anime's softer pastel coloring and tweaked moe designs suit the animated medium. Excellent voice acting and musical score bring the manga to vivid life in synergistic execution, exemplifying effective adaptation. Azumanga Daioh pioneered anime humor that avoids both cynicism and sentimentality. The series demonstrates anime's potential for crafting escapist Loki through beloved characters, making mundane moments captivating. Azumanga Daioh's historic significance and enduring popularity cement its status as an anime masterpiece. Its infectious energy and fundamental goodness of spirit remain utterly charming decades later. For illuminating slice-of-life anime's signature allure of conversing with endearing characters, Azumanga Daioh is truly one of a kind. Chapter 6: Berserk. Berserk is a dark medieval fantasy epic that subverts the conventions of the genre to tell a mature, nuanced story exploring weighty philosophical themes. Set in a gritty, war-torn world inspired by medieval Europe, Berserk focuses on the struggles of Guts, a brooding warrior on a quest for vengeance, as he is drawn into a vortex of betrayal, corruption, and apocalyptic supernatural forces. Central to the story is the relationship between Guts and Griffith, leader of the legendary mercenary group, the Band of the Hawk. Though initially comrades in arms, their bond fractures when Guts leaves to find his own path, setting in motion events that will irrevocably turn Griffith towards darkness. The complex love triangle between Guts, Griffith, and Casca, the group's sole female warrior, underscores the interpersonal drama. Berserk's intricately crafted dark fantasy world provides an integral backdrop, with a geography spanning pastoral countryside, gritty medieval cities, and malevolent supernatural realms. The world feels ancient, with ruined castles hinting at a rich history of fallen kingdoms. Magic carries a sinister tone, from demons to sorcerers' Faustian bargains. Mythology drawing from real-world legends is woven throughout, bringing depth to the setting. This fully realized world transports viewers into Berserk's principal narrative arc, the shattering betrayal of the Band of the Hawk. Their rise as champions of the Kingdom of Midland, only to be sacrificed by Griffith in the blood eclipse ritual that rebirths him as the demon lord Femto, is utterly devastating. This pivotal tragedy scars Guts and Casca, propelling Guts on his path of vengeance while leaving Casca a shattered shell. The philosophical themes woven throughout Berserk's narrative significantly contribute to its depth and impact. The cyclical nature of violence and whether free will can overcome destiny are embodied in Guts' struggle. Though fate seems set against him, he stubbornly forges his own path. Griffith represents how even the best intentions can be warped by unchecked ambition, serving as a cautionary tale about corruption. His Machiavellian philosophy, believing any means justify his ends, clashes with Guts' justice. Through such dichotomies, Berserk asks profound questions about morality and human nature. Complementing these resonant themes are the multi-layered character arcs of the core trio. Guts gradually evolves from a hardened loner to a complex hero, softened by comradeship. Griffith descends from charismatic leader to demonic tyrant in his obsession. Casca's transformation from fierce warrior to traumatized victim is painfully tragic. The shifting dynamics between them, from camaraderie to enmity, forms the emotional core. Rich religious, philosophical, and historical symbolism also grant deeper meaning. Judeo-Christian motifs like Griffith's rebirth as the Antichrist-like femto reinforce the good versus evil struggle. The machinations of the God-hand manipulators allude to philosophical questions of free will versus determinism. Pagan rituals and witch hunts reference real-world history, grounding the supernatural elements. All these narrative strengths are powerfully conveyed through Berserk's highly stylized visual storytelling. The manga's exceptionally detailed artwork has a dark, gritty texture, with striking contrasts between light and shadow. Bold panel layouts convey a sense of claustrophobia and motion in action scenes. The anime and films adapt these visual strengths, capturing the darkly beautiful aesthetic. Berserk's enormous influence on dark fantasy media is undeniable, from inspiring the iconic brooding anti-hero archetype to setting new standards for mature philosophical themes in manga and anime. It helped stretch the boundaries of fantasy fiction, proving the genre's potential for complex, character-driven storytelling. After over 3 decades, Kentaro Miura's genre-defining masterpiece continues to inspire devoted passion from fans. Its triumphs as a visual, thematic, and narrative tour de force reveal Berserk's rightful place in the pantheon of fantasy. Chapter 7: Bleach. Since first appearing in Weekly Shonen Jump in 2001, Bleach has carved out a unique place in the anime and manga canon. This long-running supernatural action series masterfully blends thought-provoking themes, stunning visuals, complex characters, and inventive world-building to create a memorable journey. At its core, Bleach follows Ichigo Kurosaki, a high school student gifted with the ability to see spirits. After meeting Soul Reaper Rukia Kuchiki, Ichigo assumes her duties of ushering lost souls to the afterlife and protecting humans from evil spirits known as hollows. Tapping into mystical powers to wield a tremendous soul-cleaving sword, Ichigo barrels headlong into the dangerous spirit realms and finds himself facing threats beyond imagination. Bleach distinguishes itself through richly conceived realms and factions, vying for power amid the living world and afterlife. The Soul Society brims with rigid codes and contradictions as duty-bound Soul Reapers maintain order. In the harsh desert realm of Hueco Mundo, hollows devour souls and plot destruction. Quincy's, with their contrasting paranormal gifts, complicate matters further. This complex backstory allows for nuanced world-building and high-stakes conflict. Yet, for all its supernatural elements, Bleach grounds itself in relatable themes of purpose, belonging, and redemption. Ichigo and his allies struggle to define themselves against societal labels and expectations. Rukia must reconcile her adopted noble status with her own self-worth. Quincy Uryu grapples with his lineage's past. While some characters like Captain Byakuya represent colder notions of duty, others like Ichigo fight to protect simply because it's right. These dynamics give Bleach emotional resonance. Matching the narrative complexity is Tite Kubo's striking visual aesthetic. Bleach's stylized character designs, from Ichigo's fiery hair to the Arrancar's bone-white masks, made the manga a fan favorite. The anime faithfully adapts Kubo's unique paneling with silhouettes, close-ups, and quick cuts to amplify the action. Soulful musical cues and talented voice acting further draw viewers into its tense, heartfelt moments. At 366 episodes, Bleach's pacing suffers from prolonged fights and filler, yet patient viewers are rewarded with memorable high points. The Soul Society arc stands as a masterclass in character introductions and tense rescues. When adapted well, Bleach delivers focused, electric storytelling, and its moving final arc brings the saga to an epic conclusive end. Passionate fans will tell you, Once you get immersed in Bleach's fascinating world of spirits, monsters, and swordplay, it's hard to come back to reality. More than 2 decades since its debut, Bleach remains a modern anime classic worth revisiting. Chapter 8: Bunny Drop, Usagi Drop. Bunny Drop tenderly chronicles the unexpected challenges and joys of parenthood through the eyes of Daikichi Kawachi, a 30-year-old bachelor content with his unremarkable life. That all changes when he crosses paths with Rin, a shy 6-year-old girl abandoned by relatives after her grandfather's death. Compelled by sympathy, Daikichi impulsively decides to step up as Rin's guardian. In doing so, he embarks on a journey that profoundly transforms his solitary existence. Initially baffled by childcare, Daikichi fumbles through the basics of cooking, cleaning, and keeping up with Rin's needs. However, as Rin seamlessly becomes part of his daily routine, Daikichi evolves into his role as a devoted father. He learns to savor the little moments, like preparing Rin's favorite animal-shaped onigiri, or watching her face light up when receiving a gift. Through small acts of love and patience, from consoling Rin when she is sick to cheering her on at school relay races, their bond gradually blossoms. In Rin, Daikichi finds a sense of purpose missing from his self-centered bachelor lifestyle. At its core, Bunny Drop excels in its realistic yet affecting depiction of the parent-child relationship. The growing rapport between Daikichi and Rin forms the emotional anchor of the series. Their interactions ring true to life, conveying both the stress of parenting struggles and the gratification of seeing Rin thrive under Daikichi's care. Each experience, accumulating over days, months, and years, further cements their connection. From quarrels to laughter, every scene captures the nuances of their love. Beyond its central story, Bunny Drop also provides thoughtful commentary on Japanese societal views regarding family. Daikichi's decision to raise Rin alone as an unmarried man defies the country's conservative expectations that children require a traditional nuclear family. Their neighbors gossip while his relatives vocalize outright disapproval, projecting their discomfort with such an unconventional arrangement. However, the series emphasizes that true family stems not from following customs or blood relations, but the selflessness to nurture a child with unconditional love. Daikichi prioritizes Rin's well-being above all else, determined to provide her the stable home life she deserves. Rin, who had only known abandonment before Daikichi, blossoms under the care of her adoptive father. Their unique bond challenges traditional notions of parenthood and belonging. Bunny Drop's exquisite animation and soundtrack further elevate its emotional storytelling. Gentle background piano melodies pair beautifully with the muted color palette dominated by soft pastels. The result is a serene atmosphere that draws audiences into Daikichi and Rin's intimate moments, allowing us to empathize with their joys and struggles. Detailed animations like Daikichi's awkward but well-meaning attempts at cooking dinner inject scenes with humor and heart. Overall, the masterful audiovisual execution transports viewers into the world of this unlikely father-daughter pair. In exploring the tribulations and triumphs of parenting, Bunny Drop crafts a narrative that resonates universally, yet feels peculiarly Japanese in sensibility. Daikichi's devoted path to fatherhood and Rin's gradual emergence from her shell speak to the virtues of honor, duty, and perseverance. The anime casts tradition in a progressive light by demonstrating that family rests on unconditional love, not rigid societal norms. Both touching and thought-provoking, Bunny Drop is a gem that will linger in viewers' hearts, leaving them feeling warm and fuzzy long after the credits roll. Chapter 9: Cardcaptor Sakura. Cardcaptor Sakura stands as one of the most beloved and influential magical girl anime series of all time. When it aired in 1998, the show redefined the genre and sparked a new era of fantasy shoujo anime. Produced by the acclaimed Studio Madhouse, Cardcaptor Sakura blends elements of action, adventure, romance, and slice-of-life storytelling. At the heart of the series is the journey of Sakura Kinomoto, an earnest and athletic fourth grader who discovers a magical book containing a set of Clo cards. Each card manifests as a mystical being with unique powers over forces of nature. Upon accidentally scattering the cards across her hometown, Sakura takes up the mantle of Cardcaptor as she sets out to recapture the magical entities before disaster strikes. Sakura makes for an exceptionally endearing protagonist. Portrayed as an ordinary girl thrust into extraordinary circumstances, her innate sincerity, compassion, and bravery lend her an authentic heroism. She is joined by a memorable supporting cast, including her sly-winged companion Cerberus, the graceful moon spirit Yue, and her best friend Tomoyo Daidouji, who provides boundless support behind the camera. Cardcaptor Sakura also broke new ground with its respectful portrayal of same-sex relationships through the unrequited love between Sakura's older brother Toya and his best friend Yukito. Beyond its compelling characters, Cardcaptor Sakura stands out for its fantastical imaginative world. The ornate costume designs draw inspiration from Chinese opera attire, giving many scenes a storybook quality. Likewise, the ethereal Clo cards take cues from East Asian mythology and occultism. Each card manifests as a fully realized being, representing natural forces like wind, fire, and light. Analyzing the cards reveals deeper meditations on the human condition. For example, the light and the dark cards symbolize the balance of good and evil within us all. Coming to understand the cards helps Sakura gain wisdom and empathy. While earlier Magical Girl series focused primarily on episodic monster battles, Cardcaptor Sakura wove its supernatural conflicts into Sakura's personal coming-of-age tale. Across the story, viewers witness Sakura grow from naive schoolgirl into confident protector as she faces loss, hardship, and existential fears. The series struck an impeccable balance between lighthearted school life comedy and poignant emotional drama. This tonal mastery and genre fusion gained wide critical acclaim and proved tremendously influential on later anime hits like Puella Magi Madoka Magica. Even decades after its initial airing, Cardcaptor Sakura remains cherished for its imagination, heart, and aesthetic spectacle. Its sensitive portrayal of young people coming into their own left a permanent impact on magical girl storytelling. Sakura Kinomoto stands tall among the great anime heroes, magical or otherwise. Her kind spirit, charm, and perseverance continue to inspire new generations of viewers. Chapter 10: Cowboy Bebop. Widely regarded as one of the most influential anime series of all time, Cowboy Bebop has earned a dedicated cult following and cemented its place in pop culture since first premiering in 1998. Created by acclaimed Studio Sunrise and helmed by visionary director Shinichiro Watanabe, Cowboy Bebop masterfully blends genres and influences to deliver a space western with a style and sensibility all its own. Through its seamless fusion of sci-fi, jazz, film noir, samurai films, and Western comics, Cowboy Bebop crafts a distinct tone and aesthetic that immediately transports viewers into its retro-futuristic world. At the core of Cowboy Bebop's appeal is its striking balance between serious existential themes and quirky levity. While ruminating on weighty subjects like morality, loneliness, loss, and the inescapability of one's past, the series juxtaposes these melancholy undertones with wry humor and over-the-top action. This delicate tonal tightrope walk gives the show nuance and layers that resonated deeply with audiences. For example, Spike Spiegel's climactic final confrontation with his nemesis Vicious exemplifies the show's ability to deliver an intense, emotional crescendo while still retaining its fundamental blend of gritty neo-noir and stylish gun ballet. Bringing Cowboy Bebop's unique retro-future setting to life is its gorgeous cinematic animation that was groundbreaking at the time. The fluid combat choreography, sweeping camera moves, deep focus backgrounds, and moody interplay of light and shadow elevate the visuals to a level rivaling live action films. Combined with Yoko Kanno's iconic jazz and blues-inspired soundtrack, the show's masterful atmosphere stays with viewers long after. Just as essential as its technical feats are Cowboy Bebop's deeply human characters. Protagonist Spike Spiegel's tragic past and its connections to his present struggles make him an intriguingly flawed anti-hero. His laconic persona masks deep grief and loneliness, which he tries to outrun while pursuing purpose through his bounty hunting crusade. This internal conflict culminates in his confrontation with past trauma in the form of his former friend turned nemesis, Vicious. Similarly, the rest of the Bebop's crew forge a makeshift family dynamic through their shared struggles with murky pasts and uncertain futures. Jet Black's lingering disappointment over his failed career in law enforcement contrasts with his unrelenting drive to protect the helpless. Faye Valentine's con artist exterior belies her hidden vulnerabilities stemming from amnesia and a lost identity. Radical Edward's childlike innocence perseveres despite tragedy and abandonment in her past. Ein, the crew's adorable genetically enhanced dog, adds a stabilizing presence with his unwavering loyalty and peaceful demeanor. Together, their disparate personalities and backgrounds meld into an endearing found family. In conclusion, Cowboy Bebop remains an enduring classic decades later because of its masterful synthesis of genres, innovative animation techniques, deft tonal balance, and empathetic exploration of the human condition. By seamlessly blending Eastern and Western influences into something new, along with delivering universally relatable characters, Cowboy Bebop solidified itself as an anime series ahead of its time. Its legacy lives on through continued veneration amongst critics and fans worldwide, who have connected with its avant-garde sensibility and nuanced study of loneliness, purpose, and the irrepressibility of the past. Chapter 11. Death Note. Death Note, the wildly popular anime thriller series produced by Madhouse, has become a modern icon of Japanese animation. On the surface, the show's premise seems tailor-made for mass appeal. An intelligent high school student named Light Yagami stumbles upon a mysterious notebook with the power to kill anyone whose name is written within its pages. Assuming the persona of Kira, Light takes it upon himself to create a crime-free utopia by executing criminals globally, sparking a cat-and-mouse game with a reclusive detective known only as L. However, describing Death Note simply as a battle of wits between diametric rivals engaged in a lethal game of gambits would fail to encapsulate the anime's nuanced exploration of ethics and justice. Behind the veneer of an addictive psychological thriller lies a morally complex narrative rich with allegorical meaning. The show weaves thought-provoking social commentary into its tense conflicts, asking viewers to grapple with philosophically ambiguous visions of justice, the corruption of power, and the gray morality of its central characters. At its heart, Death Note is an ethical polemic exploring justice and vigilantism. Light's employment of the lethal Death Note to punish criminals he believes the justice system has failed to judge properly raises complex moral questions. His vision adheres to a utilitarian philosophy, the view that maximizing overall happiness or social good should guide behavior, even if specific acts contravene notions of right and wrong. However, from a Kantian deontological perspective that focuses on the intrinsic righteousness of an act regardless of its consequences, Light's means cannot be morally justified even if they produce his desired ends. The show thus provides a dialectic between differing ethical frameworks, using Light's ideological journey from righteous vigilante to crazed murderer as a parable about the contradictions between utilitarianism and duty-based moral systems. Light sees himself as uniquely capable of creating an ideal world by killing evildoers, reflecting a dangerous ends justify the means mentality. However, his feelings of godlike infallibility blinds him to his own corrupting immorality. The show suggests that the human conscience struggles to withstand the temptations inherent in exercising dominion over life and death. When individual judgment replaces institutional law as the arbiter of justice, monstrousness can thrive behind a veil of noble intentions. The philosophical conflict between Light and enigmatic Detective L also proves central to Death Note's complex moral canvas. Where Light believes utterly in his own distorted sense of justice, L represents the view that no single person can appoint themselves as judge and executioner. L mirrors a Hobbesian perspective of justice as a social contract established through laws and due process. His intellect is matched only by his unwavering conviction in institutional justice. Death Note thus explores justice as a dialectical tension between radical individualism versus institutional accountability. Does society require extraordinary individuals to fix broken systems? Or do circumventing laws, however flawed, inevitably breed greater injustice? The show critically examines Light's vigilante extremism, using his decline into corruption to refute his end justifies means philosophy. True justice cannot be shaped at the barrel of one very gifted yet very deluded adolescent's God complex. Beyond framing justice as a moral debate, Death Note weaves in culturally specific symbolism rooted in Japanese mythos. The Shinigami death gods who provide the murderous notebooks to ease their immortal ennui evoke Japan's unique personification of death as an almost sentient force hovering over life. Apples, offered to humans by Shinigami to seal their monstrous deals, represent the loss of innocence in both biblical and literary contexts. This rich iconography grounds Death Note's ethical quandaries in a tapestry of allegorical meaning, allowing the show to operate on multiple thematic levels simultaneously. Death Note also succeeds in constructing a tense psychological thriller narrative that both makes viewers confront moral quandaries and keeps them furiously turning pages. The show's dexterous plotting and masterful direction amplify the cat-and-mouse suspense between Light and L. Ominous choral music accompanies haunting Shinigami realm visuals, while inventive scene transitions utilize abrupt changes in framing and perspective to place viewers in Light's unraveling psyche. Beautiful yet unsettling cherry blossom and moon motifs evoke the fragility of life and duality of Light's character. Beyond narrative and aesthetic merits, Death Note also uniquely penetrated global public consciousness, spurring discussion on morality and justice. Despite being firmly rooted in Japanese culture, the show attracted substantial international fandom. Devotion to morally ambiguous characters like Light and L fueled lively online debates about their motives and philosophy. The universal themes of corruption, power's temptation, and youthful idealism resonated across borders. While some cultures criticized the show's moral relativism, few could deny its role in raising discourse on ethics. Yet, for all its intricacy and impact, a show as seminal as Death Note still warrants thoughtful critique. Its glacial pacing may test some viewers' patience. Side characters often feel one-dimensional, and the female cast sorely lacks development. The latter third of the plot relies on a derivative new adversary appears formula that diminishes narrative energy. But these flaws do not negate the show's exceptional world-building that persuasively realizes a contorted vision of divine justice. Impressive animation and painstaking direction perfectly complement Death Note's cat-and-mouse suspense. Ambiguous heroes and distorted villains force audiences to question black and white views of morality. Is unbridled individualism the path to justice? Can society accept morally ambiguous models? Few shows capture the imagination while spurring serious self-reflection in equal measure. In the realm of modern anime classics, Death Note surely deserves its glowing, if still imperfect, reputation. Chapter 12: Demon Slayer, Blade of Demon. Demon Slayer, Blade of Demon, has hooked global audiences with its masterful blend of action, horror, drama, and exploration of what it means to be human. Set in Japan's Taisho era, the anime artfully integrates elements of Japanese history, folklore, and culture to create an immersive world that enriches the narrative. At its core, Demon Slayer is a story of empathy, compassion, and what it takes to retain one's humanity in the face of unimaginable hardship. Protagonist Tanjiro Kamado embodies these themes through his quest to save his sister Nezuko, who has become a demon, while also striving to return her to human form. Their tender relationship humanizes the demons plaguing Japan and grounds the story emotionally. Tanjiro grapples with difficult moral dilemmas as he trains to join the secretive Demon Slayer Corps, an organization employing specialized warriors to eradicate the demon scourge. Complex characters like the brooding swordsman Tomioka and the brash Inosuke have layered backgrounds that drive their motivations. The anime explores how trauma shapes people, the cost of vengeance, and the nature of duty through their struggles. Nezuko's retained humanity, despite her transformation, asks penetrating questions about the essence of being human. The anime suggests that perhaps compassion and love persist, even within darkness. Creative action choreography, stunning artwork, stylized character designs, and a moving orchestral soundtrack coalesce to bring Demon Slayer's Taisho-era Japan to life. Fluid, animated sword fights capture the grace of traditional martial arts. Panoramic vistas immerse viewers in the beauty of rural landscapes contrasted against sinister demon lairs. Moments like Tanjiro's first demon encounter and the reveal of Nezuko's humanity linger with audiences for their emotional impact. While adapted from the popular manga by Koyoharu Gotouge, the anime expands on the vivid world-building. Details like the specialized combat forms of the Hashira Elite Demon Slayers, the organization of the Corps, and the ranking system for Demon Hunter swords add layers to the lore. The anime also spends more time developing certain relationships compared to the manga. Demon Slayer represents a modern shonen anime classic that skillfully blends action, supernatural elements, and Japanese aesthetics into an entertaining yet thoughtful narrative. Its exploration of hope in the face of adversity, reconciliation of enemies, and the enduring power of family resonates profoundly with global audiences. The anime deserves deeper analysis for its positive portrayal of disability through characters like Inosuke, subversion of gender norms, and nuanced symbolism. As one of the most popular and impactful anime in recent years, Demon Slayer will continue influencing the genre through its masterful storytelling. Chapter 13. Denno Coil, A Circle of Children. Upon initial observation, Denno Coil may seem like merely another anime centered around virtual reality. However, this groundbreaking series, masterminded by director Masaki Tachibana, defies preconceived notions, unfurling into a profound contemplation on the intricate interplay between technology and human nature. The narrative of Denno Coil revolves around an augmented reality system aptly named Denno Coils. These unique devices enable users to perceive virtual projections superimposed on their physical surroundings, thereby crafting a seamless blend of reality. They access an underlying digital realm known as the Metatron, where users interact with virtual pets, objects, and even avatars of other individuals. For instance, characters maintain virtual dogs, known as cyber dogs, which obey commands issued through the Denno Coils. The protagonist, Yuko, along with her companions, utilize virtual tools like fishing rods to manipulate digital elements invisible to others. This cutting-edge augmented reality propels the possibilities to an exciting new frontier, yet it simultaneously obscures the demarcation between the tangible and the virtual. Yuko encounters a mysterious girl, Isako, who exists exclusively within the Metatron, underscoring how this technology reframes traditional concepts of identity and relationships. As the protagonists delve deeper into the vast expanse of the Metatron, they grapple with its hidden aspects and potential perils, wrestling to distinguish the authentic from the imaginary. The visual presentation of Denno Coil skillfully immerses viewers in this plausible yet futuristic environment, accentuating the core themes. The main cast consists of children, drawn with simple rounded faces that project innocence, yet they wield advanced gear that contrasts with their youthful appearance, juxtaposing the human and technological. Realistic urban landscapes evoke a modern-day Japan where AR appears commonplace yet vaguely ominous. Strategic applications of lighting underscore the shifts from whimsical adventure to heartfelt drama, casting a bright light on the real world while shrouding the virtual domain in nebulous blues and blacks. The artistic direction cultivates an atmospheric future vision that feels simultaneously magical and disquieting. This aesthetic mastery bolsters the anime's philosophical deliberations on technology. Denno Coil delves intelligently into topics like hacking, digital viruses, the dichotomy of virtual and physical spaces, and beyond. However, the most compelling discussions orbit around the impact of technology on relationships, identity, and the essence of humanity. Characters like Yuko and Isuko form impactful friendships across the virtual divide, hinting at its potential to unite people. Conversely, some characters become ensnared in solitude, favoring digital companionship over real-world interaction. The ability to modify memories and infiltrate consciousness poses ethically charged dilemmas. Yuko grapples with reconciling her physical and virtual selves, prompting her to question the role technology should assume in her personal growth and life. Other characters, such as Denpa, tread morally ambiguous ground due to unchecked ambitions fueled by technology. Yet, the sagacious characters understand that ethical practice trumps power. Through the examination of its characters' victories and challenges, Denno Coil articulates a nuanced critique of society's overdependence on technology without resorting to hyperbole. It espouses a balanced approach, fostering understanding and advocating for cautious progress steered by human values. This skillful amalgamation of science fiction speculation and emotionally resonant character development is further enhanced by a seamless blend of genres. The pervasive sense of mystery fuels curiosity. Its science fiction elements impart philosophical depth, and the emotional character arcs lend substance to the themes. Moments of reflective drama enrich the character's development amidst thrilling virtual escapades, while ventures into surreal futuristic locales, like the Distortion, provide a backdrop for pivotal character-defining revelations. Denno Coil appreciates that the human condition is the soul of speculative fiction, and reciprocally, speculative fiction illuminates the human condition. This masterful genre integration results in a cohesive and gratifying viewing experience. Given its critical acclaim, accolades, and significant influence on its genre, Denno Coil appears destined to remain impactful for years to come. The show has inspired subsequent blockbuster hits like Sword Art Online, with its focus on virtual reality, and serves as a benchmark for series aspiring to weave together science fiction and drama. Beyond the realm of anime, Denno Coil's prophetic explorations of digital spaces, interconnectedness, and societal technology demonstrate remarkable foresight and intellectual leadership. Even years after its release, its themes continue to echo profoundly as society wrestles with analogous quandaries. With its visionary creativity anchored by human insight, Denno Coil stands as a seminal, pioneering work of science fiction. Chapter 14: Digimon Adventure. When Digimon Adventure premiered in 1999, the anime series brought to life a dynamic digital world that captured the imagination of an entire generation of viewers. Produced by Toei Animation and directed by Hiroyuki Kakudo, Digimon Adventure follows 7 children: Taichi Tai Kamiya, Yamato Matt Ishida, Sora Takanouchi, Koshiro Izzy Izumi, Mimi Tachikawa, Joe Kido, and Takeru T.K. Takaishi, whose lives are forever changed when they are unexpectedly transported from summer camp to the bizarre digital realm known as the Digiworld. There, they partner with unique digital monsters, Digimon, and embark on an epic adventure, not just to save the Digiworld, but to discover their true selves along the way. On the surface, Digimon Adventure shares the Mon suffix that connects it to monster-catching anime contemporaries like Pokemon. However, in execution, Digimon forges its own path by eschewing the competitive formatting of those series in favor of cooperative battles and emotionally driven storytelling. Each child is matched with a Digimon partner, Agumon for Tai, Gabumon for Matt, and so on, based on complementing personality traits and a bond of trust. Unlike Pokemon trainers, these partnerships are mutually symbiotic. Digimon digivolve into stronger forms through the children's own spiritual growth and maturation. This deeper connection elicits meaningful character development on both sides. Matt, for instance, is brooding and aloof at the start, but his friendship with the unfailingly loyal Gabumon helps him learn to open up to others. Meanwhile, Gabumon gains confidence from Matt's dependability. The original 7 kids are known as the Digi-Destined, selected to defeat evil in the Digi world. As they journey across the exotic continent of Server, dominated by the imposing Infinity Mountain, each child receives a crest representing their most prominent inner attribute. Tai's crest of courage, Mimi's crest of sincerity, etc. Their Digimon partners can only digivolve to the ultimate level when the kids display these traits through their actions and growth. This crest system adds an emotional weight and narrative symbolism to the Digivolution mechanic that drives much of the action. It's not enough to just level up as in a video game. The storytelling makes it clear that true power comes from within. Thematically, Digimon Adventure touches on complex coming-of-age topics including finding inner strength, accepting responsibility, and understanding friendship. When Tai and Koromon first bond, Tai tries to abandon the helpless Digimon out of frustration. Only after he put Koromon's needs before his own does Agumon digivolve, exemplifying selflessness. Tai comes to recognize that being a leader means more than just seeming cool. Similarly, spoiled Mimi matures from only caring about herself to sacrificing for others, unlocking Palmon's ultimate form. Their adversarial journey through perseverance mirrors what youth face growing up in society. This maturation manifests most prominently through the central relationship between Tai and Matt. Foils who begin as rivals but develop a heartfelt brotherly bond built on trust and mutual understanding. Their friendship anchors the team dynamic amidst conflicts. Matt questions Tai's reckless leadership, while Tai inspires Matt to open up and rely on others. Only by reconciling their differences do they finally defeat the vampiric villain Myotismon. For young viewers, Tai and Matt modeled healthy conflict resolution and cooperation. While the original 7-partner Digimon take center stage, the world of Digimon Adventure is populated by a vibrant roster of over 60 unique digital monsters. Though some exist only briefly as allies or enemies, they each contribute eclectic abilities and personalities that showcase the creative potential of the Digimon concept. The main antagonists exhibit powers tailored to challenge the Digi-Destined. Myotismon utilizes vampire-like abilities, including summoning a thick fog and controlling hordes of bat minions. He analyzes opponents shrewdly, however his arrogance leaves him susceptible to unexpected counters. Metal Etamon relies more on brute strength from his cyborg primate frame and distortion waves emitted from the banana-shaped dark network cables protruding from his back. In contrast, Puppet Master Digimon Puppetmon controls opponents directly with invisible strings and prefers psychological manipulation over direct confrontation. His impulsive temper combined with childlike tantrums can create openings to disrupt his focus. On the protagonist side, mystical angel Digimon Angemon and Angewoman provide aerial support with holy powers ideal for combating demonic foes. Their Heaven's Knuckle and Celestial Arrow moves smite enemies with blazing divine energy. At the ultimate level, Metal Greymon and Were Garurumon serve as heavyweight powerhouses on the ground. Metal Greymon's Giga Blaster and Were Garurumon's Garuru Kick dispatch scores of enemies in single blows. Their resilience and loyalty make them reliant frontline partners for Tai and Matt in the biggest battles. Even Digimon with limited combat abilities contribute in memorable ways. Bukamon, the bubbly in-training form of Mimi's Palmon, provides comic relief with his scatterbrained antics. While weak, his unwavering friendship gives Palmon strength. In contrast, Gomamon plays a key strategic role. His marching fishes move allows safe passage across water, facilitating travel and outmaneuvering foes. Tokomon's cuteness and playfulness as TK's companion showcase the nurturing aspects of Digimon bonds. The design creativity underlying the Digimon menagerie led to the franchise's success as a multimedia juggernaut spanning video games, card games, manga, and many animated series. By tapping into boundless digital potential, the developers continuously expand the Digimon ranks with novel looks, powers, and personalities. This variety spotlights the flexibility of Digimon as a concept to take almost any imaginable shape. While the original 8 Digi-destined partners laid the blueprint, the diversity of creatures that followed ensured Digimon's enduring popularity across generations. While Digimon adroitly combines humor, fantasy, and action to appeal to children, its explorations of universal themes about growing up emotionally ensure it withstands the test of time. By directly linking character growth to the Digimon partnerships and crest system, the series motivates narrative development organically. Though arguably formulated for commercial success like many anime franchises, the first Digimon series crafted an impactful, heartfelt story rewarded with enduring multi-generational popularity. Its fusion of digital monsters with human themes entranced viewers in 1999 and continues to rally nostalgic fans today. Digimon Adventure brought emotional resonance to the digital pet concept by showcasing that true strength starts within. Chapter 15: Dragon Ball Z. When it first burst onto screens in 1989, Dragon Ball Z fundamentally reshaped the anime landscape. This groundbreaking series absorbed a generation of viewers through its seamless blend of epic battles, sci-fi fantasy, humor, and captivating characters. Produced by Toei Animation and spanning nearly 300 episodes, DBZ immerses fans in a sprawling world where humans, aliens, and anthropomorphic animals coexist, often vying for power and survival. We follow journeys of protagonists like Goku as they seek to protect the Earth from those who would destroy it. Within this expansive universe, themes of courage, redemption, and self-improvement resonate deeply. Visually, DBZ utilizes iconography, colors, and settings to establish tone and atmosphere. Character designs leverage symbolic physical traits to represent their arcs. As Goku unlocks new levels of power, his hair morphs to symbolize his growth. Meanwhile, the bright, saturated hues of alien environments evoke adventure and fantasy. The contrast between idyllic Earth and desolate alien worlds underscores the Titan's struggle. The soundtrack interweaves driving riffs with orchestral numbers to complement escalating action. Dialogue conveys personality through unique verbal tics and catchphrases. Ultimately, narrative tropes symbolize broader themes of perseverance, courage, and redemption. DBZ leverages visual, audio, and narrative symbolism to tap into deeper cultural myths. At its core, DBZ keeps fans hooked through high-stakes conflicts and dazzling fight sequences. Who can forget the iconic showdowns with villains like Frieza, Cell, and Majin Buu? These battles feature jaw-dropping displays of strength, unique special attacks, and cliffhanger twists that span multi-episode story arcs. For instance, Goku's first intense duel with Vegeta runs over 9 episodes, showcasing DBZ's willingness to devote significant screen time to expanded fight spectacles. DBZ also popularized drawn-out powering-up sequences as characters summoned their inner strength. Of course, DBZ also embraces some lightheartedness between its high-stakes conflicts. Gag humor and slapstick comedy offer much-needed levity, from Piccolo's dry wit to amusing sight gags like the surprisingly tiny planet King Kai calls home. Downtime episodes also grant more insight into characters' hobbies, relationships with friends and family, and day-to-day lives. For all its world-shaking battles, DBZ remembers to infuse personality and humanity. Yet DBZ transcends simply being comedy and action-driven. Underneath the explosive energy blasts lay meaningful character development and moral lessons. Villains are sometimes shown mercy, being given chances to reform rather than face destruction. Former villain Piccolo mentors Gohan, developing a deep bond with his former enemy's son. The hero's integrity is often conveyed through their insistence on intense training and discipline rather than seeking shortcuts to power. We witness the cold-hearted Saiyan Prince Vegeta undergo some of the most compelling character growth across the generational saga, slowly finding redemption through his increasing love for his family and burgeoning respect for Goku, ultimately learning that he can't always be the strongest person in the room. Even the cheerful Goku displays moments of wisdom and sacrifice for the greater good. His decision to remain dead after the Cell Saga highlights his selflessness and forethought. Together, these values reinforce DBZ as a quintessential shonen anime, blending sympathetic characters overcoming extreme odds through determination, camaraderie, and self-improvement. Future landmarks like Naruto, One Piece, and My Hero Academia owe much to the tropes and tone DBZ popularized. For all its accomplishments, the rich universe of DBZ still holds unrealized possibilities and a few minor shortcomings. Pacing issues at times stem from excessive filler content and dragged-out exchanges during battles. Depictions of romance generally remain straightforward and understated. Female representation only somewhat breaks from gendered character stereotypes established in earlier generations. Of course, a world is only as immersive as its inhabitants. DBZ boasts a diverse cast of unique, memorable characters and races who could be further developed, with more backstories and increased relevance. There's a whole universe waiting to be explored outside of the main cast and story arcs. As the heart of DBZ, Goku displays incredible power, yet simpler characterization compared to others. Introducing greater complexity could enrich his heroic journey as the perpetual defender of Earth. Perhaps exploring Goku's obliviousness towards his family's needs could offer opportunity for growth. Recognizing that constantly sacrificing time with loved ones takes a toll, despite good intentions, could impart some hard-learned wisdom. Meanwhile, Frieza's origins remain largely unknown. Delving into his paranoia and trauma from past defeats and subsequent resurrection by Goku could add complexity and motivation to his actions. Introducing other frost demons would expand the universe. Examining his relationship with his father, King Cold, could contextualize his tyranny and upbringing. What values and lessons were instilled in Frieza as part of Frost Demon society and its power structures? Many fans felt let down by how Gohan was portrayed following the climactic Cell Saga. To fix this, the following changes could strengthen his character development. 1. Emphasize his intelligence more. Turning him into an imitation of Goku betrays the smart, studious personality he was known for. Having Gohan take on a more tactical role in battles would be truer to his character. His calm and analytical nature could also make him an effective mediator. 2. Address his past trauma. The death of his father and the destruction of his world were profoundly traumatic events that were never fully explored. Processing these events could add complexity. 3. Allow him to take on more leadership. As someone experienced with growth and loss, Gohan is poised to mentor the next generation of Saiyans like Goten and Trunks. He could pass on lessons about discipline, perseverance, and work-life balance that would further his development. In addition, many of the secondary and background characters hold hidden potential. The origins of the mystical immortal Mr. Popo are vague at best. Perhaps the venerable Master Roshi could facilitate key training to the general public in coordination with Videl via their mutual connection to both the Martial Arts World Tournament and the Z-Fighters. How do familiar faces like Puar, Oolong, and Yamcha navigate fading relevance? Chaozu has unique psychic abilities that have been underutilized in the series. How would battles play out if a skill such as mind reading were added to the fray? The complex lives of androids 17 and 18, before and after their forced transformations, still remain largely unknown. Perpetually overshadowed by gods in his midst, even the bombastic showman Mr. Satan surely harbors compelling stories. A perennial challenge for sprawling epics is ensuring beloved characters are not drowned out over time amidst exponential power increases. This phenomenon, known as power creep, risks sidelining once pivotal heroes. Yet the hallmark of masterful storytelling remains upholding the dignity and relevance of the entire cast. Each fighter possesses inner wells of growth waiting to be tapped. Not every character needs to battle behemoths to contribute meaningfully. Take stalwart allies Krillin and Tien. Often eclipsed by Goku's blinding ascent, both have proven their mettle through hard work and grit rather than raw power. What latent abilities might rigorous training unlock within them? Could Krillin develop preternatural energy manipulation, bending ki blasts to his will? Might Tien's multi-form technique evolve until he becomes an army unto himself? Meanwhile, the permanent deaths of important characters could raise the narrative stakes. The common trope of resurrecting fallen heroes ultimately undercuts lasting impact. What new directions might unfold if the gods removed resurrection from the Dragon Balls and Gohan or Vegeta met permanent ends? The unexpected loss of Vegeta could force Trunks to forge his own path, developing dimensions beyond combat prowess. Struggling with feelings of abandonment, he may focus more on pursuits like inventing, better showcasing his intellect. Fundamentally, Dragon Ball Z never truly shined brightest when fueled by escalating brute strength, but rather through the bonds of friendship and family that withstand any trial. Each new arc presents opportunities to reaffirm those themes while maturing the narrative. There's a whole universe waiting in the wings through side characters and relationships yet unexplored. Their unseen breadth harbor relatable struggles of purpose, confidence, community, and redemption. Skillful storytelling could frame the next generation as inheritors of complex legacies, proving poignant yet faithful to the spirit of DBZ. Decades later, DBZ remains etched into the zeitgeist for its iconic moments and trend-setting influence. It will be remembered as a touchstone for seamlessly blending humor, imagination, and spectacle. For generations to come, it will inspire viewers to tap into their own inner wells of strength to meet life's challenges head-on, whether on Earth or planet Namek. Chapter 16, Eureka 7. Eureka 7 delves into the world of LFO pilots, giant robots piloted by humans. Produced by Bandai Visual and Sunrise, the series seamlessly blends mecha, coming-of-age, slice-of-life, and romance genres into a thoughtful sci-fi epic. The story follows Renton Thurston, a 14-year-old boy who dreams of becoming an LFO pilot like his missing father. Renton joins a group of ragtag mercenaries called the Gecko State, led by the charismatic yet aloof Holland Novak. This rebel band is locked in conflict against the authoritarian military organization known as the United Federation of Prodigio Towers, who exploit and endanger the population in pursuit of power. The ideological clashes and aerial battles between the Gecko State and Federation provide gripping action set pieces. However, the true heart of the series lies in the personal growth of its characters. Renton's journey from an immature teenager to a self-assured adult anchors the narrative. Initially brash and attention-seeking, he joins the Gecko State seeking glory, but soon matures into a loyal teammate who places others before himself. The standoffish Eureka, an enigmatic girl bonded with the alien Nervosh mech, opens Renton's eyes to empathy. Their slowly blossoming romance teaches Renton about mutual understanding. The thoughtful depiction of Renton coming to terms with his own insecurities and recognizing larger responsibilities makes his character arc deeply resonant. Environmentalism stands out as a central theme, reflected in the mystical Coralians, strange beings connected to the planet's life force. The Federation's exploitation damages the world, while the Gecko State fights to preserve nature's balance. Renton's growth parallels his awakening to ecology and defending the Coralians. The Coralians themselves symbolize nature's power and humanity's reckless treatment of it. Overall, the narrative uses thoughtful sci-fi ideas to examine society's lack of environmental conscience. Rebellion against injustice is another key theme. The Gecko State's clashing ideals with the Federation, seen through characters like the complex antagonist Dewey, criticize rigid authoritarian systems. Holland's traumatic past fuels his resistance. Renton must break from expectations to forge his own path. The story celebrates those bold enough to revolt against oppression and deception to uncover the truth. Beyond Renton and Eureka, the ensemble cast provides perspective on the damaged psyches fueling the drama. Holland's cold facade hides deep pain over past trauma. Anemone's instability stems from military experiments, while Dominic struggles between duty and conscience. Their inner turmoils add richness. Even side characters like Moondoggy and Jobs receive small yet perceptive story arcs. Visually, Eureka 7 exemplifies dynamic style. Vibrant, sweeping colors and fluid animation realize a fantastic world and intense action. The exaggerated character designs, replete with outrageous hairstyles and clothing, complement the counterculture vibe. Mechanical designs seamlessly combine sci-fi and natural elements. Meticulous lighting and cinematography also lend scenes dramatic flair. Matching this visual energy is the propulsive electronic soundtrack by Naoki Sato, ranging from melancholy piano pieces to high-tempo techno jams. Critically, Eureka 7 earned praise for its emotional core, pacing, fleshed-out cast, stylish presentation, and ambition. Some criticized the density of lore or inconsistent tone between lighthearted and tragic moments. However, its nuanced themes, imaginative universe, and down-to-earth characters cemented its reputation. The enduring popularity spawned numerous spin-offs from films to sequels, proving its influential impact. Above all, Eureka 7 remains a triumphant fusion of mecha thrills and human drama, equally epic in scope and intimacy. Renton's unforgettable coming-of-age story will continue inspiring new fans for generations. Chapter 17, Fairy Tail. Hiro Mashima's phenomenally successful manga and anime series, Fairy Tail, captivates fans worldwide with its enchanting fantasy world, dynamic cast of wizards, and themes of friendship and determination. Set in the magical realm of Fiore, Fairy Tail chronicles the adventures of celestial wizard Lucy and the outrageous yet loyal comrades she finds in the rambunctious Fairy Tail Wizard Guild. Through perilous missions, raucous hijinks, and touching moments of camaraderie, Lucy and her newfound nakama discover what it truly means to be a family. Central to Fairy Tail's appeal is its vivid cast of characters, each with uniquely charming personalities and relationships that drive the storytelling. Protagonist Lucy Heartfilia joins the series as a fledgling wizard, wide-eyed and hopeful, seeking kinship and purpose. She finds it amongst Fairy Tail's rowdy yet stalwart wizards, including the hot-headed fire mage Natsu Dragneel, stoic armored heroine Erza Scarlet, and nonchalant ice wizard Grey Fullbuster. As Lucy immerses in Fairy Tail's adventures, she evolves into a formidable wizard in her own right, forging unbreakable bonds with her new family. These bonds catalyze Lucy and her comrades' growth, as they find the will to master new magics and defeat seemingly unbeatable foes when fighting to protect each other. Fairy Tail posits love and loyalty as the ultimate source of strength, far beyond any spell. This heartwarming notion resonates profoundly with fans. Equally integral to Fairy Tail's magnetism is its immersive fantasy setting replete with diverse locales, creatures, histories, and mystical lore. The kingdom of Fiore brims with possibilities for adventures, from the steampunk port of Hargion to the Phoenix Mountains. Magic is woven into its fabric, practiced by guilds and everyday citizens alike. Dragon slayers, celestial wizards, necromancers all coexist, their powers governed by natural laws of magical energy. This allows for immense creativity in developing fights and storylines organically within the rules of the universe. Fairy Tail also tempers its fantastical elements with humor and humanity. Slapstick comic relief complements evocative drama, and friendships elicit both laughter and tears. The writers flesh out a nuanced narrative that feels emotionally authentic, full of light and darkness. References to fascism, prejudice, and loss ground the story in relatable history and truths, endearing Fairy Tail to readers. Criticism should be acknowledged as well. Some arcs feature underdeveloped villains and rushed resolutions. Fan service abounds with voluptuous female characters like Lucy sexualized for marketing. But while imperfect, Fairy Tail succeeds on the strength of its spirit, an ode to courage, camaraderie, and never abandoning one's dreams. That sincerity transcends the storytelling shortcomings and continues captivating fans hundreds of chapters later. Indeed, the passion of its fans are the true measure of Fairy Tail's magic. Through art, fiction, merchandise, and more, devotees worldwide keep the spirit of the series alive. Whatever adventures lie ahead for Fairy Tail's wizards, one truth remains certain. Their unwavering guild bonds make them strong enough to overcome any challenge. That uplifting message of friendship's power elevates fairy tale into a true pop culture phenomenon. Fairy tale has had significant releases in the following set of years: 2009, 2011, 2012, 2013, 2013 again, 2014, 2016, 2017, 2018, and 2024. Chapter 18: Fist of the North Star, Hokuto no Ken. Debuting in 1984, the legendary shonen anime series Fist of the North Star held audiences wrapped with its visceral post-apocalyptic brutality, balanced with philosophical themes of duty and justice. At the core of this iconic show is its protagonist Kenshiro, the 64th successor to Hokuto Shinken, an ancient Chinese martial art passed down selectively through the centuries. As Kenshiro defends the weak with his superhuman skills in the lawless wasteland left by nuclear war, the story explores complex ideas about morality and power. As part of the Hokuto Soke bloodline, Kenshiro endured a grueling decade of training under his ruthless older brother Jagi, who subjected him to extreme conditions to strengthen his body and mind. Despite the harshness, Kenshiro's innate talent and sense of duty led him to fully master Hokuto Shinken's 108 lethal techniques, as well as its defensive and healing arts. His signature moves, like Hokuto Hyakuretsu Ken, unleash barrages of piercing strikes at opponents' hidden meridian pressure points, making their bodies explode internally in graphic detail. When the nuclear apocalypse occurs, Kenshiro begins his solitary warrior's journey to create order from the ensuing chaos as gangs and warlords tyrannize civilians struggling to survive with scarce resources. Kenshiro defends vulnerable people like the young orphan thief Bot and the brave psychic girl Lean, who view him as their protector. He forms alliances with other warriors like the former enemy Rei, who comes to respect Kenshiro's sense of honor and joins his crusade. Driven by his unwavering moral code, Kenshiro opposes oppressors even at great personal cost. Kenshiro's quest evolves through philosophical confrontations with complex antagonists that push him to his limits. His initial vendetta against his traitorous adoptive brother Jagi shifts to stopping the ruthless warlord Rao from conquering the people. Kenshiro must train to unlock new Hokuto Shinken techniques in order to match Rao's might. In between fighting behemoths like the Hulking Heart and entire armies single-handedly, Kenshiro displays moments of compassion that reveal his belief in human goodness despite the cruelty around him. Spoiler warning: his emotional attachment to his fiancée Eureka often drives Kenshiro to make impulsive decisions, contrasting his usual stoicism. Meanwhile, the Darwinist beliefs of foes like Souther underscore how power can corrupt morals when civil order crumbles. But minor characters like the healer Mamiya retain their kindness amid the dire environment. By the finale, the reluctant hero Kenshiro finds higher purpose in using his prodigious skills to help rebuild civilization. His expanding duties culminate in sacrificing himself to vanquish ultimate evil so that hope and order may live on. The series concludes with Kenshiro fulfilling his adoptive brother's unfulfilled ambitions, coming full circle to honoring familial duty. Beyond its gripping narrative, Fist of the North Star left an aesthetic imprint on anime through its exaggeratedly muscular characters bursting with superhuman martial prowess. Its influence on the wider shonen action genres rivals classics like Dragon Ball, but unlike many contemporaries, Fist of the North Star couples kinetic hyperviolence with poignant philosophies on social justice and morality amid societal collapse. At its core, Kenshiro's journey illuminates how even the strongest individuals rely on deeper emotional bonds and principles to find meaning in life. Chapter 19: Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood. Regarded by many as the pinnacle of its genre, Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood stands as an anime masterpiece, beloved for its ambitious storytelling, nuanced characters, and resonant themes. Set in a meticulously constructed steampunk world, The series explores thoughtful philosophies on morality and redemption through exploits tinged with equal parts adventure, tragedy, and hope. Brotherhood brings to life the fully realized vision of the original manga by Hiromu Arakawa in a way the prior 2003 adaptation could not. Where the first anime diverged to craft an interpretation less faithful to the source, Brotherhood adheres closely to the epic scope and intricate details of the manga's sophisticated narrative. With crisp animation, a moving orchestral soundtrack, and stellar voice acting, it delivers Arakawa's touching tale in the definitive animated form many fans felt it deserved. Central to the rich world building are the laws of alchemy, a mystic science based on arcane transmutation circles that sketch the metaphysical fabric of reality. By deconstructing and reconstructing matter through this principled art, skilled alchemists wield what many liken to magic in service of creation, medicine, and combat. The versatile system gifts imaginative possibilities while also symbolizing grander philosophies. For alchemy carries limits. One cannot gain without sacrifice, challenging ambitions with nuance. Our protagonists are the Elric brothers, Edward and Alphonse, whose innocent dreams of resurrecting their dead mother twist tragic. In the calamitous ritual, Edward loses a leg while Alphonse perishes, his soul tethered alchemically to a suit of armor. From the ashes of their hubris, a burning quest for redemption ignites to find the mythical Philosopher's Stone, rumored to let alchemists bypass alchemy's limits to restore their bodies. On this odyssey across a richly rendered land evoking European industrialization, the Elrics meet beguiling friends and sinister foes while unraveling conspiracies that entwine with their personal journey. Their coming-of-age story through trials both physical and spiritual makes for an enthralling Bildungsroman. Supporting characters enrich the tale at every turn, from the Elric's childhood friend Winry providing moral support to flame alchemist Roy Mustang mentoring the brothers between bouts of playful bickering. In the shadowy homunculi, embodiments of the seven deadly sins, Arakawa crafts chilling antagonists who highlight the Elric's humanity through contrast. And the scarred survivor Scar adds moral complexity with motivations born not of evil, but tragedy and loss. Each character inhabits nuance, showcasing Arakawa's gift for imbuing pulpy fantasy with affecting verisimilitude. Throughout every revelation and reversal, glimmers of hope and redemption peer through, accentuated by deft shifts in tone from grimly serious to sweetly comedic. The broader fictional world that envelops the personal drama proves equally enthralling, with its web of ethnicities and faiths, bloody wars and scheming cabals, mystic arts and advanced technologies. Arakawa constructs a richly textured backdrop brimming with history and cultural texture. The setting sits at the crossroad of eras while feeling distinctly its own, blending fantasy and science fiction on the sturdy scaffolding of steampunk engineering. Most crucially, what resonates most is the story's heart, on family, friendship, sacrifice, and what it means to pursue knowledge ethically. The complex alchemy system becomes a metaphor for these moral quandaries, cautioning against unprincipled progress. Brotherhood thus achieves that rare alchemy of fusing entertainment and meaning into an enduring masterwork that inspires ardent analysis and reflection long after its viewing. It is fantasy imparting timeless wisdom, and a treatise on morality disguising itself as a pulpy anime epic. Human truths live in these mythical transmutations and larger-than-life characters. Through them, we see mirrored back pieces of our own souls. Chapter 20: Future Boy Conan. Heralded as one of the most influential anime series of all time, Future Boy Conan stands as a landmark work that exemplifies the creative vision and technical mastery of renowned director Hayao Miyazaki. First airing in 1978, this evocative 26-episode saga immerses viewers in a post-apocalyptic coming-of-age story filled with imaginative world-building, emotional resonance, and exhilarating adventure. Through its harmonious blend of sci-fi imagination and universal human themes, Conan left an indelible impact on the anime art form. Adapted from Alexander Key's novel The Incredible Tide, Miyazaki imbues the source material with his own sensibilities and directional flair. The story unfolds on a near-future Earth devastated by nuclear war, leaving pockets of civilization struggling amidst the ruins. On the idyllic Remnant Island, the athletic and courageous young hero Conan embodies the resilience of the human spirit. When his gentle companion Lana is kidnapped by the technocratic nation of Industria, Conan's unwavering moral conviction and compassion for his fellow man launches him on an odyssey across the wastelands of this chilling yet wondrous world. Miyazaki constructs a setting bursting with visual ingenuity, from the cobbled-together retro-futurist technology to towering ruins engulfed by overgrown jungles. The contrast between Conan's organic island home and Industria's cold mechanization creates a potent dichotomy between nature and technology. This backdrop sets the stage for thought-provoking explorations around humanity's potential for destruction, the ethics of scientific advancement, and the universal struggle between domination and freedom. Miyazaki's meticulous direction and animation brilliance shine through in stunning action sequences, presented with graceful clarity and physics-defying realism. Imaginative aircraft and vehicles designed by legendary animator Yasuo Otsuka sear across the screen with dazzling retro-futurist design. A prime example is the unforgettable chase scene in Episode 2 between Conan and a striking orange airship, rendered with such vivid color and kinetic drama that it is nothing short of iconic. Playful moments of childlike mischief seamlessly flow into emotional crescendos accentuated by sweeping orchestral scores, creating an affecting viewing experience. Equally impressive is the sheer attention to detail, from realistic hair and clothing physics to nuanced facial expressions brought to life through excellent writing, voice acting, and directing. Lush painted backdrops form a visual feast, beautifully complemented by a color palette that imprints unforgettable moments into memory. Though production challenges caused occasional hiccups, the visionary artistry of Future Boy Conan makes it a transcendent work. Initially overlooked in Japan due to competition at the time with titles such as Mobile Suit Gundam, the series' reputation has grown over time for its narrative sophistication, boundless imagination, and archetypal quality. Given its seminal influence in launching Miyazaki's illustrious career, Conan shines as a masterpiece that exemplifies the emotive storytelling potential of anime. Its thematic concepts and technical milestones left an enduring impact, establishing key elements that defined Miyazaki's esteemed Studio Ghibli productions. Much like later classics such as Princess Mononoke and Spirited Away, Future Boy Conan demonstrates Miyazaki's gift for blending sci-fi wonder, emotional resonance, and awe-inspiring animation. A pioneering triumph, this series stands tall as an anime legend. Chapter 21: Gankutsuou, the Count of Monte Cristo. Gankutsuou, the Count of Monte Cristo, is a fascinating sci-fi reimagining of Alexander Dumas's classic novel, The Count of Monte Cristo. Set in the year 5053, Gankutsuou transports the revenge tale to a futuristic dystopian society divided between the aristocratic Old World and the democratic New World. While retaining the novel's core themes and characters, Gankutsuou takes creative liberties by infusing elements of science fiction, fantasy, and complex visual stylization. This inventive approach allows the universal themes of the original story to be explored through an exciting new lens. The series centers on Albert de Morcerf, a carefree young nobleman unaware of his family's dark secrets. Albert befriends the enigmatic Count of Monte Cristo, who manipulates him to enact intricate revenge plots against Albert's father, Fernand, and his associates, Danglars and Villefort. They were responsible for the Count's false imprisonment years earlier. While the Count appears a champion of justice and ally of the oppressed, his ruthless vengeance reveals a damaged morality. Albert is forced to choose between loyalty to the Count or his family. Supporting characters like Franz de Epinay, Mercedes and Haiti receive greater development in the anime compared to the novel. Franz acts as the principled voice of reason who tries to steer Albert from the Count's schemes, while Mercedes is conflicted between protecting her son or acknowledging her own past betrayals. Haiti, as the Count's closest and most devoted ally, provides nuance through her complex history with him. Their diverse perspectives and motivations add richness to the moral dilemmas surrounding justice and revenge. Gankutsuou's futuristic space-age setting allows for commentary on pertinent technological themes absent in the novel, like the dangers of unchecked technological power. The Count utilizes advanced surveillance and intelligence tech for his intricate revenge ploys. This underscores the corrupting influence technology can have on society when misused. Meanwhile, idealistic characters like Franz see technology's potential to instead liberate the oppressed. The series masterfully builds mystery and tension through its non-linear, non-chronological structure. Extensive flashbacks peel back the layers of the Count's tragic past betrayal and imprisonment, revealing the fuel behind his wrath. Albert's eventual disillusionment with the Count is similarly disclosed gradually through the anime's fractured timeline. This clever storytelling keeps viewers engaged while upholding the suspense. But it is the stunning visual aesthetic that truly sets Gankutsuou apart. Characters are drawn with flamboyant, rococo, and baroque artistic flourishes molded into their clothing, hair, and even facial features. The Count, in particular, oscillates between delicately handsome and grotesquely demonic. Backdrops are beautifully rendered after real-world, old-world architecture and scenery, paired with the ornate character designs. Settings like the grand operas, Venetian carnivals, and Turkish-style baths transport viewers into a hyper-stylized version of Dumas's world. Adding to the visual ingenuity, multiple animation techniques are seamlessly blended, including traditional 2D and 3D CG animation. Split screens, distorted effects, symbolic imagery, and rapid-fire textual overlays infuse the series with dynamism and visual storytelling. The outstanding soundtrack, featuring haunting melodic vocals, further complements the striking visual presentation. Gankutsuou comes from the acclaimed Studio Gonzo, with director Mahiro Maeda at the helm. Maeda's bold directorial vision and integration of diverse artistic influences give the anime its signature look and feel. The series was hugely popular both in Japan and abroad, and helped spur more adaptations of Western literature. Critics praised its visual creativity, but some found the complex plot overlay dense. Nonetheless, Gankutsuou is regarded as one of the most stylish and intellectually provocative anime works of the early 2000s and a standout title in the sci-fi genre. By recontextualizing the Count of Monte Cristo into a stylish, futuristic setting, Gankutsuou finds new dimensions to Dumas's timeless themes of morality and justice. It expands supporting characters, adds sci-fi elements, and utilizes diverse animation techniques to craft a visually resplendent and thematically multifaceted viewing experience. For those seeking a memorable and novel spin on a classic revenge tale, Gankutsuou is an anime not to be missed. Chapter 22: Giant Robo, The Day the Earth Stood Still. In the vast and colorful landscape of anime, few series stand out like Giant Robo, The Day the Earth Stood Still. Released in 1992 as a 7-part OVA series, this captivating anime, directed by Yasuhiro Imagawa, pays homage to 1960s and 1970s aesthetics while exploring thoughtful themes of power, war, and technological ethics through its retro-futuristic setting. For anime enthusiasts, let's delve deeper into the intricacies that make Giant Robo such an influential work. Set in an alternate post-war reality where giant robots called mechas are powered by the mysterious Shizuma drive, these hulking mechanical guardians help the International Police Organization, IPO, preserve peace and order. The story follows Daisaku Kusama, a young boy who unexpectedly finds himself at the helm of the formidable titular robot, Giant Robo. Along with the IPO, Daisaku must fend off the nefarious Big Fire organization and their own giant mechas, while wrestling with the burden of controlling immense power responsibly. The anime follows Daisaku as he activates Giant Robo for the first time and joins the IPO's fight against Big Fire's schemes for world domination. Major story arcs include Big Fire recruiting the telekinetic Fabris sisters and disgruntled scientist Dr. Von Folger to unleash supernatural forces and construct a robot army. Daisaku faces numerous ethical dilemmas, but ultimately defeats the Fabris in an aerial climax. Drawing inspiration from live-action tokusatsu shows of the 60s and 70s, Giant Robo infuses its visuals with retro-futuristic charm. The bulky robotic designs feature smoothly curved bodies and intricate mechanical details, evoking a simplified retro aesthetic. The characters don sharp, angular features and flashy vintage-inspired clothing. Vibrant pop colors contrast against dark backdrops for a visually striking effect. Famed composer Yuji Ono provides the bombastic orchestral score, accentuating the drama. These thrilling spectacle sequences come courtesy of legendary studio Musa, known for animating classics like Fist of the North Star. Their trademark smooth, fluid animation brings Giant Robo's rocket-powered punches and grapples with enemy mechas to life. Iconic attacks like the Giant Bomb dazzle with their dramatic flair. A contemporary of Giant Robo in the early 90s mecha scene was Mobile Fighter G Gundam. While both featured giant robots in intense combat, Giant Robo harkened back to retro designs, while G Gundam pioneered a more modern, sleek aesthetic. Giant Robo also stood apart for its darker, more morally complex story in contrast to G Gundam's clear-cut good versus evil premise. The former explored thought-provoking philosophical themes compared to the latter's focus on action-driven entertainment. Looking back further, Giant Robo echoed and paid homage to 1970s super robot anime like Mazinger Z and Getter Robo. It carried on their legacy of distinctive robot designs and fantastical enemies. However, 1980s real robot series like Zeta Gundam and Armored Trooper Votoms portrayed more grounded, militaristic mecha technology. Giant Robo blended these two eras, portraying heightened fantasy through retro-futuristic realism. Compared to many mecha anime, Giant Robo also boasted unusually high-quality animation and art direction. Evident in its sweeping cityscapes and vivid action scenes, it was more cinematic compared to most TV series at the time. But Giant Robo does more than wow us with retro mecha action. It weaves thoughtful themes into its narrative. The anime provokes viewers to ponder whether select individuals can ethically wield the immense power of advanced technology like the Shizuma drive. Daisaku's refusal to increase Giant Robo's already formidable strength shows admirable restraint, contrasting sharply with Big Fire's disregard for collateral damage. The story provides a nuanced take on whether the ends justify the means when it comes to using force for peacekeeping. By channeling the retro appeal of giant robot anime while exploring relevant philosophical questions, Giant Robo left an indelible impact. Its successful OVA format inspired animators to experiment more with original animated works. The series helped ignite 1990s anime fandom's renewed interest in the creative freedom of the 60s and 70s. It also demonstrated how to pay homage to the past while depicting it through a mature, nuanced lens. Now considered an all-time great, Giant Robo continues to impress new anime fans each year with Imagawa's unique retro-futuristic vision brought to life by talented veterans like Ono and Musa Studios. For any anime enthusiast, delving into this captivating retro mecha epic is a profoundly fun and thoughtful experience. Chapter 23, GoldenBoy. GoldenBoy stands out as a captivating cult classic that pushed boundaries in the 1990s. This 6-episode OVA series, adapted from the manga by Tatsuya Egawa, takes viewers on a whimsical yet thoughtful journey following the eccentric Kintaro Oe. Directed by the acclaimed Yoshiaki Kawajiri and produced by JC Staff, GoldenBoy delivers a provocative blend of raunchy comedy, slice-of-life escapades, and philosophical introspection. The GoldenBoy manga was first serialized in Shueisha's Super Jump magazine from 1992 to 1997. Igawa drew inspiration from his own experiences as a college dropout working odd jobs, wanting to explore themes of sexual freedom and corporate oppression. The manga earned praise for its lush, realistic artwork, balancing of humor and philosophy, and honest portrayal of adult sexuality. It won the prestigious Kodansha Manga Award in 1993, helping cement its cross-demographic popularity. When crafting the anime adaptation, director Kawajiri leveraged his distinctive gritty aesthetic. The animation pops with stark shadows, dramatic camera angles, and vivid cityscapes that ground the over-the-top antics in a believable world. GoldenBoy also expands on the female character backstories. However, the OVA format condenses the sprawling manga narrative into 6 intense episodes, while amplifying the ecchi content. This adaptation choice suited the target demographic of adult men, but came at the expense of nuance. At the story's center is the enigmatic 25-year-old Kintaro, a college dropout and modern-day vagabond. While gifted across fields like math, science, and engineering, he's also frankly perverted, manipulating situations to quench his lust. However, Kintaro's journey challenges him at every turn, nurturing his empathy and integrity. As he pursues disparate blue-collar jobs, he gains not just practical knowledge, but a greater understanding of society's ills and his own desires. For instance, at a software company, Kintaro withstands oppression under a tyrannical boss. His raw talent threatens the toxic status quo. In one pivotal scene, Kintaro redirects the boss's bullying tactics to make him realize his own inner pain, demonstrating the budding social conscience beneath Kintaro's lechery. By the journey's end, the once selfish wanderer transforms into a self-motivated altruist, ready to positively impact the world. True to its ecchi roots, GoldenBoy explores sexuality with unabashed candor. Kintaro's misadventures paint broader themes about sexual expression versus repression. However, critics argue it relies heavily on male gaze, like gratuitous cleavage shots. Defenders counter that the women demonstrate sexual agency and manipulate situations to their advantage as much as Kintaro, but there is room for debate on whether the lurid aesthetics undermine the female character's depth. Beyond sexuality, GoldenBoy leverages comedy to spotlight the absurdities and pressures of corporate life. Workplace arcs see Kintaro chafing under rigid hierarchies and conformity. The anime amplifies these anti-establishment messages compared to the manga's lighter touch. Recurring visual motifs like pressure cookers symbolizing suffocation enrich the themes. While played for laughs, Kintaro's defiance of societal expectations reflects a stirring cry for individual freedom. In dissecting GoldenBoy, what shines through is a series that skillfully wove aesthetic mastery, thematic depth, and courageous boundary pushing into an unforgettable tapestry. Its influence can be seen in later works that carry the ecchi torch or built off Hawajiri's signatures, and while certain elements rightfully deserve critique through a modern lens, Kintaro remains an iconoclast who embodied perseverance and self-actualization. 25 years later, GoldenBoy still glows as an anime classic that entertainingly and insightfully captured the exuberance and struggles of youth finding one's way in the world. Chapter 24: Hajime no Ippo, The Fighting. Since its debut in 1989, the boxing manga and anime series Hajime no Ippo has established itself as a heavyweight champion in the sports genre. With its thrilling matchups, lovable characters, and inspirational themes, Hajime no Ippo delivers an exhilarating tale of discovery and triumph against all odds. At the heart of this series is Ippo Makunauchi, a shy high schooler who finds purpose in life through boxing. Initially bullied and directionless, Ippo is taken under the wing of boxer Takamura Mamoru and coach Kamogawa Genji at the Kamogawa Boxing Gym. Under their guidance, Ippo hones his skills and physicality through grueling training techniques like tire punching, shuttle runs, and endless sparring. These demanding regimens, faithfully depicted in the anime, showcase the preparation required to compete at an elite level. Ippo develops into an unyielding infighter, utilizing a peekaboo guard and thunderous body blows like his signature liver shot to overwhelm opponents. Ippo soon tests his mettle against a diverse array of pugilistic rivals. Chief among them is the cocky prodigy Miyata Ichiro, Ippo's friend turned heated nemesis. Miyata utilizes a slick counterpunching style that serves as the perfect foil to Ippo's aggressive pressure. Their intense sparring sessions and matches highlight how strategic adjustments can trump power and spirit alone. Other opponents, like the flicker-jabbing Mashiba Ryo and brawling slugger Sendo Takeshi, demonstrate how physiological attributes inform fighting philosophies, leading to compelling stylistic showdowns. These battles are animated with kinetic flair by Studio Madhouse. Duels are choreographed like violent ballets, with slick combos and brutal slugfests flowing in dynamic action lines. Sonically layered sound effects like the thudding of flesh on flesh and the roar of impassioned crowds immerse viewers in the spectacle. Hajime no Ippo's presentation remains unmatched in conveying the spectacle of the sweet science. Beyond exhilarating matches, the series develops endearing characters that grow meaningfully over time. Initially shy and unconfident, Ippo gradually gains assertiveness and social skills while retaining his kind-hearted nature, becoming a role model of a tenacious yet sportsmanlike champion. The arrogant genius Takamura learns discipline and humility under Coach Kamogawa's tutelage, showing how boxing develops character as well as athletic ability. Kawagawa himself struggles to gain closure over a stalled boxing career while finding new purpose in training the next generation. These boxers form heartwarming bonds of friendship, upholding ideals like hard work, respect, and perseverance. But Hajime no Ippo also recognizes the sport's harsher side, as seen when blows take alarming tolls. The anime sustains a nuanced balance between aspirational messages and gritty realism. Compared to boxing classics like Ashita no Joe, Hajime no Ippo takes a more upbeat tone and modern sheen. Where Joe depicted a cruel world with bloody spars as tragic metaphor, Ippo leans into camaraderie, scientific training, and strategic drama. This shift mirrors boxing's increased sophistication and mainstream profile from the 1960s to the 1990s. But both epics encapsulate the motivational power of the boxing story, where individuals test their limits in the rigorous crucible of the ring. After over 30 years and 130 million copies sold, George Morikawa's manga remains a cultural fixture as new generations of readers and viewers continue to discover it. Now an enduring modern legend, Hajime no Ippo will be regarded as one of the greatest sports anime and boxing fiction for years to come. With universally resonant themes and kinetic spectacle, Hajime no Ippo captures the blood, sweat, and emotional thrill that makes boxing so compelling. Chapter 25: Heidi, Girl of the Alps. The timeless charm of the Swiss Alps comes to vivid life in Heidi, Girl of the Alps, an iconic 1974 anime series that beautifully adapts Johanna Spyri's beloved 19th century children's novel. This series was crafted by the talented artists at Zuio Eizo, later known as Nippon Animation, cementing their reputation for heartwarming animated storytelling. Johanna Spyri's original novel, Heidi's Years of Wandering and Learning, first published in Germany in 1880, emerged during a pivotal era that saw children's literature blossom into a prestigious art form. Her work stood out for its endearing Swiss mountain setting and spirited heroine, which both broke genre conventions. The character of Heidi embodied freedom and resilience, conveying the transformative power of nature. The lush alpine environment provided an idyllic counterpoint to industrialization. Heidi became a global sensation, translated into many languages and spawning sequels and stage adaptations. Its pioneering spirit left a lasting impact. The anime faithfully brings Spyri's vision to the screen while further enhancing the characterization and relationships through expanded scenes. Directed by the legendary Isao Takahata and featuring iconic character designs by Yoichi Kutabe, its production pedigree matches its source material's significance. At its heart, the story follows the kind-hearted Heidi, an orphan sent to live with her reclusive grandfather in the Swiss Alps. Surrounded by gorgeous vistas, Heidi builds friendships with the goat herd Peter and a disabled girl named Clara. Her experiences in this idyllic setting teach her invaluable lessons about the restorative power of nature, the essence of family beyond blood relations, interdependence between social classes, and taking joy from life's simple pleasures. The pastoral setting is practically a character itself, realized in vivid detail. Meticulously painted background art brings the soaring mountain peaks, alpine meadows, and charming Swiss villages to breathtaking life. Each frame is composed like a postcard. Equally strong is the charming character animation. Heidi's lively expressions and fluid motion exude innocence and energetic spirit. The Japanese voice cast deftly captures her bubbly charm and emotional range. The visual storytelling shines in evocative moments both sweeping and intimate. Dramatic pans reveal the grandeur of Heidi's new mountain home when she first arrives. Quieter scenes like Heidi and Peter sharing a wheel of cheese let their friendship develop naturally. Clara, regaining the ability to walk during the mountain visit, utilizes lighting and framing shifts to amplify the mood. Strong scene flow, charming character writing, and an emotional score round out the technical mastery. While exploring poignant themes like illness and poverty, Heidi retains a gentle optimism. The story emphasizes the importance of connection to friends, family, and the natural environment. It encourages appreciating simplicity. The juxtaposition between Clara's situation and Heidi's reminds us that all children deserve to flourish regardless of social standing. Heidi's infectious joy shows she sees wealth in the things that matter most. Upon its 1974 premiere, Heidi became a cultural sensation in Japan, spurring Swiss tourism and countless merchandise featuring Heidi's iconic image. Abroad, it gained crossover family appeal, reintroducing Spirey's classic tale to new audiences. Over the decades, the series has endured internationally through re-releases and retains nostalgic charm. Its beautiful artistry and timeless themes echo in later anime like the iconic My Neighbor Totoro. Heidi remains one of the medium's most cherished and seminal classics. Chapter 26: Hellsing Ultimate. Hellsing Ultimate is a gothic action anime that follows the Hellsing organization, a paramilitary group charged with defending England from supernatural forces that threaten the country. At the center of the group is Alucard, an ancient and powerful vampire bound in servitude to Hellsing's leaders. Together with the organization's other agents, Alucard confronts deadly vampiric foes in stylish, bloody battles full of moral ambiguity. Through its dramatic storyline and visceral animation, Hellsing Ultimate explores profound philosophical questions about the necessity of evil in fighting greater evil and the inherent darkness within human nature. The series is set in a version of England shaped by the events of Bram Stoker's Dracula. In the aftermath of that novel, Abraham von Hellsing founded the Hellsing organization to protect Britain from vampires and other monsters. Hellsing operates under the authority of the government, but has complete autonomy in its operations. Its soldiers possess advanced combat skills tailored to battling the supernatural. The current leader is Sir Integra Wingates Hellsing. Continuing her family's legacy, she assumed control at only 12 years old after her uncle attempted to seize power, exhibiting her strong sense of duty. Hellsing's most powerful asset is Alucard, who obeys Integra's commands as part of his binding to the family. The main threat Hellsing faces is a rogue Nazi contingent aiming to establish a new Reich through an undead army. This Nazi group is led by the Major, a warmongering leader solely obsessed with bringing about destruction and war. To achieve his apocalyptic vision, the Major launches an attack on London using legions of artificially created vampires. Hellsing stands as the only defense against the bloodthirsty hordes that plunge England into violent chaos. Ceres Victoria, a young policewoman transformed into a vampire, provides support to Alucard in battling the invading forces. Though initially reluctant to embrace her vampirism, she gains courage and confidence under Alucard's mentorship. Their greatest foe proves to be Alexander Anderson, a regenerating priest empowered by the Vatican to destroy Alucard. The palpable hatred between Alucard and Anderson fuels their devastating confrontations. As the Nazis escalate their assault, Alucard must access more of his ancient powers to defend London, eventually taking on his most dominant form. Hellsing's soldiers, including the lethal vampire hunter Walter C. Dornez, ally with Alucard against the Captain, the first deadly vampire created by the Nazis. Their final clash helps determine whether London can withstand the Nazi onslaught. Beyond its dramatic storyline, Hellsing Ultimate uses its premise to raise profound philosophical and ethical questions. A major theme is the morality of vampirism, portrayed through Ceres' struggle to retain her humanity after becoming a vampire. Alucard believes vampires are superior immortal beings, while Ceres attempts to resist her need for blood. This explores the question of whether vampires can overcome their predatory instincts or are fundamentally monstrous. Relatedly, it examines the idea of using or becoming monsters to combat greater evils. Alucard represents a necessary evil that Integra exerts control over for a greater purpose. However, the show suggests this comes at a cost to one's humanity and morals. It provokes questions about ends justifying means when fighting for justice. The series also layers in commentary on religion through the depiction of the Vatican and Iscariot organization. Though they claim divine sanction for destroying the undead, Iscariot members exhibit as much bloodlust and extremism as their enemies do. By linking the church with hypocrisy and corruption, Hellsing Ultimate criticizes those who use faith to justify violence against others. Visually, Hellsing Ultimate mixes Gothic architecture, Victorian fashion, and palette of shadows to craft an ominous, melancholy atmosphere. The fluid animation and highly detailed rendering of gore lend horrific impact to the intense action sequences. Fighting moves with almost poetic grace one moment and bone-crunching brutality the next. Every element of the production combines to create a dark, haunting experience that immerses the viewer in moral dilemmas. In adapting the Hellsing manga, the anime alters the storyline and aesthetics to focus on philosophical themes and visceral drama. The manga retains more black humor and sprawling world building, while the anime streamlines the narrative. This adaptation exemplified enhancing source material for impact and tonal consistency in animation. Hellsing Ultimate pioneered anime trends such as lethal, cool-headed anti-hero protagonists in violent thematic epics. Its shadow still looms over gothic action shows and morally ambiguous stories, unafraid to explore the dark side of human nature. The series remains one of the medium's signature stories for merging artistic flair, animation mastery, and existential commentary. After over 15 years, Hellsing Ultimate's provocative vision still leaves a striking impact. Chapter 27. His and Her Circumstances. Kare Kano. When His and Her Circumstances first premiered in 1998, few could have predicted that this unassuming high school romance would blossom into one of the most influential anime series of its time. Directed by the avant-garde visionary Hideaki Anno, His and Her Circumstances engrossed audiences with its raw and thoughtful depiction of teenage life. At the heart of its narrative lies the journey of Yukino Miyazawa and Soichiro Arima, two gifted students struggling in secret against the crushing weight of unrealistic parental expectations. Desperate to uphold a facade of perfection, Yukino and Arima hide their inner turmoil behind model student exteriors. But as their budding romance enables them to peel away their respective masks, they ultimately discover the true meaning of fulfillment and identity. By spotlighting the damaging effects of perfectionism and societal pressures, His and Her Circumstances conveys a profound message on embracing one's authentic self amidst adolescent growing pains. The trials faced by Yukino, Arima, and their friends underscore the importance of defining your passions on your own terms, not bowing to external standards imposed by family or institutions. The series devotes meticulous attention to developing the central couple's relationship in all its joy and messiness. Early on, Yukino and Arima's attraction seems merely an extension of their model student facades. But as pure jealousy, academic failures, and club activities expose their faults, a more complex dynamic emerges. Crucial episodes highlight pivotal moments in their romantic evolution. When Arima discovers Yukino's messy room in episode 12, her mortal imperfection only strengthens his devotion, inspiring her walls to finally crumble. Meanwhile, Arima faces threats from piano rivals who jeopardize his prodigy status, prompting soul-searching about his musical goals. External obstacles arise as well, from Tsubasa's love triangle scheme to Yukino's parents sabotaging her independence. Yet the greatest barriers come from within, as both lovers wrestle with communicating their deepest insecurities. By navigating these emotional pits and peaks with courage and compassion, their bond ultimately grows unbreakable. The tapestry of friends, rivals, and foils surrounding the central couple serves to complicate their coming-of-age journey. Yukino's newfound friends like Tsubasa draw out her repressed silly side, while piano prodigy Asaba motivates Arima to refine his musical passions apart from family pressures. Jealous girls pining for Arima reveal Yukino's jealous streak, underscoring her need to boost her self-worth. Similarly, Tonami's unrequited love for Yukino highlights how her perfectionism isolated her from meaningful bonds. By catalyzing the main character's growth, these secondary players add texture and poignancy to the narrative. Within this framework, Anno insightfully explores several resonant themes. Parental expectations prove a constant burden, with Yukino and Arima seeking fulfillment independent of meeting rigid standards. Emphasizing communication, trust, and understanding, their romance provides a model for healthy adolescent relationships. Equally prominently, His and Her Circumstances champions the importance of nurturing one's unique talents and passions. Arima's journey to balance his family's piano legacy with his own musical style mirrors Yukino's quest to define herself beyond her mother's approval. Their self-discoveries affirm that reconciling external pressures with inner identity is an ongoing but vital process. On the technical front, Anno amplifies the realism through inventive directorial flourishes. Split screens, imaginary sequences, and cutaway gags offer windows into the characters' inner worlds. Energetic jazz beats mirror their unpredictable emotional journeys. This avant-garde approach was unprecedented in anime at the time, pioneering techniques later adopted by acclaimed successors. 2 decades later, His and Her Circumstances remains influential for elevating a high school romance into a thoughtful chronicle of adolescent self-discovery. Its dedication to emotional authenticity and psychologically nuanced characters acted as a forerunner to similar beloved series. By blending innovation, intimacy, and insight, Anno transforms an unassuming narrative into a powerful treatise on embracing one's truth amidst life's complexities. Chapter 28, Hunter x Hunter. Hunter x Hunter is a celebrated genre-defining anime produced by acclaimed studio Madhouse. The series chronicles the journey of Gon Freesis, a young boy striving to become a professional hunter and track down his missing father. Alongside a compelling cast of allies, rivals, and villains, Gon comes of age in a richly imagined world filled with hidden dangers. Hunter x Hunter sets itself apart through its nuanced character writing, tense action sequences, and intricate plot arcs that subvert common battle shonen tropes. Central to the show's mystique and combat is Nen, the unique psychic energy used by hunters to gain extraordinary abilities. A complex but logically consistent magic system, Nen allows for diverse applications, limited only by a user's creativity. Aura, life energy projected externally, acts as both offense and defense, but one's affinity for the 6 Nen categories of enhancement, emission, transmutation, manipulation, conjuration, and specialization determines accessible abilities and fighting style. Kilu is lightning-fast Godspeed exemplifies transmutation, contrasting the raw force of Gon's enhancement abilities. By restricting Nen through vows and conditions, a user can boost its power at great cost, introducing clever limitations that heighten ingenuity and strategy in combat. This intricate magic system enables thrilling fights where outsmarting an opponent is more vital than brute strength. Matching the complexity of its power system is Hunter x Hunter's vibrant cast. Gon himself subverts expectations as his innocent appearance belies an underlying amorality when accomplishing his goals. Foregoing justice, Gon remains fixated on validating his existence by finding his father. This nuance endears yet unsettles viewers. Surrounding Gon are foils exposing different worldviews. Killua, the ex-assassin seeking the light after a childhood in darkness. Kurapika, driven by solitary revenge until bonds give him purpose. Leorio, whose noble spirit and honesty uplift others. The Phantom Troop's members also leave impressions despite their criminality. Charismatic yet sinister, these thieves adhere to an ironclad morality valuing only the spider. While these characters oppose one another, their interactions unfold with depth and subtlety. The story, likewise, excels at authentic friendships between well-matched but different souls. Gon's unassuming kindness helps temper Killua's ruthlessness and self-loathing into loyalty for his first real friend. Their brotherly bond, layered after surviving multiple brushes with death together, grounds the story's high-stakes drama. Kurapika and Leorio also showcase reconciling differences as Kurapika's seriousness balances Leorio's brash but earnest humor. These relationships enrich the characters as they find meaning in friendship rather than pursuing their obsessions in isolation. Hunter x Hunter executes several engrossing plot arcs that amplify stakes, mystery, and emotional investment. The early Hunter exam sees the Core 4 tested on cooperation despite competing for limited licenses. The cunning required already elevates it above typical tournament arcs. Subsequent arcs raise the bar further. In the Phantom Troop storyline, the expertly choreographed heists and aura-concealing Nen battles layer intrigue and excitement within the underground world of auction houses and mafia meetings. The following Chimera Ant epic represents a high watermark, concluding with the show's heaviest drama and most spectacular combat sequences. Questionable experiments on the dangerous Dark Continent give rise to Chimera Ants, chimeric creatures consuming humans to birth offspring with the stolen traits. Led by Mariam, the most fearsome threat in the series, the ants quickly establish dominance over humanity. To reclaim civilization, Netero, the hunter's leader, pits his decades of Nen mastery against Mariam's raw power and cunning. Their philosophizing clash erases moral lines as Netero embraces mutually assured destruction to protect humanity's potential. This multifaceted arc remains enthralling over its 60-plus episode length by exploiting viewer curiosity, upending expectations, and instilling hope before cruelly dashed. For fans desiring more cerebral conflicts, labyrinthine plots, and dynamic characterization amid high-flying action, Hunter x Hunter delivers. By emphasizing creative problem-solving over brute force, exploring morality's shades of gray, and foregoing repetitive training sequences, the anime avoids battle shonen cliches. Backstories propel growth, not power scaling, while sharply written dialogue provides insight instead of exposition. Hunter x Hunter pays off viewers' investment with emotional catharsis amid pedigree animation and tension-ratcheting music. While hiatus periods for source material may test fans' patience, the intricacy and thematic heft separating this title from generic action shows will reward those along for the journey. Hunter x Hunter, through its vibrant cast, superb storytelling, and genre-defining themes, stands tall among the pantheon of exemplary anime sure to satisfy viewers craving deep, thought-provoking entertainment. Chapter 29. Hyoka, Frozen Sweets, Icy Confections. Anime series Hyoka masterfully blends classic mystery tropes with a resonant coming-of-age narrative. Through the humble adventures of a high school literature club, It thoughtfully explores the themes of curiosity, logic, and friendship. The series earned acclaim for its stunning visual craftsmanship and endearing characters. Though adapted from an unfinished novel series, Hyoka stands as a self-contained anime that deftly balances lightheartedness with emotional depth. Hyoka follows the daily adventures of the Classics Club at Kamiyama High School. Led by the reserved, highly analytical Hotaro Oreki, the club investigates various mundane mysteries that arise in their school. On the surface, the low-stakes mysteries center around lost items, rumors of ghosts, or strange coded messages. But the true heart of each mystery lies in what they reveal about human nature, passion, and coming of age. The club members each contribute specialized skills that drive the mystery solving. Oreki has brilliant deductive reasoning abilities, but prefers to conserve his energy. The ceaselessly curious Eru Chitanda provides creative perspectives to complement Oreki's logic. Club comedian Satoshi Fukube cloaks keen emotional insight with humor, providing pivotal observations of suspects' motives. Artistic Mayaka Ibarra overcomes her lone wolf tendencies to lend visual interpretation skills. Together, they transform seemingly trivial mysteries into vehicles for meaningful revelations about themselves and their peers. Notable early mysteries include the enigmatic animated Kundryavka sequence that leads the club to uncover a graduating senior's tale of unrequited love. In The Ghost of the School Festival, the club elaborately reveals that rumors of a ghost were fabricated by an underclassman seeking revenge. One major second-season mystery dives into the decades-old Jumonji incident, regarding a stolen library book which ultimately restores an alumnus's reputation. Through these everyday puzzles, the series explores themes of creativity, trust, and moral reasoning. The literary and cultural touches provide engaging depth. Allusions to Sherlock Holmes and Agatha Christie pay homage to classic detective fiction. References to acclaimed Japanese authors connect the stories to literary self-discovery. The sleepy, rural setting replicates quintessential British mystery backdrops. These influences are blended seamlessly with a vibrant Japanese high school setting. The animation and direction by famed studio Kyoto Animation amplify the nuanced storytelling with imaginative visuals imbued with emotional resonance. Critical reception praised Hyoka's gentle tone, endearing characters, and clever unraveling of mundane secrets. The series won Best Animation at the 2012 New Type Anime Awards and placed highly in Sci-Fi Wire's ranking of great mystery anime. Compared to contemporaries like Death Note or Erased, Hyoka carved a unique niche with its tonally subdued episodic exploration of interpersonal growth through literature-inspired cases. Though never completed as a novel, this exquisitely crafted anime stands on its own as a case study in empathetic character writing and finding profundity in the ordinary. Through subtle emotional storytelling and keen attention to detail, Hyoka transforms humble high school mysteries into a meaningful reflection on passion, friendship, and finding one's hidden talents. Its charming characters take equal parts logic and emotional intelligence to unravel mundane yet captivating secrets. Like a fine literary novel, looking deeper reveals universal themes that resonate with audiences regardless of context or genre. Hyoka at once pays homage to classic detective fiction, yet modernizes the genre into a vehicle for slice-of-life self-discovery, cementing its legacy as a masterclass in anime mystery. Chapter 30. Initial D. Initial D emerged in the 1990s as a product of Japan's thriving tuner culture, capturing the excitement of illegal street racing and popularizing it for mainstream audiences. The series follows Takumi Fujiwara, a seemingly aimless high schooler who works part-time delivering tofu at night. Unbeknownst to his peers, Takumi has been unknowingly honing advanced driving techniques on the mountain passes of Gunma Prefecture, mastering the art of toge racing. After being challenged by the Akagi Red Suns team, Takumi discovers a hidden talent for high-speed downhill drifting battles. As his skills attract wider notoriety, Takumi gets drawn into the underground street racing scene. Directed by Noboru Mitsusawa and produced by Studio Comet, Initial D ran for 5 seasons from 1998 to 2014, comprising 86 episodes. It also spawned several animated films, video games, and a live-action movie. The manga series it was adapted from was created by Shuichi Shigeno, himself an enthusiast of drifting in Japan's winding roads. The anime arrived just as Japan's illegal street racing scene was peaking, perfectly timed to bring the excitement to a mass audience. Initial D's first season focuses on Takumi's growth into a formidable racer, toppling opponents in his local Gunma region. The second season builds up to a major battle with the RDD team from Tochigi Prefecture, putting Takumi's skills to the test. The third season raises the stakes further as teams from across Japan come to challenge Takumi on his home course. After going professional in the fourth season, the fifth season sees Takumi return to his roots and reunite with old rivals. A major part of the series' appeal lies in its unflinching look at the nitty-gritty details of Toge street racing. Drifting techniques like feint drifting and gutter runs are executed with precision, showing off expert car control. Advanced maneuvers like inertia drifting and heel-toe downshifting are also animated in detail, immersing viewers in the nuances of high-level racing. The dazzling sense of speed is amplified through kinetic camera shots and rapid-fire editing. Whether it's the throaty roar of a tuned engine or the squeal of tires pushed to their limit, the audiovisual spectacle captures the adrenaline rush of illegal street racing. This technical authenticity is bolstered by the show's iconic Eurobeat soundtrack. Up-tempo pop music with irrepressibly cheesy and optimistic lyrics perfectly matches the youthful spirit of the anime. The kinetic rhythms and choruses punctuate the action, with song drops lining up flawlessly with the drifts, passes, and crashes. Each character even gets their own musical motif, giving a feel for their vibe before they even drive. The music embeds Initial D with an infectious, freewheeling energy. While the racing itself takes center stage, the characters experience notable growth despite criticisms of being one-dimensional. Takumi, in particular, evolves from a diffident loner into a more engaged and motivated racer, discovering purpose as his skills improve. His relationships with friends like Itsuki and love interest Natsuki develop nuance over time. Rivalries push competitors to new heights, but also forge mutual respect between former enemies. Mentor figures guide younger racers to maturity both on and off the road. While secondary compared to the racing action, these human elements flesh out the themes of adolescent maturation and self-actualization. By weaving youthful passion, technical polish, and a celebratory soundtrack, Initial D taps directly into the feelings and imagery surrounding Japan's distinctive drift culture. It immortalized beloved tuner cars like the nimble A86 and monstrous R32 Skyline GTR, cementing their reputations through animated racing exploits. The series reflects a specific era when car modification and street racing surged in popularity among Japanese youth. This cultural foundation gives Initial D an authenticity that resonated with domestic and international audiences, spreading appreciation for Toge racing. Despite its straightforward plot, Initial D succeeds through its infectious energy and stunning sense of momentum. It memorializes a unique Japanese motorsport subculture by distilling it into a kinetic audiovisual spectacle. The endearing characters and coming-of-age themes ground the story in universal ideas, but it is the racing scenes that capture fans' imaginations. Even decades later, with dated visuals, Initial D remains an enduring time capsule of Japan's fascinating drift culture that still inspires new generations of enthusiasts today. Its legacy is cemented as one of the most influential racing anime of all time. Chapter 31. Interspecies Reviewers.
Ishuzoku Rebyuazu.
Since its premiere in 2020, the anime series Interspecies Reviewers has made waves for its provocative twist on the classic fantasy adventure format. The show follows the escapades of 3 adventurers: the bold Stunk, cultured elf Zell and naive angel Krimvael as they traverse a world of mythical creatures to critique the intimate services offered at various fantastical brothels and clubs. On the surface, Interspecies Reviewers is a bawdy, no-holds-barred comedy driven by gratuitous, ecchi content. However, the show's light-hearted humor belies a thoughtful commentary on desire, prejudice, and the complexities of interpersonal connection across cultural divides. Interspecies Reviewers upends tropes common to anime and epic fantasy. Series in these genres tend to fixate on heroic chosen ones confronting demonic villains. Protagonists espouse upright morals and frequently rescue damsels in distress. Interspecies Reviewers takes the traditional premise of gallant warriors on magical quests and infuses it with sexual hijinks and unconventional motivations. By recasting mighty adventurers as carefree reviewers sampling carnal pleasures, the show satirizes and parodies familiar narrative cliches. These comedic reversals mock the formulaic nature of fantasy stories that recycle played-out themes and character archetypes. Interspecies Reviewers also utilizes exaggeration and absurdity to highlight overused tropes, like angelic characters exemplifying virtue and chivalric heroes saving purity from monstrous forces. In addition to sending up narrative conventions, Interspecies Reviewers adds nuance to typical fictional portrayals of mythical beings. Elves, dwarves, succubi, and other humanoid species often get reduced to a set of homogeneous traits in fantasy media. This show upends such two-dimensional stereotypes by depicting the idiosyncrasies of each race's culture, biology, and notions of intimacy. For instance, as Zell explains, elves have complicated views around lifespan differences, perceiving humans of elderly age as quite youthful in comparison to elves twice their age. These insights add dimensionality to caricatured tropes. Interspecies Reviewers handles world building not just through physical attributes, but by exploring how societal structures and belief systems fundamentally shape a people's psyche and customs. On its face, Interspecies Reviewers glorifies gratuitous carnal pleasure, but the show also thoughtfully promotes sex positivity, open-mindedness, and empathy. The reviewers approach their adventures with openness and enthusiasm to sample different forms of erotic fulfillment. They judge experiences based on consent and mutual satisfaction rather than arbitrary social constructs of normalcy. By emphasizing subjective individual preferences, Interspecies Reviewers argues against condemning others' private behaviors and intimate interests. The show's light comedy encourages moving past ignorance, bias, and knee-jerk judgments when encountering diversity. It underscores the universality of desire while advocating tolerance. While played for laughs, the storylines explore serious social issues like discrimination, exclusion, and sexual shame through a humanizing lens. For instance, a brothel mistress offers platonic companionship to disabled and elderly clients, providing comfort often denied by an intolerant society. Moments like these thoughtfully shine a spotlight on taken-for-granted privileges. Interspecies Reviewers could simply rely on its characters' outward personality types, the maverick Stunk, cultured Zell, innocent Krim, to drive comedic scenarios. However, the show dedicates time to developing the cast beyond these roles. For example, the reserved Zell forms an unlikely connection with Lilia, a human courtesan. Initially seeing her as just another conquest, Zell comes to respect her individual quirks and vulnerabilities. Their friendship helps Zell re-examine his own biases. Stunk also evolves as he guides the sheltered Krim into new experiences, gaining as much from their odd couple dynamic as she does. Even secondary characters reveal hidden depths, like the affectionate succubus who cares for her socially awkward regulars. These moments of characterization, connection, and growth add poignancy to temper the show's outrageousness. Due to its sexually explicit content, Interspecies Reviewers faced backlash from networks and platforms. However, it also attracted passionate fans who felt it brought a creative edge to fantasy and comedy genres. The show demonstrates that animators and audiences alike have an appetite for speculative fiction that pushes boundaries. While not wholly unprecedented, interspecies reviewers revitalized genres by infusing anime tropes with a modern, progressive sensibility towards intimacy and inclusivity. It opened the door for telling more diverse stories for mature audiences through imaginative, fictional framing. The show's long-term impact remains to be seen, but it signals a widening space for artistic risk-taking and flouting conventions even within commercial media. Ultimately, interspecies reviewers functions on multiple levels. Its raunchy comedy, exhilarating adventures, and stunning fantasy animation offer pure entertainment value. But beneath the titillation lies a thoughtful exploration of desire's nuances. The show argues for openness to difference and to each other's vulnerability. While by no means highbrow, interspecies reviewers leverages comedic excess to disarm viewers and broaden perspectives on intimacy. Its uplifting spirit celebrates our commonality amid diversity.
Chapter 32.
Inu Yasha. Inu Yasha, the classic anime directed by Rumiko Takahashi, seamlessly blends fantasy, romance, and adventure against the backdrop of feudal Japan. Through its memorable characters, cultural commentary, and striking animation, Inu Yasha left a deeply embedded impact on the anime genre. The story follows the half-demon Inu Yasha, ostracized for his human and yokai lineage, as he quests to recover the shattered Shikon jewel. Bounding between forest villages and demon lairs, he battles alongside the schoolgirl Kagome Higurashi, who unlocks his compassionate nature despite his gruff exterior. Their relationship, equal parts playful and tense, drives much of the emotional core. Inuyasha excels in fusing Japanese history and folklore into its narrative fabric. The tumultuous Sengoku era, marked by decentralized authority and near-constant warfare between territorial warlords, parallels the strife between humans and demons over land and power. Spiritual elements from Buddhism, Shintoism, and Taoism inform the mystical concepts. Half-demons like Inuyasha draw directly from cautionary tales of those who straddled the line between human and yokai worlds. This masterful world-building transports viewers to medieval Japan. At its heart, Inuyasha is a story of found family. Inuyasha, Kagome, the demon slayer Sango, monk Miroku, and orphan fox Shippo form an unlikely surrogate family. Their shared trials forge unbreakable bonds of loyalty and sacrifice that resonate emotionally. Though Inuyasha begins his journey as a lone wolf, he learns the value of protecting his pack and shedding selfishness. Foils highlighting Inuyasha's character development include his calculating older brother, Sesshomaru, representing the cold-hearted demon Inuyasha could become, and the lecherous yet wise Miroku, whose softer qualities balance Inuyasha's brashness. Complex relationships like Sesshomaru's unlikely compassion for the human girl Rin reveal nuanced characterization. The hand-drawn animation pops with kinetic energy, from flowing silver manes to acrobatic battle sequences. Colorful feudal villages brim with ornate architecture, while misty forests evoke pastoral beauty. An emotive score accentuates poignant character moments and amplifies action. The aesthetics further immerse viewers in a lavishly rendered medieval Japan. Towering over the narrative is the insidious, shape-shifting spider demon, Naraku. Obsessed with destroying Inuyasha and tainting the Shikon jewel, his cunning tactics keep the protagonists on their toes. His complexity arises from human origins and motivations driven by bitter love. As Inuyasha's strength grows across their encounters, so too does Naraku evolve new powers, providing an escalating threat. Credited with increasing anime's mainstream popularity, Inuyasha blended genre elements into an accessible work celebrated for its fierce heroine, cultural reverence, and visual splendor. Its legacy remains felt through the generations of artists influenced by its signature aesthetic and emotional storytelling. After over 2 decades, revisiting the series reveals nuances that solidify its status as a modern classic.
Chapter 33.
JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Since its debut in 1987, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure has captured the imaginations of millions with its bombastic style, creative battles, and eccentric characters. Spanning over 30 years and 8 story arcs, Araki Hirohiko's long-running manga series has become one of the most iconic anime franchises that continues to garner new fans worldwide. At the core of JoJo's appeal are the distinctive stand abilities wielded by the Joestar bloodline and their allies and enemies. Stands are supernatural manifestations that take unique forms such as powerful guardians, tools of psychic ability, and even living creatures that represent their user's psyche and strengths. Intense battles play out as heroes and villains utilize their wildly inventive stands. From Star Platinum's extreme strength and precision to the world's ability to stop time itself. The manga's paneling guides the reader through hard-hitting action, highlighted by dramatic poses and expressions that amplify each blow. An imaginative array of stands with names derived from sources such as musical references has provided a wellspring of creativity across story arcs. JoJo is structured into parts that each follow a different descendant of the Joestar family tree. From 19th century gentleman Jonathan Joestar to delinquent punk Jotaro Kujo in the 1980s, to Giorno Giovanna striving to become a mafia boss in Italy in the 2000s. Despite radical shifts in time period, setting, and protagonists between parts, the Joestar legacy ties everything together thematically. Charismatic heroes confront ancient horrors and villains striving for power across pulse-pounding generational sagas filled with bombast, melodrama, horror, and sharp humor. Araki's stylistic art evolution across parts is striking, with greater detail and more runway model-inspired designs emerging over time. The anime adaptation retains loyalty to Araki's aesthetic vision, with vivid color palettes and fluid animation that brings stands and battles to life in satisfying spectacle. Visually, JoJo boasts an iconic flair like no other property. In terms of storytelling, JoJo rewards longtime readers by employing episodic cliffhangers, shocking plot twists, non-linear narratives that shift between time periods, and frame narration from older Joestars recounting past adventures. The series weaves together a diversity of influences, paying homage to classic cinema, gothic horror, rock music, Italian fashion, mythology, and more. This blend of wide-ranging references, paired with a flamboyant visual spirit, makes experiencing the JoJo saga memorably bizarre. JoJo sits alongside Dragon Ball, One Piece, Naruto, and Bleach as one of the most influential and mold-breaking shonen battle manga. It pioneered the stand battle system as an alternative to conventional martial arts or magic. Stands also act as psychological manifestations of their wielders, adding depth. Araki utilizes humor, horror, and genre-blending narrative techniques to expand beyond standard battle manga formulas. The result is a quintessentially hyper-dramatic shonen property that revels in masculinity, yet also explores emotional connections. In Japan, JoJo remains wildly popular and inspiring new generations of artists and writers. The series left a mark on the manga landscape. In the West, it attracted a deep devoted cult following, especially resonating with the internet meme community. JoJo gave the expanding Western anime fandom of the 1990s and 2000s one of its most iconic and rewarding franchises. Its legacy has expanded across original video animations, spin-off novels, video games, live-action films, figures, apparel, and various official cafes and exhibits that allow fans to immerse themselves in Araki's world. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure has tapped into the primal appeal of dynamic action, creative style, melodramatic theatrics, and heroic legacy narratives. For over 3 decades, the series has delivered some of manga and anime's most unforgettable battles and bombastic moments while forging an instantly recognizable aesthetic identity. Its long-running transgenerational saga remains a one-of-a-kind property. A quick breakdown of JoJo's story arcs. Part 1, Phantom Blood. Set in 1868, the story follows Jonathan Joestar, the first of the Joestar line, as he confronts his adopted brother Dio Brando, who becomes a vampire and seeks to dominate the world. Part 2, Battle Tendency. Set in 1938, This arc follows Joseph Joestar, Jonathan's grandson, as he fights against a group of ancient beings called the Pillar Men, who seek to gain ultimate power and take over the world. Part 3, Stardust Crusaders, set in 1987, Jotaro Kujo, Joseph's grandson, discovers that he has inherited the power of the Stand. Along with a group of other Stand users, he travels to Egypt to stop the immortal vampire Daioh, who has returned to take over the world. Part 4, Diamond is Unbreakable, set in 1999, the story follows Josuke Higashikata, the illegitimate son of Joseph Joestar, as he investigates a series of mysterious murders in his hometown of Morio. Part 5, Golden Wind. Set in 2001, the story follows Giorno Giovanna, the son of Dio, who has inherited both the Joestar bloodline and the power of the Stand. He joins a gang called Passion in order to overthrow the boss of the organization and become the new leader. Part 6, Stone Ocean. Set in 2011, the story follows Jolene Kujo, the daughter of Jotaro Kujo, as she is framed for a crime and sent to a maximum security prison. She discovers that the prison is run by a Stand user with a plan to reset the universe and must stop him before it's too late. Part 7, Steel Ball Run. Set in an alternate universe, this arc follows Jiro Zappelli and Johnny Joestar as they compete in a horse race across America to win a prize of $50 million. However, they soon discover that there's more at stake than just the money. Part 8, JoJolion. Set in an alternate universe and still ongoing, the story follows Josuke Higashikata, not to be confused with the one from Part 4, a young man with amnesia who lives in Morio. He discovers that he is not who he thinks he is and must uncover the truth about his identity.
Chapter 34.
K-On! K-On chronicles the heartwarming coming-of-age story of four spirited high school girls who form a light music club, demonstrating the power of friendship and discovering one's passion. Though the girls possess contrasting personalities and musical talents, together they embark on a meaningful journey of personal growth and bonding through their shared love of music. Yui Hirasawa, the bubbly guitarist, epitomizes the story's themes of growth and self-discovery. Yui joins the club on a whim despite having no prior musical experience, drawn in by the club's carefree spirit. As she picks up guitar for the first time, Yui uncovers a natural talent and passion for music she never knew she possessed. Her raw enthusiasm contrasts the rigid academic focus of high school life in Japan. Behind her playful airheadedness lies an eagerness to explore her interests. As she dedicates herself to practice, Yui gains confidence in her abilities, showcasing how curiosity and joy for learning can drive skill development. By graduation, her musical skills blossom to complement her infectious spirit that inspires the club. Ritsu Tainaka, the driving force behind the club's formation, provides energetic leadership as the drummer. Ritsu's extroverted personality and tomboyish mischief balance the shyness of her childhood friend Mio Akiyama. Her pranks and outgoing nature occasionally cause frictions, but ultimately, Ritsu's insistence on pushing the club to improve comes from a place of caring. As one of the more outspoken members, Ritsu helps give the club direction and brash spirit. Her passion for music stems from admiring famous rock drummers who fuel her interest in keeping rhythm. While her assertive methods may seem brash, they motivate the club to reach their potential and discover their musical identities. In contrast to Ritsu, Mio anchors the club with gentle grace and maturity beyond her years. Though musically gifted, Mio's demure nature holds her back as crippling stage fright undermines her confidence. With encouragement from her friends, Mio finds courage to step into the spotlight and showcase her prodigious bass skills honed from years of classical training. The club gives Mio both a comforting place to feel accepted, as well as opportunities to overcome her fears. Opening up to express herself through music represents profound personal growth for Mio. Her sophistication balances the wildness of her bandmates. Tsumugi Kotobuki, affectionately called Mugi, provides generous support as the keyboardist with her polite elegance and refined talent. Hailing from a wealthy upbringing, Mugi's piano skills shine with polish of years of private lessons. Though musically accomplished, Mugi's sheltered life left her socially isolated. Joining the light music club gives her treasured friendships for the first time. Mugi's maturity and generosity, like providing the club's instruments and snacks, contrast her innocence about normal teenage life. As she spends more time with the club, Mugi opens up and gains confidence to show more of her quirky, sweet spirit. The club allows Mugi to spread her wings. Azusa Nakano joins the club later on, acting both as a voice of reason and also inspiring the older girls to refine their practice and performance. Despite her small stature, Azusa's fierce determination impresses the other girls with her dedication to guitar. Though initially feeling like an outsider among the club's eccentric personalities, Azusa soon bonds with them over music, especially looking up to Yui's natural musical instincts. Azusa's honesty and discipline push the club to take their music more seriously, while also learning to balance having fun. Her eventual leadership as the new club president cements her essential role. Beyond just their instruments and personalities, the bonds between the five girls form the emotional core of K-On! Their friendship weathers their spats and differences to grow stronger over time. In the club room, their silly antics create countless comedic memories. The girls find personal sanctuary in the club from the rigors of high school academics and judgments. From sharing sweets after practice to embarking on trips together, their daily experiences coalesce into treasured memories. The club room becomes a home away from home, where the music flows as freely as the tea and laughs. As the girls rehearse for school festivals, competitions, and other performances, their musical skills dramatically improve while also revealing new creative potential within each member. They support Mio through her anxiety at their first live show, patiently reassure Azusa when she feels like an outsider, and work tirelessly to help Yui hone her skills. Their emotional support and teamwork catalyze both their musical and personal development. The girls proudly cheer each other on, celebrating individuality. Their passion drives them to pour themselves into their music. The girls' journey resonates with the universal experience of discovering friendship, identity, and purpose during adolescence. Their light music club represents a refuge from societal pressures to follow rigid paths. Instead, they embrace the joy of learning and creating just for its own sake. Bittersweet moments like their graduation ceremony and final concert encapsulate the ephemeral yet beautiful nature of youth. By pouring their hearts into their friendships and music without hesitation, the girls inspire viewers to make the most of teenage freedom before adulthood. Musically, the girls honor their influences across genres from tender folk ballads to flashy rock solos, while also cultivating their own authentic sound. For the audience, experiencing the girls' emotional performances becomes akin to watching friends blossom. Their notable songs like Fua Fua Time and original compositions showcase not just improving musicality, but also the girls' personalities and bonded spirit. Their ultimate dream fulfilled is producing their own album encapsulating their memorable high school days together. Through the lens of the Light Music Club, K-On! Delicately explores the nostalgia and sentiments of self-discovery unique to adolescence. The girls' heartwarming journey demonstrates the courage to simply enjoy one's youth. Their dedication shows that embracing your passion can unlock unknown wells of talent and joy. Beautifully animated musical scenes and forays into rich Japanese culture further immerse viewers into this whisking coming-of-age story. For many, K-On! Perfectly recaptures the wonders of high school life, when the world felt so open and friendships felt like everything.
Chapter 35.
Kaiba. Kaiba is a profoundly moving anime that explores philosophical questions of identity and humanity through the lens of science fiction. Produced by acclaimed studio Madhouse and directed by visionary auteur Masaaki Yuasa, this 12-episode series stands out for its avant-garde artistry and thoughtful storytelling. Set in a dystopian future where memories and consciousness can be digitized, Kaiba follows the titular protagonist as he awakens with amnesia in a strange new body. This shell, as the manufactured bodies are called, once belonged to someone else, setting Kaiba on an existential quest to uncover his past and true self. Right away, the series challenges ideas of individuality. If our memories can be extracted and downloaded like computer data, what does that say about the nature of identity? Can a person's essence or soul persist through different physical forms? Kaiba argues that humanity stems not just from continuity of memory, but from deeper roots of empathy, courage, and compassion that persist in the face of bodily transformation. This unique premise allows Kaiba to explore weighty themes around the commodification of memory, the ethics of cloning technology, and what animates human consciousness. When memories can be artificially fabricated, what separates real from false experience? Can a downloaded personality ever recreate the original? Kaiba leaves many of these mind-bending questions open to interpretation. The setting features a stark contrast between the sleek yet sterile environments of the wealthy elite who can afford designer bodies versus the grimy, impoverished conditions of the lower class trapped in decrepit shells. This highlights issues of inequality and social control enabled by the abuse of memory technology. Overseeing it all is the villainous Warp Corporation and its monopolization of the industry through unethical means. Our protagonist Kaiba exemplifies the resilience of the human spirit with his childlike curiosity and empathy in the face of a hostile, unfamiliar world. The people he encounters run the gamut from the wide-eyed idealism of his friend Popo to the jaded disillusionment of a memory clone named Nero. Romance even blooms between Kaiba and another clone reconstituting the personality of a deceased woman. Their connections speak to the persevering power of love and friendship to transcend bodily form. All of this plays out through Yuasa's boundary-pushing avant-garde visuals. Characters are rendered with geometric designs and flat colors reminiscent of avant-garde painting. Backdrops distort perspective and proportion to create a sense of unease and abstraction. The camera swoops and morphs through strange dreamscapes inhabited by Kaiba's subconscious thoughts and memories. It all coalesces into a hypnotic style that reinforces the series' surreal philosophical essence. At only 12 episodes, Kaiba manages to craft a fully realized cyberpunk world filled with moral quandaries. Its short run allowed it to maintain focus and emotional impact where many series lose steam. Combined with its avant-garde artistry, Kaiba pushed the creative limits of the anime medium and offered adult viewers a moving work of speculative fiction. The series received significant critical acclaim and a passionate cult following, influencing later anime like the Tatami Galaxy with its psychedelic visuals and cerebral themes. Kaiba's bold artistic vision set it apart from conventional anime and expanded the creative horizons of the medium. Even over 15 years later, Kaiba's meditations on technology, identity, and humanity remain captivating and profound. Though just a brief glimpse into its strange futuristic landscape, Kaiba ensures its lofty philosophical ideas will continue to resonate for years to come.
Chapter 36.
Kaiji Ultimate Survivor. Kaiji Ultimate Survivor, produced by Madhouse Studios, follows the harrowing journey of Kaiji Ito, an unemployed and downtrodden debtor forced to participate in a series of deadly high-stakes gambling competitions. While on the surface a thrilling and suspenseful spectacle, a deeper analysis reveals the societal, philosophical, and existential commentary masterfully woven throughout the relentless life-or-death games depicted in the series. Set in the grim aftermath of Japan's economic bubble collapse in the 1990s, the bleak struggles faced by Kaiji and his fellow participants crucially mirror the rampant unemployment, crippling personal debt, and stark inequality that gripped Japanese society during this post-bubble depression era. 2021 Nobel laureate Kazuo Ishiguro described this period as engendering a pungent nihilism in Japan, and series creator Nobuyuki Fukumoto has directly cited his own gambling addictions and financial ruins as inspiration for Kaiji's narrative. Thus, the series simmers with palpable anger and despair, its gambling metaphors providing daring commentary on the economic turmoil destabilizing lives. The various high-stakes competitions confront characters with tests of cunning and resolve, acting as metaphorical representations of broader human themes. The notorious e-card game symbolizes the ruthless nature of unregulated capitalism, as Kaiji faces pitiless corporate elites who literally rig the game against him. mirroring the limited upward mobility trapping populations in inescapable cycles of exploitation and debt peonage. The Pachinko Ball Challenge represents how the most vulnerable in society are preyed upon by the gambling industry, designed to ruthlessly keep patrons losing money in vain hopes of winning big, reduced to statistics rather than human beings. And finally, the brutal subterranean human derby game epitomizes the social oppression of the underclass, compelled to battle amongst each other for the entertainment of wealthy spectators and a meager chance at freedom. Analyzing the allegorical significance of each harrowing game provides sobering insight into the show's scathing social commentary on wealth inequality, systemic corruption, and the human struggle for dignity. The anime's brooding visual style and inventive directorial choices further emphasize these resonant themes. Much of the action is cloaked in shadowy darkness, the dim lighting heightening the palpable tension and sense of uncertain dread as Kaiji and his comrades navigate each perilous challenge. Extreme close-up shots linger on anguished faces contorted in agony and despair, making the tremendous psychological stakes piercingly vivid and relatable. Ominous industrial soundtrack tones and unnerving silence amplify the escalating gravity of each decision confronting Kaiji. Together, these techniques immerse the audience within both the surface-level drama and the deeper social justice messages being conveyed. The high-pressure psychological battles portrayed in Kaiji share elements with other works of survival game fiction such as Squid Game, Liar Game, and As the Gods Will, with the life-or-death stakes forcing characters to outwit and outlast opponents in thrilling competitions of strategy and will. However, Kaiji stands apart for its singular focus on varied high-risk gambling competitions as the principal mechanisms of struggle and liberation. In this way, it modernizes the classic gambling manga genre pioneered by the likes of Norton Akagi, infusing it with elevated philosophical depth and socio-cultural critique. Other works across mediums that place ordinary people in dire scenarios demanding courage and sacrifice include The Hunger Games, Battle Royale, Escape Room, Saw, Cube, and Darwin's Game. While not all centered on gambling, they similarly depict individuals pushed to their utmost mental and moral limits in order to survive treacherous games orchestrated by unknowable sinister forces. Drawing parallels across these works illuminates the potent dramatic elements of watching flawed everyday heroes summoned to demonstrate ingenuity and determination when pushed into extraordinary tribulations. Kaiji hauntingly builds upon audiences' simultaneous anxiety over and fascination with these psychological tests of humanity's darker impulses and noblest qualities when existence hangs in the balance. Yet the harrowing competitions and mind games portrayed also facilitate profound philosophical inquiry. Kaiji wrestles with classic moral dilemmas, including selfishness versus altruism, whether ends justify means when survival is at stake, and how circumstances may shape or override intrinsic values. Some characters stubbornly retain their principles regardless of consequences, while others become willing to embrace cruelty and betrayal as justified by necessity. This relativist perspective provides social commentary by interrogating the fragility of human integrity and social bonds under duress. Critics have noted that the series' moral ambiguity, allowing for layered interpretations, was highly influential on later seinen anime works seeking to explore nuance beyond conventional righteous shonen heroes. Kaiji's characterization also utilizes and subverts common archetypes in Japanese manga tradition. As an underestimated underdog and downtrodden longshot, his against-all-odds journey provides cathartic hope. Yet his moral imperfections render him an anti-hero at times, creating nuanced emotional engagement. This builds upon the long-standing cultural appeal of scrappy, roguish underdogs in Japanese storytelling, who often persevere by tapping into courage and crafty resilience when backed into a corner. Kaiji's emergence as a survivor against the odds despite profound personal flaws channels this narrative tradition. Yet, he also retains humanistic loyalty towards fellow strugglers, set against a backdrop where honor is increasingly scarce. Further unpacking the literary and cinematic allusions within the Kaiji narrative provides additional insight. The series contains echoes of Rashomon in its unreliable narrators and examination of subjective truth. Kaiji's risky maneuvers to overcome the odds evoke the grand hustles of Ocean's 11 and other heist films. The warped morality of antagonists like Kazutaka Hyodo has parallels to Anton Chigurh in No Country for Old Men as embodiments of detached evil. Kaiji's relentless endurance of escalating absurd and existential torments also parallels Franz Kafka's bleak depictions of characters trapped within nightmarish bureaucracies and trials. Recognizing these influences situated within Kaiji's unique sensibilities demonstrates how the series synthesizes multiple storytelling traditions into a bold, new allegorical vision. Kaiji ultimately transcends being mere escapist entertainment. By unpacking its cultural inspirations, social commentary, philosophical undertones, and subversion of common character tropes, a more profound portrait emerges of a daring work willing to spotlight harsh realities through thrilling spectacle. The show's unique voice, weaving high-concept absurdity with humanistic grit, cemented its influential legacy on psychological game and seinen manga. Deeper analysis reveals surprising sociological and existential depth coexisting seamlessly with surface-level drama. Echoing Kaiji's own analytical nature, only by peering beneath the surface can we grasp the true sagacity hidden in plain sight.
Chapter 37.
Kill la Kill. Kill la Kill explores themes of power, identity, and rebellion through the lens of clothing and school uniforms. Set in Honnoji Academy, a high school ruled by the iron-fisted student council president Satsuki Kiryuin, the anime follows the story of Ryuko Matoi, a fierce and stubborn transfer student searching for her father's murderer. She soon discovers that the academy harbors dangerous secrets related to special uniforms that grant superhuman power. By teaming up with a highly advanced Kamui uniform named Senketsu, Ryuko gains the strength to challenge Satsuki and uncover the truth behind the school and her father's research. On the surface, Kill la Kill is an absurdist, over-the-top action anime saturated with fan service. But beneath the outrageous humor and skimpy outfits lies meaningful commentary on societal norms, oppression, and youthful rebellion against authority. The uniforms of the student council elite function not just as physical weapons, but as symbols of their might and control over the school's social order. Only Satsuki's inner circle can wear the highest quality 3-star Goku uniforms, denoting their status and strength. For the rest of the students, wearing one of these uniforms equates to complete subservience to Satsuki's rule. Into this setting steps the fiery and strong-willed Ryuko, whose own revealing outfit in the form of the sentient god clothes Senketsu acts as a bold challenge to the student council's conformity. Ryuko's insistence on wearing Senketsu in open defiance of the school's norms reflects her refusal to submit to their power structure. Senketsu allows Ryuko to tap into her full potential and develop as a person beyond just a weapon for revenge against her father's killer. By contrast, the Goku uniforms try to rob students of their free will and identity, reducing them to mere tools of the student council. Kill la Kill suggests that only by being true to oneself can one combat corrupt systems of control. Beyond its thematic ambitions, Kill la Kill displays incredibly kinetic animation and visuals that mix various aesthetic influences. The characters are rendered in stylized 2D anime outlines, while the backgrounds often utilize 3D CG animation to create a more dynamic setting for the frantic action scenes. The intricate and sometimes provocative costume design draws inspiration from actual Japanese school uniforms, amplifying their cultural symbolism and metaphorical meaning. Touches like the authoritarian architecture also allude to Japan's period of military rule in the early 20th century. Kill la Kill revels in a funhouse mirror version of the school experience where uniforms denoting academic success grant magical powers, all while critiquing the arbitrary rules and assignments of value placed on clothing. Satsuki's mother, Ragyo, and the Revox Corporation represent twisted adult authority figures, willing to sacrifice youth to further their global domination. Only Ryuko and her friends have the tenacity and bond to rebel against this machinery of control. Behind all the absurdity lies a story of outcast youth striving for justice and identity against the elder generations that would manipulate them. The extensive sexualization and nudity have garnered both praise and criticism. Some consider it a satirical commentary on fan service and the male gaze. Others see it as excessive objectification that undercuts female empowerment. But the provocative imagery does connect to the show's themes of freedom versus modesty and societal restraint. By bearing all, characters access their full power, while clothing serves to limit them. Even as it constantly pushes boundaries, Kill la Kill displays sincere ambitions in its visual pornography. Kill la Kill masterfully hybridizes the action, sci-fi, and school anime genres while deconstructing their tropes. The rebellious delinquent students, fantastical power suits, and overblown comedy upend expectations. While not as invested in hardcore sci-fi elements, the alien clothing lifeforms grant it a dash of that flavor. However, the story remains focused on personal growth and modern teen struggles against authority. Fan service and genre pastiche ultimately take a back seat to the resonant coming-of-age themes. With central relationships like Ryuko and Senketsu's symbiotic bond, the show explores learning to care for and connect with others as opposed to isolating oneself. Over time, Ryuko evolves from a stubborn loner obsessed only with avenging her father to a leader willing to unite allies and fight for the greater good. By the end, she is defined by her devotion to her friends as much as her own determination. Kill la Kill finds nuance and heart in its bombastic send-up of anime traditions. Behind the gonzo action lies a meaningful story of youth finding identity and seeking justice while challenging the societal status quo.
Chapter 38.
Lupin III. Lupin III has become one of the most beloved and longest-running anime franchises by captivating audiences with its playful spirit, kinetic action, and iconic characters for over 50 years. Created by the manga artist Kazuhiko Kato under the pen name Monkey Punch in 1967, the series follows the globe-trotting adventures of the titular Arsène Lupin III and his eclectic band of thieves and scoundrels as they pull off daring heists while staying one step ahead of the law and rival criminals. At the core of Lupin III's appeal are its lovable and unforgettable characters. Lupin himself brings a sly charm, roguish wit, and smooth self-confidence to his role as the world's greatest thief. While essentially a criminal, he adheres to an underlying code of honor that typically avoids harming innocent bystanders. His right-hand man Jigen provides a stoic, pragmatic counterweight as Lupin's gunman with a nearly supernatural aim and deadpan one-liners. Goemon Ishikawa adds noble spirit as a modern-day samurai, though one who shows increasing flexibility in his adherence to the strict samurai code when it conflicts with doing right. Fujiko Mine provides the femme fatale foil, an untrustworthy wild card whose duplicitous nature both frustrates and entices Lupin in equal measure. And of course, the obsessive Inspector Zenigata, Lupin's arch-nemesis, provides the incompetent yet persistent threat to Lupin's freedom. This core cast has incredible chemistry, with the anime exploring their unique bonds of friendship, rivalry, and even romance over decades of adventures. While this series adopts an episodic caper-of-the-week format that cycles through various exotic global locales from tropical islands to European capitals, the anime franchise has gradually built up strong character backstories and relationships absent in the original manga. Lupin and Jigen's early years pulling off unlikely heists cemented their brotherly bond. Goemon's tutelage under a hardline samurai master shaped his eventual break from tradition. Fujiko's tragic past of manipulation and betrayal provides insight into her distrusting nature, even as she relies on Lupin in times of need. And Zenigata's family history as the descendant of famed Edo policemen drives his obsession, showing how fine the line between cop and criminal can be. These character arcs expand the series beyond its case-of-the-week roots. Visually, Lupin III continually reinvents itself by adopting the latest animation techniques and design trends while retaining the core aesthetic that makes it so iconic. The exaggerated madcap style of the original manga gets refined but never disappears completely. Lupin's slick suits and broad facial expressions stay even as the technology improves. And that instantly recognizable theme song drives home the hip, jazzy appeal from the first note. The music overall, in fact, from composers like Yuji Ono and Naruyoshi Kikuchi, provides each series and film a distinct vibe through an eclectic array of jazz, orchestral, and other genres that both ground the series in its musical roots and contemporize it for new generations. Lupin III's cultural impact and legacy as the longest-running animated series ever cannot be overstated. Its influence touches countless manga, anime, and even Western animated works that took inspiration from its format and characters. Its genre-blending mix of action, humor, and sex appeal made it a landmark, adult-oriented anime that shaped the trajectory of more mature, sophisticated animation. The series' globe-trotting cultural pastiche also gave it a more international flavor than its domestic-minded peers. Altogether, Lupin III's staying power and continual reinvention across over 50 years pay respect to its origins while keeping things fresh. Each new outing provides variations on core elements that appeal to old fans and newcomers alike. With such strong foundations paired with a willingness to evolve, Lupin III promises to continue stealing hearts for decades to come.
Chapter 39.
Made in Abyss. Made in Abyss is a dark fantasy anime that subverts expectations and pushes the artistic boundaries of the medium. Adapted from Akihito Tsukushi's manga, the critically acclaimed show follows two children venturing into a mysterious underground world. Beyond its beautiful visuals, Made in Abyss grapples with philosophical themes about existence, mortality, and the human spirit's attraction to the unknown. The Abyss itself is an ancient and enigmatic pit of unknown origin that reaches deep into the earth. While its origins, purpose, and full extent remain shrouded in mystery, researchers have uncovered hints suggesting the Abyss is an artificial structure built long ago by an advanced ancient civilization for reasons still unknown. The massive cavern system features a complex and fantastical ecosystem, divided into distinct layers that create radically different environments as one descends. Flora and fauna become more exotic, alien, and lethal the deeper one goes. A metaphysical force known as the Curse intrinsically permeates the Abyss and serves as the greatest danger facing delvers. As one descends through the layers, the curse's effects grow stronger, inflicting progressively worse physical and mental ailments, including bleeding, hallucinations, and even death. Its action is asymmetric. The curse only manifests when ascending from the depths, not descending further. This allows exploration while also severely punishing those seeking to rise back to the surface from too deep a point. The economy and society surrounding the Abyss developed due to invaluable artifacts with mysterious properties discovered within. These relics can fetch exorbitant prices and drive obsessive collectors and researchers to secure more. An entire industry has evolved where orphanages like the one Rico grows up in train children as cave raiders from a young age, specifically to delve into the Abyss and retrieve artifacts for surface buyers. The Cave Raiders Guild regulates and supports official delves, producing maps and supplies while keeping records of discoveries and routes. Rico, the upbeat protagonist, seeks to uncover the secrets of her mother Liza's disappearance into the furthest known depths of the Abyss. She escapes the orphanage with Reg, a powerful amnesiac robot boy with mysterious origins. He serves as her companion and protector on this dangerous quest. As the two children descend through progressively more lethal and bizarre layers of the Abyss, they bond and begin grappling with existential questions about life's meaning in the face of death. Made in Abyss enraptures with its lush background art and fantastical scenery realized by cinema-quality animation. The gorgeous vistas of the Abyss showcase diverse environments tied to different curse effects and monster ecosystems. Textured cave walls glisten with moisture or glitter with minerals, while the underground sea undulates with bioluminescent light. The sweeping orchestral score accentuates feelings of adventure, danger, and awe. Reg's robotic design juxtaposes with Riko's energetic expressions, complementing their personalities. Monster encounters are viscerally animated with slick action. These technical elements bring the subterranean world to wondrous life. As Riko and Reg plunge deeper, they endure body transformations and mutilations tied to the curse, suffer horrific injuries, and witness the remains of those killed by the merciless abyss. These scenes work allegorically, representing the loss of innocence as one's darker inner nature and mortality are forced to the surface when facing the world's harsh truths. The narrative suggests embracing the dualities of existence is key to maturation. Later encounters add moral complexity with figures like Bondrewd, a scientist who commits atrocities against children in his obsessive pursuit to understand the abyss's deepest secrets. His ends justify means philosophy raises thought-provoking questions about the ethics of pushing boundaries in the name of progress at any cost. Few characters remain ethically uncompromised, underscoring the story's themes of moral relativism and sacrifice. Made in Abyss amplifies its dark turn by first lulling the audience into comfort with its initial lighthearted tone focused on adventure and discovery. This setup enhances the gut punch when brutal truths surface later. The juxtaposition accentuates the allure yet perils of our desire to unveil mysteries and expand frontiers regardless of the risks. Riko and Reg must confront existential questions of meaning, mortality, and the unconscious mind's buried darkness. Their shared humanity and bonds of friendship become the lights guiding them through the abyss, both physically and metaphorically. The series became influential by showing the narrative complexity and emotional maturity possible in animation. Made in Abyss tackles themes few all-ages shows address this candidly, including grief, bodily trauma, sexuality, and the ethics of ends justifying means. The show transcends genre limitations in its masterful tonal balancing act, delivering a fantasy tale rewarding to audiences of all ages. Note from Steven: this show is far from all ages. One scene in particular is the goriest and most hardcore sequence I have seen in any form of media, and it happens to a child. It's also apparent through both seasons that the creator has a kink for lowlies. Alright, back to the AI. Made in Abyss pays homage to sci-fi and adventure classics like Journey to the Center of the Earth, while innovating the mediums of manga and anime. It demonstrates how animation can realize imaginary worlds with unparalleled, breathtaking imagery. The Abyss setting captures the romanticism of exploring unknown frontiers and our contradictory fears and compulsions towards uncovering answers beyond human reach. As an allegory, Made in Abyss prompts introspection about our own inner darkness and drives. The series set a new bar for fantasy animation by pushing artistic boundaries and pioneering a more thematically mature style of dark fantasy storytelling. Its richness expanded mainstream interest in the medium. Made in Abyss follows in the footsteps of revered masterpieces, yet undeniably leaves its own mark in empowering creators to test the limits of vision and theme within anime and manga. The Abyss's depths reflect the limitless possibilities ahead as new artists take inspiration from its spark of creative ingenuity.
Chapter 40.
Magical Girl Madoka Magica. When it first aired in 2011, Puella Magi Madoka Magica stunned audiences by subverting expectations and deconstructing tropes of the magical girl anime genre. Produced by renowned animation studio Shaft and directed by Akiyuki Shinbo, known for his avant-garde visual style, Madoka Magica marries cute aesthetics with dark, sinister undertones to deliver a thought-provoking exploration of utilitarianism versus humanism. Through the lens of the titular character Madoka Kaname and her friends, the series examines the psychological toll of adolescent girls taking on superhuman responsibilities, blurring the lines between hope and despair. On the surface, Madoka Magica seems to follow familiar magical girl conventions. Middle school students Madoka and Sayaka Miki are given the opportunity to gain magical abilities and battle evil creatures called witches. However, any pretense of formulaic optimism fades quickly. During their initial foray into the world of magic, Madoka and Sayaka's mentor, Mami Tomoe, meets a grisly demise, indicating plainly that no character is safe in this universe. From there, Madoka Magica continually subverts genre tropes, revealing the naivete of the girl's idealism when confronted with harsh realities. The visual presentation complements the thematic tones. Shaft's animation utilizes simplified character designs with minimalist aesthetics, evoking a sterile and unsettling atmosphere. The art direction employs a muted palette of cold blues, grays, and whites, with stark pops of warm colors to symbolize corruption and violence. The initially vibrant magical girl outfits deteriorate into tattered ruins, representing the withering of innocence. Twisted, eldritch imagery appears in the surreal labyrinths of the witches, contrasting cuteness and horror for an audience unbalancing effect. Throughout, the visuals reinforce the psychological complexity far beyond a conventional good versus evil plot. This complexity manifests strongly in the characterization. Unlike most stories where magic stems from inner purity, Madoka Magica introduces a sinister twist by revealing the girls' literal souls are removed and encapsulated in soul gems to grant their powers. This represents the dehumanizing cost of magic. Sayaka, motivated by righteous heroism, suffers the most tragic fall, spiraling from selfless crusader to bitter cynic and ultimately becoming the very evil she swore to defeat. Homura Akemi, a stoic transfer student concealing her true nature, adds further nuance through her moral ambiguity. Driven by her devotion to Madoka, Homura operates through manipulation and machination, willing to sacrifice ethical means to achieve salvation for one person alone. Her obsession casts light on the solipsism that power enables. By contrast, Madoka retains her compassion despite suffering, illuminating a humanist path. Her selfless wish completes her arc as savior, but also releases her from the cycles of grief magic perpetuates. Madoka's apotheosis entwines notions of hope and sacrifice, upholding her human connections rather than compromising her values for consequentialist gains. Accompanying the narrative is a haunting soundtrack by acclaimed composer Yuki Kajiura, employing choir-heavy arrangements and discordant strings to unsettle viewers. The vocal performances capture the escalating psychological turmoil of the characters as they descend into despair or harden emotionally. Sound design effects elicit an alien, uncanny atmosphere. Influenced by Faustian legends, Madoka Magica proved a watershed moment for anime by blending artistic innovation with thematic maturity. It helped legitimize subversive twists on established genres. Its success demonstrated complex stories utilizing motifs of duality between hope and despair could appeal to a broad audience. The series' shadowy visual palette and stylized visuals inspired later anime to adopt similarly surreal aesthetics. Homura herself became an archetype for the morally conflicted rival dwelling in ethical gray areas. Above all, by challenging magical girl conventions through raw humanism, Madoka Magica resonates as a modern classic that expanded the artistic boundaries of its medium.
Chapter 41.
Mowaru Penguin Drum. Mowaru Penguin Drum is a visually stunning, thematically complex anime that challenges audiences through its avant-garde storytelling and rich symbolism. Directed by Kunihiko Ikuhara and produced in 2011, the series blends elements of comedy, drama, psychological thriller, and magical realism to create a provocative, surrealist atmosphere. At its core, Penguin Drum explores philosophical questions of fate versus free will, the influence of past trauma, the malleable nature of identity, and the allegiances formed in family bonds. The story follows three siblings, brothers Kanba and Shoma, along with Shoma's twin sister Himari, whose lives are upended after Himari passes away from illness and is temporarily revived by a penguin hat imbued with mystical powers. To prolong Himari's tenuous grip on life, the brothers must locate the elusive penguin drum, object of unknown powers. Their quest leads them to become entangled with terrorist activities of a shadowy group known as the Kiga Group, who are also seeking the penguin drum for their own motives. What unfolds is a thought-provoking, bizarre, and haunting tale saturated with imaginative visuals and multi-layered symbolism. Right away, the stylized character designs and absurd premise signal that Penguin Drum is not beholden to conventional storytelling. The elongated, exaggerated figures with flying hair and elaborate outfits inhabit a reality that routinely veers into the surreal. Colorful penguin companions appear and disappear, offering guidance along with comic relief. Scenes shift between mundane family drama, comedic antics, and dark revelations from the past in dreamlike fashion. The setting, in modern-day Tokyo, is grounded yet permeated by an air of magical realism as the fantastic impinges on the ordinary. To unpack the intricate plot, the story utilizes extensive non-linear storytelling, shifting between the present quest and traumatic events from years prior that left deep scars on the siblings. As desperate young children, the trio survived a deadly sarin gas attack on the Tokyo subway system that claimed their parents' lives. The attack ties back to the terrorist group and the mystical penguin drum object that drives the current conflict. This fateful tragedy splintered their family permanently, leaving lingering survivor's guilt and simmering questions of destiny's role in their lives. Parallel to the main plot, eccentric supporting characters like Ringo, a girl obsessed with the deceased sister Momoka, and Masako, a wealthy obsessive with history to Kanba, weave their own agendas into the convoluted web of relationships surrounding the central siblings. Strange background players like the Princess of the Crystal from a fictional children's book and the nefarious boy Sane Toshi manipulate the action through cryptic motivations only slowly unveiled. Piecing together the nonlinear fragments of narrative to uncover the complete picture represents one of the primary challenges for viewers. Yet this puzzle box approach serves to place the audience in a similar state of confusion as the characters, who endeavor to assemble repressed memories and gather clues to their destiny, just as we do as spectators along for the ride. To enhance its avant-garde sensibilities, Mawaru Penguin Drum employs ample use of visual and auditory symbolism. Recurring visual motifs like the titular penguins, glowing crystals, ripe apples, and the subway trains carry interpretive weight, providing insight into themes when analyzed. The spectrum of color palettes shifts drastically between scenes to reinforce emotional tones and contrasts. Music overlays and text on screen add contextual clues to the opaque events unfolding, and the characters are always framed on screen from creative angles or through barriers like glass to further obscure the divide between truth and fiction. While potentially frustrating for those accustomed to more linear expositional styles of narrative, Penguin Drum stays anchored through its strong thematic presence. There are affecting messages to unpack on the human struggles with loss, emotional isolation, and finding identity and purpose amidst arbitrary chaos. Joy and sorrow go hand in hand, with the visual whimsy balancing heartbreaking trauma. At its best moments, when the avant-garde style clicks into place in service of the story's mournful heart, Penguin Drum provides a truly affecting, surreal viewing experience entirely its own. For all its ambition, symbolism, and creativity, though, Penguin Drum is not without narrative flaws. The pacing fluctuates wildly over its 24 episodes between glacial and frenetic, sometimes losing momentum in the process. Plot points arise only to be dropped abruptly. Character motivations swerve in inconsistent directions, making it hard to emotionally invest when the stakes feel arbitrary. Some characters verge on distasteful caricatures, and the ending tries to wrap up too many threads too quickly, leaving elements feeling unresolved. Reception to the anime, when it aired, reflected this mix of shining moments and shortcomings. Critics praised the visual originality and subversive themes, but were divided on whether the cryptic story amounted to meaningful profundity or pretentious confusion. General audiences likewise found it to be a polarizing experience. Some were enthralled by the fresh approach, while others felt it sacrificed coherence. However, the avant-garde style attracted passionate fans eager to analyze the layered details and non-linear storytelling. 10 years later, Mawaru Penguin Drum stands as a hallmark of avant-garde anime that challenges expectations through surreal imagery and unconventional narrative. It encapsulates a very specific cultural moment in Japan defined by economic instability, social anxiety, and obsession with cuteness juxtaposed against darkness. Along with predecessors like Neon Genesis Evangelion that subverted mecha anime tropes, Penguin Drum paved the way for more experimental and thematically mature anime to follow. Its foray into surrealism to explore the human condition, although imperfect, demonstrated the medium's expanding potential. For those with the patience to piece together its off-kilter puzzle box of a plot, Penguin Drum offers a one-of-a-kind viewing experience that lingers and provokes thought long after its enigmatic conclusion.
Chapter 42.
Mob Psycho 100. When Studio Bones adapted one's webcomic into a 12-episode anime in 2016, Mob Psycho 100 brought an imaginative twist to the portrayal of psychic abilities in animation. Directed by Yuzuru Tachikawa, the series follows introverted middle schooler Shigeo Mob Kageyama, nicknamed for his lack of presence despite possessing formidable psychic power. Mob spends his days trying to control his abilities and live normally while working for self-proclaimed psychic Reigen Arataka, who uses Mob's powers to run his spirit exorcism business. What sets Mob Psycho apart is its nuanced depiction of Mob's coming-of-age journey as he navigates tricky relationships, discovers his identity, and develops moral convictions in the face of fantastical threats. The anime explores these themes through inventive visual metaphors and a stirring blend of absurdist comedy with emotional drama. At the core of Mob Psycho is the rich development of Mob's relationships and the way key figures influence his outlook. Reigen, Mob's shady but well-meaning mentor, builds up Mob's confidence and teaches him life lessons about recognizing his self-worth beyond psychic power. Though Reigen often exploits Mob's abilities for profit, their bond develops into an endearing pseudo-father-son dynamic. Mob's runaway emotions also affect his insecure younger brother Ritsu, whose psychic awakening triggers a rivalry that ultimately transforms into mutual understanding and respect. Even side characters like Mob's schoolmate and crush Tsubomi, fellow psychic Teruki, and the various villains Mob defeats have palpable impacts on his social skills, ethics, and self-control. The diverse relationships Mob forms and the conversations he engages in subtly reveal his gradual personal growth throughout the anime's conflicts and adventures. Mob Psycho excels at portraying Mob's journey to greater self-understanding through the people around him in an understated yet meaningful way. This thoughtful character writing supports the series' exploration of powerful themes related to identity, societal pressures, and mental health. Mob faces frequent judgment for possessing extraordinary psychic gifts, yet lacking the charisma or confidence expected of such abilities. This commentary on how society fixates on superficial traits as measures of worth prompts reflection. Mob Psycho implies one's character is better defined by actions towards others than any innate power or outward perceptions. The stigma Mob faces for suppressing emotions also touches on the dangers of wearing a mask just to fit in rather than embracing one's feelings. His eventual willingness to express himself openly and use his powers for good demonstrates the importance of living genuinely, even if it attracts envy or misunderstanding. Mob's story conveys the harm of letting others' expectations dictate how one sees themselves. Through its empathetic lead and the relatable challenges he faces, Mob Psycho explores self-acceptance, authenticity, ethical choices, and social pressures with intelligence and grace. Visually, Mob Psycho distinguishes itself with energetic, stylized animation that mirrors Mob's inner turmoil. Psychic abilities manifest through abstract shapes and reality-bending distortions in bright neon hues, realizing chaotic psychic power in a tactile aesthetic. Surreal dream sequences portrayed in sketchy textures provide windows into Mob's anxiety and repressed emotions. Extreme facial expressions and reactions heighten the comedic absurdity, while art shifts to manga-inspired styles accentuate dramatic moments. The visual presentation expands on the narrative rather than just decorating it. Clever pacing intersperses high-stakes drama with comedic gags at just the right moments to maximize both humor and poignancy. The tonal fusion prevents things from getting too heavy while making the emotional stakes feel tangible. Comedic moments also humanize characters and ground the show's exaggerated paranormal elements in relatable interpersonal dynamics. This precarious storytelling balance between silly and serious creates an experience both lighthearted and deeply moving. With resonant themes, tactful comedy and drama integration, and creative metaphors delivered through compelling visuals and animation, Mob Psycho 100 adeptly explores ideas about self-worth, anxiety, and identity through the lens of psychic phenomena. The series subverts the expectation of what a story about superpowers can achieve. Mob Psycho has impacted the anime and manga genre by showcasing acclaimed works can blend stylish action, comedy, and heartfelt characterization if handled with care. The result is a memorable coming-of-age tale that resonates beyond explosive battles and psychic hijinks.
Chapter 43.
Mobile Suit Gundam 0079. Mobile Suit Gundam 0079, the seminal masterwork that redefined mecha anime. When Mobile Suit Gundam first debuted in 1979, it ushered in a monumental evolution for the mecha anime genre. With its 43-episode run, Gundam set groundbreaking benchmarks across multifaceted storytelling, emotionally complex characters, impactful thematic examinations, and influential mecha designs that would indelibly transform the genre. Under the masterful direction of Yoshiyuki Tomino, Gundam pivoted mecha anime towards a level of dramatic sophistication and philosophical maturity that still resonates profoundly today. The socio-political backdrop behind Gundam's creation. Gundam emerged during a period of major transition for Japan, as the post-war economic miracle catalyzed rapid modernization and improved living standards, yet also sowed anxiety over social changes and collective identity. The nation grappled with reinventing itself while still reckoning with the raw traumas of its militarist past. Anime itself was also evolving towards more serious sensibilities capable of tackling weighty subject matter. Against this complex backdrop, Gundam's sobering depiction of war's human toll powerfully channeled Japan's complicated zeitgeist. The show's giant robot weaponry evoked the contradictory post-war attitudes towards military technology. While pacifist sentiments ran deep, Cold War tensions also stirred fears of vulnerability and desires for strength through advanced hardware. The mobile suits symbolized this tense duality, representing both peaceful progress and martial prowess. Gundam also reflected generational changes as duty-bound soldiers like Char Aznable clashed with individualistic youths like Amuro Ray, not unlike the widening rift between traditional mores and modern liberalism taking root in Japan. Reckoning with the past through allegorical sci-fi. Visually and narratively, Gundam cleverly channeled Japan's imperial past through thinly veiled historical allusions that resonated profoundly. While recalling wartime propaganda, it also repurposed those elements to thoughtfully unpack the horrors of war. By reliving a fictional war, the show encouraged a form of collective catharsis and hope for a peaceful future. This delicate tonal balance captured Japan's complicated zeitgeist and catalyzed Gundam's mainstream success. A confluence of artistic talent. Produced at Studio Sunrise, Gundam was helmed by director Yoshiyuki Tomino, a pioneer of the real robot genre focused on gritty, plausible mecha fiction as opposed to the whimsical super robot shows that preceded it. Talented character designer Yoshikazu Yasuhiko lent the cast a sleek, manga-inspired aesthetic that amplified their youth and emotions. Esteemed mecha designer Kunio Okawara conceived the mobile suits to feel like functional weapons rather than fanciful superhero motifs. Kinetic action animator Yoshinori Kanada brought dynamic realism to the combat scenes through his masterful grasp of timing and motion. And while budget limitations necessitated animation shortcuts, Sunrise's collective passion and expertise yielded impressive production values that transcended these constraints. Meaningful thematic examinations. Gundam thoroughly develops several core themes over its narrative. The futility of violence, underscored when Zeon soldier Denim realizes his revenge left him morally indistinguishable from his hated enemy, a damning portrayal of war's cycle of hatred. Technology's double-edged nature, evident in Amuro's unease at the Gundam's destructive power, despite its role in their survival, amplifying his internal conflict over employing advanced technology to kill. The qualities of heroism, shown through Amuro's growth from rookie pilot to seasoned veteran, marking his maturation as a hero who can wield the Gundam with precision and discipline. The corrosive effects of unchecked militarism, demonstrated in Char Aznable's dangerous extremism and ends justify means philosophy when infiltrating the enemy faction, highlighting the threat of unfettered ultra-nationalism. The resilience of human decency, represented through Lala Sune's death, spurring both Amuro and Char to contemplate how war strips away one's humanity, underscoring the urgent need to retain compassion amidst conflict. By extensively exploring these weighty themes under the lens of sci-fi mecha action, Gundam crafted a profoundly thoughtful narrative that transcended its genre trappings. Pioneering genre conventions. Gundam established landmark genre conventions and trends that still influence mecha anime today. Char and Amuro's dynamic as rivals framed core lead character archetypes of the hot-headed loner and the angsty rookie. Non-traditional leadership figures like female captain Frau Bao expanded gender representations beyond just romantic interests. Serialized storytelling with continuous suspense narrative arcs replaced episodic monster of the week formulas. Consequential character deaths raised the narrative stakes sharply. Meticulous universe building through technical details and sci-fi elements like Minovsky physics added an air of authenticity. Limited animation techniques like stock footage usage pioneered best practices for low-budget anime productions. Through innovations across storytelling structure, characterization, settings, and animation techniques, Mobile Suit Gundam profoundly expanded the creative vocabulary of mecha anime in ways that became genre conventions. Evaluating Gundam's artistic legacy. While imperfect, Gundam's pioneering achievements far outweighed its limitations. Strengths. Memorable characterization, especially of Char and Amuro as foils locked in ideological opposition, potent anti-war messages that retain deep relevance even decades later, visually striking mobile suit designs that spawned legions of imitators, uncompromisingly gritty and tactical depiction of futuristic warfare, and a deft balance of high-stakes drama against humanistic warmth. Weaknesses. Uneven pacing and lulls during later episodes, dated animation constrained by budget limitations, underdeveloped secondary female characters, dense sci-fi lore that could sometimes overcomplicate the narrative, and an abrupt ending that felt rushed. Despite these flaws, Mobile Suit Gundam delivered an enormously influential work whose skillful storytelling and thought-provoking themes justifiably became genre classics. Seeding an unparalleled media franchise. Gundam spawned one of the longest-running and commercially successful media franchises in history, with lifetime revenues exceeding $20 billion. The original series sparked an ever-expanding universe of sequels, prequels, and spin-offs across anime, manga, novels, games, and film. Direct sequels like Zeta Gundam and Char's Counterattack expanded on the core one-year war timeline. Later works jumped to alternate settings and eras, exemplified by acclaimed series like Gundam Wing, Gundam 00, and Iron-Blooded Orphans, displaying reinvention across milieus and styles. Through continual regeneration, the Gundam IP endures as a global pop culture titan. Gundam also pioneered merchandising tie-ins that drove its popularity, most notably with intricate model kits that let fans assemble and customize their own mecha. Lucrative games like Dynasty Warriors Gundam further enable players to interactively experience iconic battles. The franchise encompasses theme cafes, attractions, parades, and even a life-sized RX-78-2 statues, leaving an indelible footprint on global pop culture. While quality varies across its massive catalog, Gundam's longevity confirms Mobile Suit Gundam's vital role as the masterwork that launched an unforgettable science fiction universe. Comparison to contemporaneous anime classics. Here is how Mobile Suit Gundam compares to other landmark anime of its era. Space Battleship Yamato, 1974-75, was an earlier space opera anime that pioneered serialized continuity but had simpler nationalistic themes compared to Gundam's nuanced anti-war commentary. Super Dimension Fortress Macross, 1982-83, featured transforming mecha and an extraterrestrial conflict, but adopted a lighter tone compared to Gundam's somber realism. Armored Trooper Votoms, 1983-84, utilized a grounded mecha aesthetic reminiscent of Gundam, but focused more heavily on dystopian themes. Patlabor, 1989-93, employed realistic mecha designs also inspired by Gundam, while blending in police drama and political intrigue. Where Yamato and Macross channeled optimism about technology's promise, Gundam took a more cautious view, using mecha to warn against over-reliance on machines. Votoms shared its gritty militarism, but was more pessimistic about human nature. Gundam struck a delicate balance of human drama against plausible sci-fi warfare unmatched in its era. Its anti-war messages aligned trenchantly with Japan's psyche in a way uniquely resonant for its time. The enduring legacy of Gundam's iconic mecha. Several of Gundam's most iconic mobile suit designs demonstrate the masterful balance of military practicality with humanoid anatomy. The RX-78-2 Gundam pioneered the sleek white-blue-red aesthetic with faceted surfaces that became a distinctive franchise motif. Its bright colors stood apart from the military drabness of rival mecha. Char Aznable's MS-04 Zaku epitomized Zeon's sinister insectoid aesthetic with spiked armor and tubing that evoked samurai helmets. Zeon's hulking MS-02 Zeong introduced a menacing, alien-like design with its masked face and large arms drawing from Japanese Oni demon mythology. Sleek, variable suits like the Zeta Gundam incorporated realistic vehicle modes that transitioned smoothly into humanoid robots. Gundam's designers conceived functionally plausible giant weapons rather than fanciful superheroes. Details like hydraulics and exhaust vents visually communicated mechanical power. The humanoid template enabled dynamic martial arts action. Later real robot anime like Votoms and Patlabor extended this design ethos. Gundam demonstrated how blending military engineering with anthropomorphic elements could make mecha feel extraordinarily tangible. Its visual legacy persists in robotic anime design today. Innovations in animation production. Gundam's resourceful animation production techniques also pioneered best practices for the era's budget constraints. Stock footage of repeated actions like missile salvos efficiently amplified consistency and dynamism during intense combat. Still frame pans over intricately detailed mechanical diagrams emphasized mobile suit functionality. Rotoscoping live-action footage lent greater realism to human movements compared to hand-drawn animation alone. Split screens heightened the chaos of battle while reducing the number of independently animated elements needed. Cockpit perspective shots immersed viewers in the thick of combat for greater immediacy. Sparing use of beam and explosion effects focused resources on key moments of visual impact. Gundam pushed the envelope in portraying immense yet practical giant robots using limited animation via stylization. Freeze frames, split seconds of dramatic detail, and cinematic cuts conveyed kinetics economically. This comprehensive visual language achieved unprecedented verisimilitude. Defining characters and archetypes. Amuro Ray and Char Aznable remain seminal archetypes in real robot anime through their complex backgrounds, relationship, and development. Amuro represents the reluctant hero, a youth forced to adapt and evolve from terrified novice to proficient pilot, symbolizing mankind's capacity to overcome hostile technology through discipline. His emerging new-type powers further signify human evolution. Char embodies the masked, morally ambiguous rival, defined by his quest for retribution. His extremism in fighting corruption reveals the dangers of unaccountable militarism. His complex relationship with Lala adds further depth. Their bitter rivalry born from Lala's death resonates as a cautionary tale about the self-perpetuating cycle of hatred and war. Yet their growing a new type understanding also hints at the possibility for empathy and conflict resolution. The contrast between Amuro's self-doubt and Char's zealotry projects a nuanced moral spectrum, while Lala represents an ideal of compassion. Amuro is a sophisticated lens for examining Japan's complicated outlook on technology and militarism in the post-war era. Meanwhile, Char highlights the banality of evil through his descent into unscrupulous means. Their intricate characterization and rapport greatly enriched real robot archetypes for the future. Amuro and Char formed a captivating dialectic that unpacked the philosophical cost of war through their opposition, helping cement Gundam as an impactful sci-fi parable. Gundam's fictional war as historical allegory. Mobile Suit Gundam's fictional one-year war contains thinly veiled allusions to Japanese military history that resonated profoundly when it first debuted. The Earth Federation and Principality of Zeon conflict echoes World War II's Pacific War between America and Imperial Japan, including tragedies like Operating British, evoking the Tokyo firebombings. Zeon's fanatical totalitarianism recalls Japan's ultra-nationalist militarism in the early 20th century. The war's abrupt outbreak and traumatic impact on civilians mirrors Japan's shocking defeat in World War II, which deeply scarred the national psyche. Amuro's coming-of-age story amid the calamities of war channels Japan's profound loss of innocence, witnessing World War II's devastation firsthand. The unspoken subtext of atoning for imperialist sins had deep resonance in the late 1970s as wartime memories were still raw. Japan's disorienting post-war prosperity had also stirred identity crises. Gundam's sober anti-war themes aligned trenchantly with Japan's pacifism and longing for a more peaceful future, while concepts like new types offered optimism for human progress through mutual understanding, a delicate balance that captured the zeitgeist. By grappling sincerely with the past through sci-fi allegory, Gundam profoundly touched the cultural nerve centers of its era. The emotive power of Gundam's musical score. Mobile Suit Gundam's poignant musical soundtrack amplifies its emotional weight through compositions tailor-made for key moments. The bombastic orchestra opening evokes militaristic cadences, priming viewers for epic combat. Recurring piano motifs during character themes like Lala's amplify ideals of empathy and humanity. Bluesy, grooving guitar battle themes channel 70s sci-fi's gritty intensity. The sweeping orchestral piece, Beginning, lends grandeur to the White Base's launch sequences. Rhythmic martial drums and military anthem melodies accentuate nationalist fervor. Ambient drones generate tension between battles. The score balances grandeur to suit the spectacle with gentle piano and strings that unpack emotion. Up-tempo fusion rock tracks like Encounters also pioneered a signature mecha anime musical aesthetic. This comprehensive soundtrack amplifies both the kinetic action as well as dramatic poignancy, influencing generations of creators. Here are some notable creators who credit Mobile Suit Gundam as formative influence. Hideaki Anno, creator of Neon Genesis Evangelion, called Gundam's philosophies on war and technology deeply inspiring. Shoji Kawamori, creator of Macross, praised Gundam's gritty realism for making mecha anime more three-dimensional. Hajime Katoki, mecha designer on Gundam Wing and Iron-Blooded Orphans, cites the RX-78 Gundam as sparking his interest in the genre. Gen Urobuchi, writer of Psycho-Pass and Fate Zero, mentioned Gundam-defined anti-hero archetypes he sought to deconstruct. Shinichiro Watanabe, director of Cowboy Bebop, described Gundam as a lasting influence on his creative ambition. Hidetaka Tenjin, known for Macross mecha illustrations, calls Gundam's iconic designs captivating works of art. Gundam left a creative imprint on renowned directors, designers, writers, and artists alike. It revealed untapped potential for sophisticated serialized anime. Its aesthetic and thematic innovations opened artistic possibilities, still inspiring talent today. Critical acclaim as an artistic triumph. Here is some salient professional analysis that underscores Mobile Suit Gundam's artistic significance. Writer Toshio Okada applauded Gundam's seamless fusion of exhilarating action and sober pacifist messaging. Scholar Susan Napier praised Gundam's nuanced examination of technology's societal impact. Critic Kaoru Nagayama lauded its realism and philosophical depth as elevating anime. Helen McCarthy's book, 500 Essential Anime Movies, called it an elegant indictment of war with enduring lessons. Anime News Network founder Justin Savakis wrote, Gundam redefined how anime handled war and trauma. Columnist Gerald Rathkolb described Gundam as demonstrating anime's potential for tackling sophisticated ideas. From academic essays to enthusiast press, critical appraisals highlight Mobile Suit Gundam's humanism as elevating it above disposable entertainment. Its messages affirming our shared humanity left an unforgettable impact on anime. Mainstream commercial juggernaut. These statistics quantify Mobile Suit Gundam's immense commercial success. The series averaged a 6.6% viewership rating, exceptional for a late-night anime at the time. Initially modest model kit sales skyrocketed after targeting adult fans, with lifetime sales now exceeding 500 million units. Early compilation movies grossed over $20 million in box office revenue. Licensed merchandise continues selling steadily, generating over $150 million annually. As of 2022, global Gundam IP revenue exceeds $10 billion. Total franchise earnings since 1979 have surpassed $20 billion. Gundam transformed sponsor Bandai's fortunes and pioneered a new era of merchandising-driven anime blockbusters. Its viewership signaled late-night anime's potential to engage mature audiences. The extensive merchandising attests to its immense cultural grip, with apparel, models, games, music, and more, making Gundam a commercial grand slam. While artistry comes first, Gundam's financial magnitude confirms its unparalleled mainstream popularity and resonance in Japan as well as worldwide. In conclusion, through its consummate blending of exhilarating sci-fi action, sober anti-war sentiment, emotionally resonant characterization, and pioneering mecha designs, Mobile Suit Gundam 0079 fundamentally redefined and elevated the anime genre. It delivered an enormously influential work whose skillful storytelling, thought-provoking themes, and aesthetic vision justifiably became classics. Despite imperfections, Gundam set groundbreaking benchmarks across multifaceted plotting, thematic depth, unforgettable characters, and innovative animation techniques that still reverberate across the genre today. 4 decades later, Mobile Suit Gundam endures as a pivotal masterwork that took mecha anime to new heights of dramatic sophistication and philosophical maturity, leaving an indelible legacy that continues to inspire generations of artists and fans worldwide.
Chapter 44.
Mushishi. Mushishi is a profoundly contemplative and hauntingly beautiful anime that delves into the delicate coexistence between humans and enigmatic supernatural creatures known as Mushi. The series chronicles the journey of Ginko, an eccentric wayfarer with white hair who travels across feudal Japan to investigate Mushi disturbances and assist people in understanding these primordial entities believed to be the source of mystical ailments and anomalies. Originating from the primordial energy of nature itself, Mushi are essentially spirits that inhabit the natural world. According to the lore of Mushishi, Mushi are the most basic and ancient forms of life, invisible to nearly all humans. Like the Kami and Shinto traditions, Mushi exert influence over elemental forces and phenomena. They're born from earth, wind, water, and sunlight, intrinsically tied to the order of the natural realm. Their life cycle, behavior, and very existence are interwoven with the environment. Mushi perturb the physical world in inexplicable ways, redirecting winds, possessing emotions, consuming memories. They represent the mystical side of nature that defies human logic and scientific understanding. The anime's unique visual presentation brings the haunting beauty of this world to life. Scenes are painted with a limited, desaturated watercolor palette dominated by lush greens, icy blues, and earthy browns. Environments are rendered in an impressionistic textured style, from misty forests to rocky rivers and rustic villages. The tranquil villages and meandering journeys through misty mountains conjure nostalgia for old rural traditions. Character designs are simplified with muted tones that allow the mystical environments to stand out. The striking use of vibrant neon color is reserved for the ethereal glow of Mushi against the neutral backgrounds. The art direction, deliberate pacing, and minimalist soundtrack cultivate a meditative atmosphere. Lingering landscape shots, periods of silence, and tightly framed close-ups create a poignant sense of solitude and stillness. Sunrises and sunsets feature prominently, evoking the passage of time. Slow fades between scenes, soft lighting, and hazy imagery enhance the oniric quality. This immersive visual style echoes the show's themes of finding meaning and harmony in the impermanent, unknowable facets of existence. Ginkgo's encounters showcase the intricacies of the human condition through the lens of the supernatural. In The Light of the Eyelid, a Mushi grants prophetic visions, allowing a man to see the day he will die. This provokes reflections on the transient nature of life. As Ginkgo solemnly explains, existence is short, and we must learn to fully appreciate each day we are given. In The Cotton Changeling, a young boy is mysteriously replaced by a plant doppelganger, erased from the memories of his loved ones. This illustrates the uncanny intersection between human lives and the natural world. Ginkgo works to rescue the boy, affirming the value of all life while acknowledging our powerlessness before the ineffable secrets of the universe. Other episodes delve into humanity's search for meaning, the complexity of suffering, the importance of empathy, and the spiritual solace found in the sublime beauty of nature. Ginkgo faces each situation with an open mind, demonstrating compassion towards those affected and modeling graceful acceptance that some mysteries simply cannot be explained, only observed in reverence. At its core, Mushishi is a portrait of the poignant yet complex relationship between civilization and the natural realm. It reminds viewers of the humility and care needed to coexist harmoniously within larger ecological systems. The show also evokes a nostalgic longing for old rural traditions, folklore, and spiritual ideas that venerated nature's mystic power. By spotlighting the beauty and fragility of life, Mushishi encourages mindful presence and an appreciative perspective. The series stands as a meditative work of visual poetry that resonates with audiences across cultures. It captures the human condition through lyrical supernatural metaphors, affirming that even brief moments of meaning and connection are worthwhile.
Chapter 45.
My Hero Academia. My Hero Academia, produced by Studio Bones starting in 2016, has garnered immense popularity for its fresh take on the superhero genre. The anime is set in a world where most people have developed superpowers or quirks. This major change in human evolution has radically impacted society on many levels. Laws regulate quirk use, professional heroes are paid by the government to protect citizens, and the economy revolves around superhuman abilities. However, prejudice still brews against those with villainous or weak quirks, demonstrating enduring flaws in human nature. The story follows Izuku Midoriya, a boy born without any powers in this superhuman society. Ridiculed and told he cannot become a hero, Izuku nevertheless greatly admires heroes and analyzes them enthusiastically. His life changes when the world's greatest hero, All Might, passes on his quirk to Izuku after recognizing the boy's heroic spirit. Empowered but overwhelmed, Izuku enrolls in UA High School to train to become a pro hero. Despite facing discrimination, Izuku actively proves through determination, strategic thinking, and immense training that he can master his newfound power and overcome any obstacle or opponent. Izuku maintains faith in heroic ideals even when challenged by chaotic villains like Tomura Shigaraki, who seeks to erase hero society. Izuku inspires his classmates with his courage and integrity, while also experiencing growth through fiery rivalries. Surrounded by colorful heroes in training, Izuku learns to exert control over his own destiny in spite of the limitations society imposes on him. Izuku's underdog tale examines inspirational themes of self-determination, the dangers of inequality, the roots of extremism, and what it truly means to be a hero. My Hero Academia crafts a visually dazzling viewing experience through fluid, explosive battle animation, stylized character designs, and imaginative perspectives in scene compositions. The stellar soundtrack amplifies emotions, from adrenaline-fueled brass during climactic clashes to mournful piano during heartfelt moments between mentors and pupils. Yet, the anime also tempers the dramatic stakes with well-timed humor, slice-of-life school activities, and light-hearted interactions within Izuku's circle of friends. Supporting characters like nervous but brilliant inventor Mei Hatsume and energetic Class 1B rep Itsuka Kendo further expand the diverse cast. The story unfolds through a strong progression of episodic school adventures, villain attacks, training arcs, and sports tournaments. These arcs allow for rising stakes, new challenges to test the hero's growth, and climactic confrontations that reward viewers for investing in the characters' journeys. Scenes of failure, recovery, and team bonding between crises prevent pacing issues. Izuku's relationships with his mentor All Might and uncompromising homeroom teacher Aizawa are highlights. All Might inspires Izuku to follow his dreams, while Aizawa tries to ground the idealistic students in pragmatic realities. Izuku must balance his optimism with the harsh lessons about the burden of power. Class 1A's bonds strengthen amidst hardships, capturing an honest sense of teenage friendship. The rich world building and social commentary elevate My Hero Academia above standard battle shonen fare. Izuku's struggle to exceed expectations and societal pressures resonates with viewers feeling self-doubt or imposter syndrome. My Hero Academia believes that while misfortune exists, people should define their own destinies rather than resign themselves to fate. It is this uplifting and humanistic message that helps explain My Hero Academia's global appeal. Though certain supporting characters could be further developed, the pacing can become repetitive and some moments feel padded. These are minor critiques. Overall, My Hero Academia represents an evolutionary leap for the shonen genre through its animation prowess, touching relationships, aspirational themes, and uniquely captivating blend of fantasy and realism. These qualities will continue engaging viewers craving the inspired storytelling that great coming-of-age epics deliver.
Chapter 46.
Nadia, the Secret of Blue Water.
Fushigi no Umi no Nadia.
Released in 1990, Nadia, the Secret of Blue Water, arrived during a renaissance period for Japanese animation. The 1980s saw anime embrace more mature themes and complex storytelling, with landmark films like Akira paving the way. Building upon this movement, Nadia creator Hideaki Anno crafted an imaginative steampunk adventure that captured the spirit of pioneering 19th century fiction while exploring thought-provoking ideas that resonated with modern viewers. Nadia's retro-futuristic setting proves critical to its appeal. By reimagining an alternate 1889 where fantastical technology coexists with historic aesthetics, the anime conjures the sense of wonder and discovery found in the novels of Jules Verne or H.G. Wells. This retro-futuristic backdrop provided fertile ground for Anno to insert speculative fiction elements that facilitate commentary on ethical scientific advancement and humanity's relationship with nature. The industrial steam-powered visuals, combining nautical and sci-fi influences, transport viewers to Nadia's inventive era. Lushly detailed mechanical designs, such as the ornate blue water gem technology or Nautilus submarine interiors, create an immersive steampunk atmosphere. Anno's meticulous world building and cinematic direction, using evocative lighting and shot composition, bring this retro-futuristic setting to vivid life. Within this visually arresting world, Anno crafts a poignant coming-of-age tale. At the story's heart is the burgeoning relationship between young inventor Jean and the mysterious Nadia, an acrobat sheltered from the wider world. Though initially wary of others, Nadia gradually opens up to Jean and the rest of the Nautilus crew as they embark on an adventure shrouded in Atlantis mythology and secrets of Nadia's past. Jean's optimistic faith in technology contrasts with Nadia's reverence for nature, highlighting philosophical questions about progress versus sustainability. Their differences balance each other, with Jean's kindness cracking Nadia's cold exterior to reveal her compassionate spirit. Meanwhile, supporting characters like Grandis and Gargoyle exhibit engaging complexity beneath their initial villainous impressions. Anno excels at crafting multi-dimensional individuals, bringing heart and humanity to relationships amidst fantastical threats. This deft blending of charming characters with epic world-spanning mythology gives the anime a cross-generational appeal. For all its technological marvels, steampunk trappings, and apocalyptic stakes, Nadia never loses sight of the intimate bonds at its center. Each character arc remains grounded in earning friendship and finding a sense of belonging. Nadia's thematic ambition also impresses, using its fiction to probe timeless debates. The conflict between Nadia's environmentalist values and the technology-obsessed Neo-Atlantean antagonists illuminates how humanity can balance innovation and sustainability. By humanizing both philosophies, the show resists facile judgments. Nadia highlights that just as science can be misused for unethical ends, it also holds the potential for wonder and progress when guided by wisdom and care. Of course, Nadia has flaws, including a sagging middle section and conclusion that leaves some plot threads unresolved, but its peaks reveal Anno's climbing talent, demonstrating his ability to combine emotional storytelling with epic world-building. Nadia's warmth, imaginative vision, and willingness to contemplate technology's light and dark sides ensure its rightful place among the medium's classics. More than just a precursor to Anno's masterpiece Neon Genesis Evangelion, Nadia stands on its own merits as an anime gem worth revisiting. For both its retro-futuristic aesthetic and timeless coming-of-age tale, Nadia remains an unforgettable adventure.
Chapter 47.
Naruto. Masashi Kishimoto's epic anime Naruto is far more than a simple coming-of-age tale. Through its masterful fusion of humor, heartfelt emotion, and adrenaline-fueled action, Naruto deftly bridges universal themes, making it resonate with viewers across all age groups. At its core, Naruto is a Bildungsroman, chronicling the growth of its rambunctious protagonist, Naruto Uzumaki. Despite being shunned by his village due to the nine-tailed fox sealed within him, Naruto never gives up on his dream of becoming Hokage and gaining the respect of his peers. This underdog narrative lends an unpredictable edge to the story, as Naruto overcomes challenge after challenge in innovative ways. Yet the true brilliance of Naruto lies in its rich world building. Kishimoto constructs a vivid shinobi world brimming with intricate backstories, cultures, legends, and political dynamics. 5 distinct nations, each inspired by real-world cultures, form the backdrop for the story. The rigid military state of the Fire Nation, Naruto's home, contrasts the relaxed tropical Water Nation, while the stern, stoic Earth Nation differs from the radical libertarian Wind Nation. The innovative Lightning Nation rounds out the world. Intricate folklore and mythology also come alive in the world of Naruto, most prominently through the Biju or tailed beasts. These colossal creatures, like the one-tailed tanuki Shukaku, sealed inside Gaara, take direct inspiration from Japanese mythology, enriching the world's mysticism. The Biju's origin as offspring of the god tree also stems from Shinto tales of nature deities called kami. Sage Mode's nature energy and the Uchiha's Sharingan also resonate with Buddhist and Shinto legends. Even the architecture, like Sunagakure's desert-adapted rounded buildings, integrates Japanese tradition. This blend of real-world history, politics, and mythology adds layer upon layer of symbolism and meaning to the shinobi world. The tensions between the great nations mirror real modern geopolitics, while also forming crucial dynamics between the characters. The rich backdrop transforms the work from a mere good versus evil battle to an insightful commentary on the human experience. While criticisms can be made regarding occasional dragging pace, predictability, sexism, power inflation, and redemption of villains, these are far outweighed by Naruto's strengths. Its gripping plot arcs, exhilarating battles, evocative themes, and complex characters who exhibit remarkable growth together weave an epic saga that has captured the hearts and minds of millions worldwide. Central to the broad appeal of Naruto is how it tackles universal experiences. Naruto's journey mirrors the struggle within us all, as he perseveres through loss, ostracism, and setbacks with an unfailing optimism that speaks to the resilience of the human spirit. His steadfast commitment to his friends and to peace, despite cycles of hatred and war, inspires hope. By exploring intricate personal dynamics and societal philosophies, Naruto crafts an insightful commentary on the human condition. Debates on predestination versus free will, individual desires versus collective duties, and the moral relativism of means versus ends gives philosophical heft. The capacity for redemption and bonds, overcoming hatred, reveal redemptive humanity. Ultimately, Naruto's greatest legacy is its emotional resonance. Through trials and tribulations, Naruto never lets cynicism or despair dampen his spirit, but holds on to his ideals and rallies those around him. As viewers journey alongside him, watching Naruto grow from a brash outcast to a wise leader, they are reminded to never give up on their dreams. In this hopeful narrative, Naruto achieves his dream of becoming Hokage not through destiny, but through perseverance, empathy, and an indomitable will that speaks to the power within us all.
Chapter 48.
Neon Genesis Evangelion. Neon Genesis Evangelion is a groundbreaking and philosophically complex anime series that redefined and deconstructed the mecha anime genre. Directed by Hideaki Anno, it is set in a post-apocalyptic world where humanity faces existential threats from mysterious beings called angels. The shadowy organization NERV develops giant cybernetic mechas called Evangelions to combat the angels, with the fate of humanity at stake. Evangelion draws heavily on Kabbalistic, Christian, and occult mythology to amplify its themes. The legendary Dead Sea Scrolls contain secrets about the angels, positioning the Eva pilots as messianic figures in a biblical struggle. The scrolls grant the Evas divine purpose against the angels. Said to be progeny of Adam while humanity descends from Lilith, the symbolism frames the story as part of a larger spiritual conflict. Biblical motifs are ubiquitous. The lance of Longinus that pierces Unit 01 evokes the spear that pierced Christ. The Evas have halos and crucifixion restraints, enhancing their aura of messianic sacrifice. Evangelion's lore describes the first ancestral race seeding life on Earth through the Kabbalistic Tree of Life. The use of occult and Christian symbols amplifies the existential stakes regarding humanity's purpose. Evangelion utilizes Freudian and Jungian psychology to enrich its complex characters. Shinji Ikari embodies the Oedipus complex. His desire for his absent father's approval competes with unconscious resentment. Asuka Langley exhibits the Electra complex, seeking but resenting parental figures due to her mother's rejection. In Jungian terms, Shinji represents the child archetype, craving guidance from paternal symbols. Asuka epitomizes the fiery anima, balancing Shinji's masculine traits with assertion. Rei is both mother figure and object of Oedipal desire. The angels often symbolize Jungian shadow archetypes, forcing confrontations with the character's weaknesses. This psychodynamic symbolism humanizes the characters and drives their convoluted motivations. A core philosophical theme is existentialism versus instrumentality, embodied in the Human Instrumentality Project, which threatens to erase individuality by merging all souls into one entity. This represents a forced conformity, depriving humanity of its essence. Evangelion argues for the existentialist perspective, that we must create our own meaning through living authentically, rather than having purpose predetermined. Shinji ultimately rejects instrumentality to embrace the pain, sacrifice, and connections that make existence precious. The series portrays false utopias like Bethany Base and NERV headquarters, which provide an illusion of escape from uncertainty, but cannot save the characters from loneliness or trauma. Shinji initially sees these sterile environments as refuges, but comes to reject their artificiality in favor of human connection. This commentary echoes the social withdrawal phenomenon in Japan in the 90s, where many young people escaped into reclusive otaku culture. Anno suggests that over-reliance on escapism prevents the social engagement needed for psychological growth. The hedgehog's dilemma is a metaphor that explains the character's difficulty with intimacy. Like hedgehogs who need warmth yet are prevented from getting too close by their spines, the characters both desperately crave connection, yet fear the sting of emotional attachment, resulting in relationships that are never fully authentic or vulnerable. Only by accepting the risk of pain can the hedgehogs in Evangelion find meaningful intimacy. Shinji is a subversion of the typical mecha anime hero, a reluctant, vulnerable child burdened by trauma. His flaws make him relatable yet frustrating, echoing Anno's critique of otaku escapism. Asuka's abrasive confidence masks crippling insecurity, while Rei's cool exterior hides a quest for identity. Their distinct yet damaged psyches add compelling psychological complexity. Rather than definitive closure, the avant-garde ending aimed for an abstract portrayal of Shinji's tortured psyche using live-action footage, stream of consciousness imagery, and other unusual methods. Visuals like the congratulations sequence have been interpreted as ironic commentary on hollow achievements and are used to underscore a sense of desperation for normalcy, much like the routine everyday life depicted in The Simpsons opening. The ending rewards deeper analysis and interpretation rather than pat narrative resolution. Evangelion revolutionized mecha anime by deconstructing genre conventions. It introduced darker, psychologically complex narratives to anime. The series also critiqued tropes like idealized mecha pilots, clear good versus evil delineations, and easy romantic resolutions. Anno's willingness to subvert audience expectations and avoid definitive answers heralded a new wave of philosophically mature storytelling in anime just as the medium entered the global mainstream. The rebuild of Evangelion films revisit the story with modern animation and some reinterpretations. While providing unambiguous resolution, the rebooted films also take major creative liberties, introducing new mythological expansions and an arguably more optimistic ending. This complements, rather than replaces, the original series and its open-ended avant-garde finale. Neon Genesis Evangelion remains an artistic achievement that both encapsulates and deconstructs mecha anime to explore the soul of the human condition.
Chapter 49.
Nichijou, My Ordinary Life. Nichijou, an anime that translates to My Ordinary Life, is a noteworthy exemplar of the Japanese slice-of-life comedy genre. This semiotic analysis will delve into the innovative ways in which Nichijou masterfully transmutes the everyday into the extraordinary, thereby expanding the artistic boundaries of anime humor. This analysis will also explore the show's unique character dynamics, its innovative use of animation and sound, its influence and reception, and its comparisons with other similar anime. The slice-of-life genre in anime is characterized by its focus on the quotidian routines of its characters, with drama and humor emerging from the minutiae of daily life. Nichijou epitomizes this focus on the ordinary, revolving around the daily antics of high school girls Yuko, Mio, and Mai, along with the child genius professor and her robot creation Nano. However, it is in its unique treatment of these everyday scenarios that Nichijou sets itself apart from other anime in the genre. Nichijou's unique comedic style is characterized by its infusion of extraordinary elements into everyday scenarios, transforming them into over-the-top spectacles of humor. This comedic escalation is a key signifier in the show's semiotic landscape, where everyday events are exaggerated to absurd proportions. The show's commitment to comedic escalation is such that an innocuous competition to high five can morph into a parkour-filled chase across the city, and accidentally breaking a stone while skipping results in water blasting sky high akin to a lunar rocket launch. The characters in Nichijou react to these outlandish situations with a bemused casualness. This reaction serves as a signifier of normalcy that grounds the absurdity in the narrative, making the surreal feel humorously relatable. The characters' nonchalant reactions to the absurd scenarios also serve as a sign of the show's worldview, where the bizarre and the mundane coexist seamlessly. The show's animation style and soundtrack are other signifiers that contribute significantly to its unique brand of humor. The vivid color palette, the exaggerated facial expressions and reactions of the characters, and the dramatic visual representations of even the most mundane events are all elements of the show's unique semiotic language. The soundtrack, with its comedic timing and atmospheric tunes, enhances the overall effect of the visual signifiers, creating a rich tapestry of humor that is both visually and sonically engaging. Further analysis of the show's characters reveals a rich array of signifiers that contribute to the show's appeal. Each character has distinct personality traits and quirks that are humorously exaggerated, contributing to the show's unique comedic style. For instance, Yuko's eccentric humor, Mio's secret passion for yaoi, and Nano's attempts at blending in despite being a robot all add depth to the narrative and enhance the comedic effect. Nichijo's reception and influence in the anime industry are also key aspects to consider. Despite an initially reserved reception, the show has garnered high critical acclaim for its unique blend of surreal comedy and heartwarming moments. This shift in reception could be viewed as a sign of the show's innovative approach to comedy resonating with audiences and critics alike, leading to its recognition as a touchstone for expanding the artistic possibilities of anime comedy. A comparison with other slice-of-life and comedy animes such as Azumanga Daioh, Daily Lives of High School Boys, and Lucky Star further illuminates Nichijo's unique approach to the genre. These shows share similarities with Nichijou in terms of genre and theme, but each has its own spin. In conclusion, through a semiotic analysis of its unique comedic style, character dynamics, animation, sound design, and its reception and influence, it can be seen that Nichijou is a unique artifact in the anime industry. It masterfully blends the tranquility of everyday life with explosions of randomness and absurdity, thereby transforming the mundane into the extraordinary and expanding the artistic boundaries of anime comedy.
Chapter 50.
One Piece. For over 2 decades, Eiichiro Oda's manga and anime series One Piece has transfixed millions of fans around the world with its grand sense of adventure, cast of colorful characters, expansive fictional world, dramatic storylines, quirky humor, multifaceted themes, and sprawling mythology. Serialized in Weekly Shonen Jump since 1997 and adapted into an anime series by Toei Animation in 1999, One Piece has become a cultural phenomenon and one of the best-selling comics of all time. The premise of One Piece centers around the search for the treasure known as One Piece, left behind somewhere in the vast Grand Line Sea by the legendary pirate king Gol D. Roger. Whoever claims the treasure will inherit Roger's title and fame as the king of the pirates. A young, optimistic boy named Monkey D. Luffy sets off on a journey across the high seas to gather a crew and find the treasure, driven by his dream of attaining unrivaled freedom and excitement as the Pirate King. He soon assembles an eclectic band of fellow pirates, including a swordsman, navigator, cook, doctor, archaeologist, shipwright, musician, and others, all united behind Luffy's infectious charisma and spirited quest. Luffy gained tremendous elastic abilities after eating the Gomu Gomu no Mi devil fruit as a child, allowing him to stretch his body like rubber. This power provides him and his crew an edge in confronting increasingly formidable foes and obstacles that stand between them and the treasure, including enemy pirate crews, corrupt government officials, vicious bounty hunters, and the mysterious organization known as Cypher Pole. Luffy and his Straw Hat Pirates must also navigate the perilous seas of the Grand Line using only their courage, teamwork, and Luffy's uncanny instinct for pushing forward no matter what threats arise. The world of One Piece, divided into several oceans and islands, demonstrates outstanding depth, thought, and creativity. Oda has crafted a planet teeming with fantastical sea creatures, diverse cultures, political intrigue, hidden histories, advanced technologies, and figures of great power and influence. Extensive world building fills in details about the Four Blues, East, West, North, and South, the more benign Paradise half of Grand Line, and the increasingly dangerous New World that awaits beyond the Red Line continent. Along their journey, the Straw Hats become caught up in conflicts with various factions like the World Government and their Navy forces, the secretive Revolutionary Army, the brutal Beast Pirates, the chaotic Big Mom Pirates, and more. Oda masterfully weaves an engaging narrative using short, self-contained story arcs that also connect into grand, overarching sagas, allowing readers to experience satisfying payoffs while awaiting future revelations. Standout story arcs include the Baroque Works saga in Alabasta, the Skype Ea arc introducing the villain Enel, the CP9 thriller in Water 7 and Aeneas Lobby, the Summit War pitting Whitebeard against the world government, and the arc in Wano Country involving samurai, ninja, and the beast pirates. The series shifts effortlessly between high-stakes action, emotional drama, light-hearted gags, and quiet character moments. The ever-expanding crew of the Straw Hat Pirates forms the heart of One Piece with their camaraderie, distinct personalities, interwoven backstories, and dedication to their captain. Luffy's commandeering yet kind-hearted nature makes him the ideal protagonist to lead this eclectic band of pirates on swashbuckling adventures. His chief swordsman, Roronoa Zoro, provides stoic strength and loyalty. Nami acts as the crew's skilled navigator with a penchant for material goods. Goofy liar Usopp grows into a brave warrior of the sea. The chivalrous Sanji feeds the crew with outstanding culinary skills. Tony Chopper serves as a gifted doctor with a tender heart beneath his monster exterior. Nico Robin uses her intellect to decipher the mysterious poneglyphs scattered across the world. Cyborg Frankie provides shipwright skills and wacky antics. Living Skeleton Brook energizes the crew with music despite his tragic past. And more colorful individuals join the Straw Hats as the journey continues. Together, they support each other's dreams unconditionally. One Piece enthralls readers with a globe-spanning treasure hunt, but also weaves a complex mythos in the background for diligent fans to piece together. Oda has planted extensive lore throughout the story surrounding the lost history of the Void Century, powerful ancient weapons like Pluton, the giants of Elbaf, the meaning of the initial D, the origins of devil fruits, the grand treasure One Piece itself, and more. The exploits of Joy Boy, Nika, and other legendary figures hint at a rich untold backstory. These details provide profound intrigue and an air of epic grandeur stretching across generations. While crafting an expansive fictional world, Oda also instills core themes that resonate with readers on a deeper level. One Piece conveys a sense of romance and wonder regarding the open seas, travel, and discovery. The story highlights the importance of forging bonds of friendship that go beyond mere camaraderie into unshakable brotherhood. Each Straw Hat member must learn what it means to be a true pirate and find the courage to leave their old lives behind. They all inherit the will of D, the deeply rooted concept of fighting for one's principles and dreams against powerful forces of control and corruption. One Piece inspires viewers to persevere through failures and tragedies by maintaining faith in their own potential. On the journey to uncover the secrets of their world and the One Piece treasure, the Straw Hats must face off against a memorable rogues gallery of villains and adversaries that push them to their limits. The bombastic Buggy, devious naval officer Crocodile, the assassin group CP9 headed by Rob Lucci, wily warlord Gecko Moria, magma-powered Admiral Akainu, the hulking Kaido, and the unstable Big Mom all serve as major enemies with unique abilities and sinister goals that raise the stakes. In particular, the pivotal Summit War between Whitebeard's pirate fleet and the world government forces represented a climactic turning point on Luffy's path to pirate supremacy. One Piece sets itself apart from comparable shonen series through its vibrant aesthetic, emotive storytelling, quirky humor, novel power systems involving devil fruit abilities and hockey techniques, masterful foreshadowing, and interconnected plotting where small details seed future story developments. The anime adaptation further brings the world to life with strong voice acting, an evocative soundtrack, sleek animation during fights, and a brisk sense of adventure. The production quality and art style both evolve gradually over the anime's vast run, improving alongside Luffy's progression. Beyond its literary merits as a manga, One Piece has achieved record-breaking sales, immense cultural penetration, and international critical acclaim. As of 2022, One Piece has sold over 500 million manga volumes worldwide, making it the best-selling manga series created by a single author. The anime series remains one of the longest-running and most-watched animated shows globally. One Piece has earned multiple Guinness World Records and praise for its longevity, expansiveness, imagination, and consistency over decades of publication. It has lodged itself into popular culture through anime conventions, video games, tie-in products, theme park attractions, memes, and discussions. Thanks to translator Stephen Paul, One Piece has built a substantial English-speaking fandom outside Japan. For over 20 years, One Piece has captured our collective imagination with its sensational storytelling and sprawling high-seas adventure. Under Eiichiro Oda's visionary direction, Monkey D. Luffy and his Straw Hat Pirates have become icons of loyalty, optimism, resilience, and recklessly chasing after one's dreams no matter the obstacles. When the ultimate treasure is finally unearthed and the vast mysteries of the One Piece world revealed, it is sure to be a watershed moment for manga readers and anime viewers worldwide. Until then, fans eagerly await each new nautical escapade as Luffy and company sail closer to making their childhood ambitions a reality.
Chapter 51.
Paranoia Agent. Hailed as a postmodern masterpiece, Satoshi Kon's psychological thriller anime Paranoia Agent, released in 2004, captivates viewers with its surreal descent into the unstable psyches and grim social realities lurking beneath the surface of Tokyo residents' lives. Known for his stunningly intricate visual storytelling and avant-garde influences, Kon weaves together 13 fragmented yet intricately connected narratives in this provocative exploration of repression, guilt, and the blurred lines between imagination and madness. The series centers around a series of brutal attacks by a mysterious young assailant with a golden baseball bat named Lil Slugger, Shonen Bat in Japanese, who becomes an urban legend overtaking the city. As beat cops Detective Keiichi Ikari and his unusual partner Mitsuhiro Maniwa investigate the attacks, they find each victim claiming Lil Slugger appeared from nowhere to carry out their secret twisted desires they can barely admit to themselves. The show's beautiful Lynchian animation style enhances its surreal atmospherics, with eerie overlays of the mundane and magical to visualize the psyche's unraveling. Scenes flow seamlessly between gritty realism and unsettling magical realism depending on the character's mental states, giving the viewer an immersive experience of their uncanny realities. From a humming factory of identical salarymen to a ghostly, faceless crowd following Tsukiko's Moromi character, Kon amplifies the disturbed psychology through striking visual symbolism. One of the most complex characters dealing with psychic fractures is Keiichi Ikari, whose paranoid schizophrenia makes him both the investigator and prime suspect in the attacks. Plagued by hallucinations of a shadowy little slugger, Keiichi spirals from panicked and delusional to fully dissociated, taking on the baseball bat persona himself as an escape from reality. His friend Maniwa watches helplessly as Keiichi's illness consumes him, culminating in tragedy when Keiichi severely injures Maniwa during a psychotic break. Keiichi's mental deterioration chillingly portrays the horrors of losing one's tenuous grip on consensus reality. The show's avant-garde visual language proves key to exploring Keiichi's crumbling psyche and surreal detail. In one scene, Keiichi walks down a rainy street distorted into angular shapes like a German expressionist set, reflecting his distorted perceptions. In another, his face flashes between features of a little slugger and himself, symbolizing his fractured identity and inability to distinguish reality from hallucination. Kon uses surrealism not just for strangeness, but as an immersive window into psychosis. Spoiler warning. Another critical character in Paranoia Agent's web of fraying psyches is Tsukiko Sagi, a shy character designer struggling with her identity in the public eye. After gaining unwanted fame as the first victim of Lil Slugger's attacks, the timid Tsukiko finds herself suffocating under pressure from her bosses to maintain a cute, smiling public persona. However, beneath her childlike Moromi character lurks Tsukiko's repressed envy for Moromi's effortless popularity, as well as a lifetime of loneliness and conformity. In a complex twist, it is revealed that Tsukiko herself unconsciously created the violent Lil Slugger persona as an outlet for her own suppressed anger and resentment. Her golden bat-wielding inner demon externalizes the ugly emotions repressed by a society demanding she smother her true self. In a harrowing climax, Tsukiko confronts and then integrates her shadow self, coming to terms with the darkness inside her. Through Tsukiko's journey, Conan explores the Jungian struggle to unify one's conscious personality with the repressed parts of oneself festering in the subconscious. Beyond its avant-garde visuals, Paranoia Agent stands out for weaving multiple complex themes into its dense narrative layers. The show offers insightful social commentary on the isolation caused by Japan's repressive social norms, along with the national trauma left by the 1990s recession. Through the psychosis-fueled attacks by Lil Slugger, the series also brutally excavates the landslides and fault lines running beneath Tokyo residents' orderly lives, suggesting that the mind can be one's own worst enemy. Since its release, Paranoia Agent has become a fixture on lists of the greatest anime series, praised for its symbolic richness, technical mastery, and genre-defining influence. Its heady mix of exploitation and artistry, madness, and social critique coalesce into a wholly new kind of anime capable of speaking to mature psychological and philosophical themes through surrealism. 2 decades later, the show's stunning craft and thematic depth continue to inspire animators and thrill audiences, ensuring Satoshi Kon's avant-garde masterpiece remains an all-time anime classic.
Chapter 52.
Parasite, the Maxim.
Kiseiju, Sei no Kakuritsu.
Japanese sci-fi horror series Parasite the Maxim offers a chilling yet philosophically nuanced take on the classic alien invasion narrative. The anime follows the harrowing coming-of-age story of Shinichi Izumi, an ordinary high school student who finds his body invaded and partially taken over by a parasitic alien creature called a parasite. This surreal premise explores profound questions about human identity, morality, and our relationship to the other. In a genre often dominated by simplistic us versus them archetypes, Parasite adds refreshing depth by blurring the lines between monster and human. The parasites begin as animalistic predators concerned only with feeding on humans for survival, but by inhabiting and merging with the human host, they start exhibiting qualities like emotion, critical thinking, and even compassion that were presumed to be distinctly human. We come to see the parasites not as totally alien, but rather as alternate intelligences evolving in psychological complexity. This nuanced characterization feeds into the show's central themes of assimilation, social dissociation, and the subjective definitions of humanity and monstrosity. Parasite offers astute socio-cultural commentary by using the sci-fi trope of infiltration and bodily takeover to explore anxiety about cultural change and the destabilization of communities in contemporary Japan. The cryptic parasites could represent anything from immigrants to technological change to shifting social mores that create alienation and distrust between citizens. Beyond just cultural critiques, Parasite challenges notions of human superiority on a deeper philosophical level. As the line between parasite and human blurs, the show provokes us to look inward at our own capacity for both moral heroism and monstrous cruelty. It suggests that perhaps the qualities making us human have less to do with biology and more to do with compassion, ethical struggle, and the willingness to evolve in response to life's complexity. In this lens, humanity becomes defined by actions and choices rather than an inborn category. Parasite is as much a coming-of-age story as a sci-fi thriller. Shinichi is forced to mature rapidly, gaining strength and resolve while confronting difficult moral questions. His childhood friend Murano and enigmatic psychic Kana help Shinichi retain faith in human connections amidst the carnage, while the sinister sociopath Uragami represents those who completely shed morality. Shinichi transforms from a shy, gentle teenager into a resolute defender of human life, illuminating the universal strength to maintain moral principles in the face of internal and external threats. The anime's creepy visual palette of unnatural warped figures and shadowy urban landscapes heightens the psychological horror of a familiar society grappling with unpredictable forces of change. The parasites themselves manifest as grotesque shapeshifters able to morph their facial features into an uncanny parody of the human form, amplifying their disquieting, not quite human nature. Their predatory hunger beneath the placid veneer of suburbia leaves the viewer in gnawing anticipation of violence spontaneously erupting from below the surface. Parasite's open-ended conclusion leaves some questions unanswered about the parasite's origins and ultimate goals, but provides emotional closure to Shinichi's personal journey from shy teenager to seasoned protector. His crystallization into a hero tragically exiled from normalcy mirrors Japan's own loss of innocence in the face of devastating post-war change. Yet the piercing final shot inspires hope that humanity has the resilience to absorb trauma and rebuild. In exploring the overlap between human and monster, Parasite carved out a special niche in the sci-fi genre that pushed beyond simplistic tropes into a more thoughtful rumination on the nature of personhood. It's a simultaneously frightening and moving chronicle of one boy's maturation while clinging to his humanity in an increasingly dehumanized world. The show leaves a lingering impact on viewers as they contemplate their own capacity for good and evil when faced with an unknowable threat that cannot be clearly delineated as friend or foe.
Chapter 53.
Ping Pong the Animation. Ping Pong the Animation is a sports anime that centers around competitive table tennis, but transcends the typical conventions of sports stories to deliver a thought-provoking coming-of-age narrative centered on self-discovery, friendship, and personal growth. The 11-episode series follows two childhood friends and high school table tennis club members, the brash natural talent Peko, and the methodical, quote-unquote, table tennis robot Smile, as they train for tournaments, interact with rivals, confront internal struggles, and support each other's growth. On the surface, Ping Pong utilizes the framework of the sports genre as training arcs build towards regional and national competitions where the leads hope to prove themselves against increasingly formidable opponents. However, the traditional spotlight on matches and championships is subverted. Victories and defeats take a backseat to how the experiences shape the protagonists on deeper psychological levels. Much of the drama stems from Peko and Smile's contrasting approaches to table tennis. Peko has an instinctive gift, but a lackadaisical attitude, while Smile obsesses over technique to compensate for his lack of power. Their divergent mindsets and playing styles fuel their coming-of-age journeys as they learn from each other. Peko comes to appreciate the importance of focus and training as natural talent alone fails him against ruthless opponents like the Chinese expat Kong. Smile sheds his singular obsession with winning to embrace finesse and his love of the game. The series explores multiple facets of growth and self-realization as the characters discover their motivations, cope with crippling pressure, navigate complex mentor-rival dynamics, and confront existential questions about excellence. For example, the eccentric coach Koizumi helps Smile develop quiet confidence in his abilities, while the returned hero Butterfly reignites Peko's passion using brutal, tough love. Through their shared struggles, Peko and Smile develop maturity and a stronger bond. Ping Pong stands out for its nuanced, layered writing that creates psychologically rich portraits of ambition and self-doubt. The characters confront anxiety, hubris, imposter syndrome, and other realistic mental hurdles on their coming-of-age journeys. Their personal growth arcs avoid cliches. Peko's setbacks from complacency are just as key as Smile overcoming his need for perfection. Side characters like the brash dragon and taciturn Kong add additional perspective through their own drives and insecurities. Matched by the show's inventive visual direction, Ping Pong's thematic sophistication expands the dramatic potential of sports anime. The exaggerated stylized art and impressionistic sequences externalize the characters' inner psychological states, creating visual metaphors for emotions like panic or euphoria. Dramatic matches distorted by visual effects become external expressions of personal catharsis. Even the realistic table tennis mechanics ground the show in genuine competitive thrills. Beyond Mikasa upping the animation bar of the genre, series like Haikyuu and Yuri on Ice have brought mainstream popularity to sports anime in recent years. But Ping Pong the Animation paved the way for taking the genre into more experimental psychological territory. Its legacy as an influential cult classic endures through its willingness to tackle messy themes of failure and disillusionment amidst the conventional underdog sports narratives. Ping Pong remains a resonant coming-of-age tale that uses table tennis matches as a lens into self-actualization.
Chapter 54.
Pokemon. Since bursting onto the scene in 1996, Pokemon has fascinated fans across generations with its whimsical world filled with magical creatures. What began as a video game series about collecting monsters to battle soon exploded into a global franchise, encompassing TV shows, movies, toys, and endless licensed products. So what explains Pokemon's enduring popularity and cultural impact over the past 25-plus years? At its core, Pokemon taps into a sense of adventure, discovery, and companionship that resonates with children and adults alike. We join Ash Ketchum, an eternally optimistic 10-year-old, as he travels diverse lands to become a Pokemon master. From the idyllic Pallet Town to the breathtaking vistas of mountainous Sinnoh, the Pokemon world feels both familiar and fantastic. Ash befriends fellow trainers like Brock and Misty, forming strong bonds of loyalty. And of course, at the heart of the franchise are the eponymous pocket monsters themselves. From Pikachu to Eevee, Charizard to Lucario, Pokemon are more than just battle partners, they're close friends and confidants. The sheer variety of unique creatures is staggering, tapping into humanity's innate curiosity about the natural world. Pokemon exhibit wondrous powers over elements like fire, water, and lightning. Many evolve into more powerful forms, creating an addictive collection and training dynamic. Complementing the cutesy Rattatas and Bulbasaurs are legendary beasts that represent primal forces of nature. The blend of the ordinary and mythological gives the Pokemon universe a feeling of depth and wonder. Importantly, Pokemon also promotes positive things like perseverance, teamwork, and loyalty. We see Ash and his friends support each other through difficult challenges on their merit badge quests. They learn compassion and responsibility in caring for Pokemon. Villains like Team Rocket frequently see their schemes foiled precisely because they lack the bonds of friendship and trust that the heroes cultivate. While battles between Pokemon are inherently violent, the show emphasizes strategy over brute force, pushing trainers to think creatively. And Ash, in particular, will go to great lengths to protect any Pokemon in distress, even those of his rivals. Pokemon remains culturally relevant by constantly reinventing itself. The franchise introduces 100-plus new creatures with each generation, keeping things fresh for fans. As Ash ventures to diverse regions, we experience fresh takes on Pokemon training, from Sinnoh's Pokemon contests to Alola's Island Challenge. Supporting casts rotate to incorporate new friends and rivals. Elements like Mega Evolution shake up the battle formula. Yet core icons like Pikachu provide through lines between generations, updated with ever more expressive 3D animation and endearing personality. Looking ahead, Pokemon continues to have enormous potential for reinvention. A hypothetical future arc could take Ash to a vast unexplored region filled with ancient ruins, mythical legends, and untamed wilderness. Here, he might uncover long-held secrets of the Pokemon world related to harmony between humans and Pokemon. This region could be under threat from an antagonistic team abusing Pokemon's power, requiring Ash to grow into a wise guardian. By expanding the Pokemon universe into new frontiers and maturing Ash into a heroic mentor, the franchise can maintain its spirit of adventure while appealing to fans old and new. At its best, Pokemon inspires imagination, compassion, and wanderlust. Its winning formula of fantastical creatures, epic adventures, and unbreakable friendships has earned it a special place in pop culture. As long as Ash keeps chasing his dream and trainers keep bonding with the magical monsters in their pockets, the legacy of Pokemon will endure.
Chapter 55.
Pretty Guardian Sailor Moon.
Bishoujo Senshi Sira Moon.
When Sailor Moon premiered in 1992, few could have predicted the unparalleled cultural phenomenon this magical girl anime would become. Chronicling the adventures of Usagi Tsukino, an underachieving teenage girl who discovers she is the reincarnation of a warrior from the ancient Moon Kingdom, Sailor Moon defied numerous conventions of the magical girl genre to become one of the most groundbreaking and influential anime franchises. At its core, the show operates as an immensely entertaining action comedy rich with fantasy elements. But thoughtful, nuanced storytelling elevates it into a profound show where meaningful character growth and relationships drive the narrative. Usagi evolves from an immature youth into a formidable leader who draws resilience and wisdom from her closest friendships. Each Sailor Scout becomes more empowered and complete by fighting alongside peers who complement their abilities and support their weaknesses. The anime explores these deeply resonant transformations through masterfully crafted character arcs spanning its 5 seasons. Usagi contends with profound insecurities on her heroic journey to leadership. Bookish Ami steps out of her loner shell to embrace true belonging. Rei learns to channel her spiritual gifts into unshakable self-confidence. Makoto trades isolating self-reliance for unconditional loyalty and courage. While some argue these coming-of-age arcs occasionally slip into repetitive story beats, the sheer authenticity and care put into the characters' development ensures they remain compelling. A common criticism of Sailor Moon is that it tends to rely too heavily on Monster of the Day episodes, where arbitrary villains are introduced and swiftly defeated. The constant transformations and attack sequences admittedly become repetitive viewing at times. And the plot does recycle similar story beats across seasons, although supporters counter that this echoes the show's themes of cyclical rebirth and overcoming recurrent adversity. The sheer number of Sailor Scouts introduced over the anime's run is seen by some critics as excessive. On a deeper level, Sailor Moon does perpetuate gender norms in places. The protagonists are archetypically feminine in many ways, while the rare male key characters like Tuxedo Mask often play supporting roles. However, the series' willingness to explore complex relationships and defy conventions helps offset notions that it is purely formulaic or reliant on stereotypes. Beyond its brilliant character storytelling, Sailor Moon weaves Japanese mythology and cultural touchstones into a sweeping vision of modern shoujo power. Goddesses like Amaterasu and folkloric figures such as Princess Kaguya grant the narrative a richly spiritual and ethnically authentic backdrop. While the juxtaposition of mythical warriors and contemporary Tokyo schoolgirls allows the story to speak simultaneously to tradition and female empowerment. Sailor Moon had a wholly transformational effect on the magical girl genre, simultaneously honoring certain tropes and subverting others. It codified the use of transformation trinkets, elaborate makeup-filled sequences, and vibrant aesthetics. However, Sailor Moon also rejected genre norms by imbuing its heroines with formidable strength, making fights intensely physical, and developing more serialized, season-spanning story arcs. The groundbreaking way the series developed relationships was also unusual for the genre at the time. Sailor Moon paved the way for more diverse, authentic characterizations of magical girls as fighters, friends, rivals, and lovers. It proved that the genre could seamlessly weave action, drama, romance, and real character growth together. This helped magical girl anime gain appreciation among wider audiences beyond its stereotype as a niche genre for young female viewers. One quietly yet importantly revolutionary aspect of Sailor Moon was its delicate portrayal of LGBTQ themes through characters like Sailors Uranus and Neptune. Their lesbian romantic relationship was conveyed positively, if subtly, at a time when showing such things in anime was exceedingly rare. This was groundbreaking for 1990s animation aimed at a young audience. Uranus also defied feminine archetypes, showcasing a more masculine appearance and personality that challenged heteronormative assumptions. Though displays of overt affection were censored, Uranus and Neptune's relationship still marked a major milestone in visibility for same-sex couples in Japanese animation. Sailor Moon presented these characters matter-of-factly as heroes, not caricatures, normalizing queer identities. Sailor Moon has had immense cultural significance, extending far beyond its astronomical popularity within anime and manga fandom. Since first airing in the 1990s, the franchise has become deeply embedded in mainstream pop culture worldwide. The Sailor Scouts' iconic costumes, thematic color schemes, and catchphrases like, "In the name of the moon, I will punish you," have become globally ubiquitous symbols. Frequently referenced across all creative media, Sailor Moon is credited with helping anime enter the wider public consciousness in the West. Its runaway success blazed trails for the greater enthusiasm for Japanese animation that exists today. The series' uniquely dynamic animation, lush musical score, and empowering lyrics have inspired countless artists. While the anime adaptation generally stays faithful to the key plotlines and characters of the original manga, some differences exist. The manga has a darker, more mature tone, with more disturbing violence and higher stakes, while the anime aimed for a wider, younger target audience. For instance, characters are killed off far more frequently and viscerally in the manga. The anime also condenses, alters, or omits certain complex story arcs from the manga, like the Infinity arc, focused on alien threats from the outer solar system. It spends more time on original episodes, spotlighting interpersonal relationships and lighter adventures compared to the manga's heavier focus on villains like Death Phantom and Pharaoh 90. Personality-wise, Usagi is presented as slightly more mature and intrinsically heroic in the manga, while Mamoru Chiba is given greater background and portrayed more sympathetically. The Sailor Starlights also have more nuanced motivations in the manga. While both versions have garnered dedicated fandoms worldwide, the anime's blend of humor, romance, and cinematic action gives it a uniquely broad appeal. With its masterful fusion of fantasy, comedy, melodrama, and rip-roaring action, Sailor Moon became a gateway into the world of anime for many international fans. Its iconic design aesthetics and cinematic animation sequences made it instantly recognizable and captivating. While certain lightweight elements like its conventional gender archetypes have not always aged gracefully, Sailor Moon's resonant coming-of-age storytelling and cultural footprint ensure its legacy continues shining bright for decades to come.
Chapter 56.
Princess Tutu. Princess Tutu is a fantastical anime that masterfully blends genres while exploring deeply felt themes. Set in the storybook European-inspired town of Kinkan, the show centers on a kind-hearted duck named Ahiru, who transforms into the graceful Princess Tutu to restore the shattered heart of a handsome prince. Through this fairy tale premise, Princess Tutu delivers a multi-layered narrative that subverts fantasy tropes, utilizes ballet to express stirring emotions, and examines the human condition through sacrifices, hope, and the struggle between good and evil. One of Princess Tutu's most compelling qualities is its frequent use of metafictional techniques that play with the boundary between fiction and reality. The mysterious writer Drosselmeyer directly addresses the audience, elucidating his role as the story's puppet master who controls the characters' fates. The characters also occasionally exhibit an awareness that their world is dictated by Drosselmeyer's narrative, such as when Fakir rewrites reality through his own stories. Surreal sequences like Ahiru's transformation warp the anime's logic, further questioning preconceived notions of what's real. By employing these meta-narrative devices, Princess Tutu keeps viewers on their toes, laying bare its artificiality as a constructed tale whose ending could change at any time based on the writer's whims. The metafictional elements enhance the themes by highlighting how stories take on lives of their own. In addition to meta-narrative play, Princess Tutu adeptly reimagines and subverts classic fairy tales to put a novel spin on the storied tropes and archetypes. The most direct inspiration is Swan Lake, with Ahiru paralleling Odette and transforming into a swan. However, Ahiru subverts the passive damsel in distress. She chooses to become Princess Tutu and retains autonomy over her magical alter ego. Through this agency, Princess Tutu modernizes the fairy tale heroine. The anime also integrates motifs from the Nutcracker, Coppelia, and broader folklore, while twisting them in creative ways. By honoring yet reinventing these familiar tales, Princess Tutu breathes new life into beloved classics. Visually, Princess Tutu is a sumptuous feast for the eyes that complements the emotional qualities of the narrative. The architecture adopts a gothic and romantic aesthetic with soaring cathedrals and stone arches that ground the fantasy setting. Light and shadow are used dramatically, with chiaroscuro lighting choices amplifying unease. Color symbolism pervades, from the warm hues associated with Ahiru to the cool purples representing the ominous ravens. Recurring visual motifs also underline motifs like the feathers that signal freedom. This artistic animation style makes each scene emotionally resonant. Music is similarly integrated seamlessly into Princess Tutu's fabric, elevating the anime's magical quality. The score draws extensively from iconic classical compositions, especially seminal story ballets like Swan Lake and The Nutcracker that directly tie into Princess Tutu's DNA. Music appears diegetically, emanating from within the scenes, such as when characters perform ballets or transform. Light motifs represent characters, relationships, and themes in lyrical ways. By incorporating music so thoroughly, Princess Tutu achieves a hypnotic, dreamlike ambience. The music and visuals support an imaginative narrative that explores several impactful themes with maturity and nuance. One central theme is the struggle between good and evil, represented through Ahiru and Princess Creuhe's conflict as moral counterparts. Interestingly, the distinction is not black and white. Creuhe exhibits some positive traits at times, highlighting the shades of gray within everyone. This complex portrayal suggests life is not simplistically divided into heroes and villains. Sacrifice and difficult choices comprise another key theme, as characters like Ahiru and Ru give up deeply important things to gain something equally precious. The theme poetically conveys that choices require trade-offs, where one cannot have everything. No matter how dark the story becomes, a sense of hope pervades Princess Tutu's message, reflected through Ahiru's perseverant belief that good can triumph over evil. This uplifting theme inspires viewers to never abandon hope. Through examining these resonant themes, Princess Tutu delivers an emotionally mature narrative. The anime's thematic depth is reinforced by references to famous philosophical and literary touchstones. The name Kinkan references a 12th century Japanese epic, evoking ideas of conflict. Drosselmeyer's first name means goldfinch, a caged bird that sings resiliently, linking to his outsized influence despite limited mobility. Existentialist undertones run throughout the story, echoed by literary references. In weaving these subtle allusions, Princess Tutu displays its intelligence and rewards close attention. On top of its sophisticated themes, Princess Tutu shines through nuanced characterization and relationship development. Ahiru's devotion to restoring Mythos' heart catalyzes her growth from awkward, ugly duckling to graceful princess. Their bond represents healing emotional wounds. Ru and Mythos' tragic romance, separated by fate and Ru's dark side, adds melodramatic weight. Fakir and Ahiru's friendship, built on trust and sacrifice, demonstrates that people can overcome differences. Through these resonant character arcs, the anime delivers an affecting human story. A core part of Princess Tutu's appeal lies in its seamless fusion of disparate genres that harmonize together. The fantastic elements provide wonder, the dramatic parts offer catharsis, the comedic moments lend levity, the romance creates emotional hooks, and the ballet backdrop unifies everything elegantly. Each genre expands the story's range. This genre blend helps make Princess Tutu an anime with broad appeal despite its unconventional premise. Those expecting a frivolous magical girl story are often surprised by the anime's emotional maturity and nuance. While staying faithful to its manga source material, the anime adaptation makes smart choices to optimize Princess Tutu for the animated format. The adaptation tempers some of the manga's darkest tonal elements to give the anime broader appeal. It uses extended ballet sequences to capitalize on the advantages of animation. Choices like making Creuhe more elegant and expanding comic relief roles tailor the story for viewers. The adaptation succeeds by maintaining the manga's essence while presenting it with vivid visual flair. Ultimately, Princess Tutu's anime forms its own identity that thoughtfully adapts the spirit of the original. Through its myriad strengths, From metafictional playfulness to resonant thematic exploration, strong characterization, genre fusion, and adaptation choices, Princess Tutu proves itself both aesthetically beautiful and narratively substantive. The anime delivers a touching coming-of-age story exploring sacrifice, hope, and humanity's internal battle between light and dark. By weaving ballet, music, and literary motifs into a fantastic narrative, Princess Tutu casts an unforgettable spell that lingers long after the final act. The show deserves its passionate fan following, won over by its immense heart. For those craving imaginative storytelling blended with emotional maturity, Princess Tutu satisfies.
Chapter 57.
Revolutionary Girl Utena. Revolutionary Girl Utena, the avant-garde 1990s anime series created by director Kunihiko Ikuhara, utilizes complex allegory, genre subversion, and intricate symbolism to deliver provocative commentary on gender, sexuality, and the oppressive forces faced during adolescence. A multi-layered postmodern work, Utena operates on numerous levels, crafting a dense narrative tapestry that draws from diverse influences including classic fairy tales, Greek mythology, the magical girl genre, shoujo manga stylistic traditions, and surrealist cinema. To fully analyze Revolutionary Girl Utena, it is essential to examine the work's cultural and historical backdrop in 90s Japan. The post-bubble economy period following the collapse of the Japanese asset price bubble culturally primed the ground for Utena's thematic landscape. The earlier asset bubble of the 1980s, driven by speculative excesses and fervent materialism, led to a boom in corporate expansion and real estate marked by extravagance and national optimism. Utena's floating castle, an elegant mirage hovering above the dueling arena, stands as a metaphor for the ephemerality of this bygone economic order built on illusions. When the bubble crashed in the early 90s, the ensuing recession and corporate dysfunction shattered those illusions, leaving disaffection and disillusionment in its wake. A cultural mood that Utena pointedly captures through its narrative arc of shed innocence and growing societal disenchantment. Gender roles, too, underwent transformation during the 90s as more women joined the workforce, gaining financial independence and challenging traditional patriarchal norms. Utena perfectly encapsulates the female empowerment zeitgeist of the period through its fiercely independent and noble protagonist who enters the male-dominated domain of dueling to protect the demure Anthe. Utena flouts all conventions of feminine behavior through her athleticism, princely heroism, and protective nobility. Moreover, the feckleness and frequent pettiness exhibited by the male cast further highlight Utena's commanding capabilities. Utena functions as an aspirational paradigm of female empowerment, gaining ground during an era of shifting gender identity. Utena draws substantially from global mythic traditions to establish an allegorical narrative scaffolding. Most saliently, names like Anthe and Akio link directly to Greek mythology. Akio, as the controlling chairman, evokes Zeus, the manipulative, patriarchal king wielding far-reaching institutional influence. Anthe's ritualistic suffering and mistreatment by Akio align with tragic mythic figures like Persephone, held captive below the earth. By associating Anthe with Persephone's cyclical story arc, Utena adds a layer of inevitable fatalism regarding Anthe's subjugation, and echoes the recurring struggles faced by mythic women against patriarchal oppression. Utena likewise utilizes familiar fairy tale tropes and scenarios, but repositions them subtly to critique their embedded socio-cultural assumptions. The concept of the prince rescuing the princess gets turned on its head as Utena, a girl adopting masculine traits, protects Anthe in princely fashion. Their relationship evolves past binary predefined roles, instead becoming a mutually supportive bond striving to liberate each other's authentic selves. Similarly, the fanciful floating castle, evoking ubiquitous fairy tale scenery, is rendered a site of corruption and confinement for the characters. Rather than a destination of noble romantic liberation, the castle represents the restrictive pull of Akio's dominance that hinders genuine enlightenment. As the castle deteriorates throughout the series, it signifies the erosion of childhood innocence and fantasy as harsher adult realities encroach on the characters. On an allegorical level, recurring visual symbols carry metaphorical weight tied to Utena's themes of innocence lost, the fluidity of identity, and breaking free of societal programming. The greenhouse, frequently shown with the coffin containing Utena's princely vestments, represents a garden of innocence and vulnerability. As Anthe betrays Utena and becomes further corrupted under Akio's sway, the plant life dies and the greenhouse panels crack and fade. The coffin's emergence marks Utena reclaiming her noble strength to resist Akio's machinations and to liberate Anthe. Similarly, characters become associated with animal symbols that amplify their psychological traits. Monkeys represent Nanami's juvenile jealousy and pettiness. Cows reflect the passivity and malleability of the Shadow Girls, while a primate symbol indicates Anthe's own suppressed, darker animalistic impulses beneath her obedient facade. Miki is linked with birds and horses, connoting his yearning for elevation, grace, and freedom from the confines of expectations placed upon him. This menagerie of animals adds allegorical depth to illustrate how the characters are bound by programmed social roles and habits from which Utena seeks to free them. Recurring architectural and object motifs add further symbolic resonance. The dueling arena is marked by optical illusions and gravity-defying physics, underscoring how the characters' worldviews remain distorted by immaturity. The elegant but imaginary planetarium above the arena represents comforting lies and illusions that dissolve as their environment descends into ruin, laying bare a more treacherous reality. Utena's refusal to retreat into this planetarium signifies her turn towards authenticity rather than simulated comfort. Even the duelist's weaponized roses take on allegorical dimensions. The sword's masculine phallic shape contrasts visually with the feminine-coated flower. Duels between male and female cast members become battles between repressive patriarchy and Utena's own egalitarian flower power. Utena thus elevates genre tropes into subtle societal critiques. On a narrative level, Revolutionary Girl Utena adopts familiar tropes of the magical girl genre, but utilizes them for more complex purposes. In the typical magical girl show, an ordinary schoolgirl acquires magical powers and cutie aesthetics, allowing her to transform into a feminine superhero and defeat evil forces. Utena technically follows this premise. An average teenage girl gains the ability to magically take on the mantle of a prince and duel to protect the Rose Bride Anthe, but unlike traditional magical girls designed to project idealized norms of feminine beauty and virtue, Utena retains her own autonomous masculine traits, interests, and agency when morphing into her prince persona. The series engages with but ultimately rejects the magical girl genre's gender assumptions, instead using its framework to tell an avant-garde tale of liberation from societally programmed roles. Utena paved the way for more modern magical girl stories like Puella Magi Madoka Magica that similarly utilize the genre to deliver complex philosophical explorations of identity and empowerment. On a thematic level, Utena tackles postmodern existential concepts like the subjectivity of truth, the way accepted social narratives obscure messy human realities, and the multiplicity of identities within individuals. The series repeatedly loops backward and forward through fragmented timeframes and flashes of memory, showing how personal perception and bias color supposed truths. Metafictional techniques like Utena questioning her own narrative role in the final episode serve to highlight the constructed nature of stories, including identity-based stories both personal and cultural. Utena's own non-binary fluidity when embodying masculine and feminine archetypes aligns with postmodern views of identity as performative rather than fixed to essentialist categories. All of these thematic currents get echoed and amplified through Utena's highly stylized visual presentation. Dynamic color symbolism shifts palettes to signal characters' psychosexual arcs. Pink conveys Utena's innocence early on, then fades as she navigates adulthood's complexities. Red tones amplify passion during sensual sequences. Akio is bathed in scarlet when revealing his sociopathic side. Blue overlays at the climax represent liberation, especially for Anthe, finally released from her subaltern role. Splintered panel layouts shatter perceived reality. Rack-focused camera shots convey disorientation. Surreal optical illusions in Escher-esque architectural spaces reinforce the dismantling of concrete truth in favor of subjective multiplicity. By matching such avant-garde aesthetics to symbolic narrative content, Utena's visuals heighten the show's emotional impact and sociocultural potency. The show's arresting animation language sharpens Utena's exploration of youth, gender, empowerment, and escaping adulthood's shadows. Beyond challenging gender assumptions, Revolutionary Girl Utena broke substantial ground for its empathetic portrayal of diverse sexual orientations and identities. Utena and Anthe develop a deeply meaningful bond that encompasses intimate friendship, budding romantic affection, and mutual personal liberation. This relationship carries profound intimacy and salience, but avoids fetishized tropes. Similarly, characters like Miki, Juri, and Akio demonstrate fluid libidinous interests across the gender spectrum, subverting heteronormative conventions rampant in earlier televised anime. Akio's predatory bisexual manipulations illuminate how damaging power dynamics can manifest regardless of gender or orientation. Overall, Utena's nuanced spectrum of attachments differs drastically from earlier LGBTQ anime representations constrained by censorship and subtext. Instead, Utena makes diverse intimacy and self-determination defining pillars of its postmodern themes. Compared to contemporary LGBTQ anime works like Yuri on Ice and Bloom Into You, Utena tackles sexuality through higher levels of allegory and abstraction, giving space to explore its fluid complexity beyond reductive genre cliches. Revolutionary Girl Utena made substantial impacts on global animation and anime discourse through its avant-garde sensibility, genre innovations, aesthetics, and role-pushing LGBTQ boundaries. Visually and narratively, Utena directly shaped a new generation of animators like Rebecca Sugar of Steven Universe, who drew inspiration from its allegorical depths and social commentary. Scholastically, Utena catalyzed new realms of anime feminist analysis and queer theory, connecting animation to deeper human truths. For shoujo anime, Utena paved the way for more thematically mature, psychologically complex works that blended stylized aesthetics with sociocultural bite. As a pioneering work depicting intimate female relationships, Utena contributed to the rising Yuri genre's flowering. Ultimately, Utena remains globally influential for utilizing animation's visual power to deliver provocative explorations of social roles, identity liberation, adulthood's facades, and transcending the soul's confinement. 20 years on, its avant-garde voice still resonates.
Chapter 58.
Samurai Champloo. Samurai Champloo masterfully blends the culture and aesthetics of Edo period Japan with contemporary styles to create a genre-defying anime that has had wide-scale impact. This 2004-2005 series from director Shinichiro Watanabe unfolds the engaging journey of unlikely companions Mugen, Jin, and Fu in a feudal Japan infused with anachronistic hip-hop elements. Through its action-packed storytelling, philosophical depth, and cultural innovation, Samurai Champloo has become an influential classic. The show takes place in an alternate, fictionalized version of the Edo period, which lasted in Japan from 1603 to 1868. This era embodied rigid societal structure under the Tokugawa shogunate, including fierce Bushido code for samurai, discrimination towards religious minorities like Christians, class divisions between wealthy officials and poor craftsmen, and extremely limited rights for women. Samurai Champloo accurately depicts the hierarchical nature of the period through its scenery, architecture, costumes, customs, and characters. However, it also critiques the injustice and corruption ingrained in parts of the culture. The show highlights the persecution of minority groups, harsh enforcement of duty over morality, draconian legal codes, oppression of the lower class, and marginalization of women. Through this juxtaposition, Samurai Champloo paints a nuanced portrait of Edo society, appreciating its beauty and traditions while challenging its flaws. The main trio of Mugen, Jin, and Fu reflect different angles on the societal conventions and codes of conduct within this setting. Mugen is characterized as a wild and unruly ronin whose chaotic fighting style and impulsive behavior seem to rebel against order itself. Jin represents the traditional stoic discipline of the samurai class, though he grapples internally with reconciling duty and emerging individuality. Fu provides an emotional anchor for the group, as her quest to find the samurai who smells of sunflowers drives the plot and brings Mugen and Jin together despite their opposite personalities. This central trio is augmented by a diverse cast of supporting characters who illuminate other perspectives. Former samurai Shinsuke provides a dark mirror for Mugen's past. Christian convert Sarah represents the struggles of religious minorities. Brothel worker Koza examines gender inequality. Wandering shamisen mentor Kasumi helps guide Fu's personal journey. And criminal syndicate leader Okuru highlights official corruption and hypocrisy. Each interaction with the main group or subplot involving these characters deepens the exploration of societal flaws and moral questions. Beyond its thoughtful examination of Edo period culture, Samurai Champloo capably infuses modern style through its soundtrack and visual presentation. The show pioneered the East meets West aesthetic, seamlessly blending elements of feudal Japan with creative anachronisms. The soundtrack by Nujabes and others fuses traditional Japanese instrumentation like the shamisen and taiko drums with contemporary hip-hop, rapping, turntable scratching, and mellow beats. This sets the atmosphere for each scene while propelling the action. Visually, director Watanabe employs dynamic camera work, unconventional editing, and a kinetic flair partially influenced by spaghetti westerns and Hong Kong action films. While the backdrop remains immersed in Japan's Edo period, the visual storytelling renders everything freshly modern. Fight scenes feature elaborate choreography and slow motion reminiscent of classic Hollywood swashbucklers. Dramatic moments use panning landscape shots and nature imagery inspired by Akira Kurosawa and other Japanese auteurs. The anachronistic infusion of baseball, graffiti art, breakdancing, and more creates constant surprises. This pioneering style has shaped countless later anime. Yet, the show transcends being just a flashy pastiche. It exhibits nuance and emotional depth through its well-developed protagonists. Mugen, Jin, and Fu each receive extensive character arcs exploring their backstories, relationships, inner conflicts, and motives. Their complex characterizations and gradual transformations give significance and heart to the journey. Mugen evolves from a wild troublemaker into a loyal friend with a moral code. Jin questions the samurai path and seeks freedom through forging his own identity. Fu matures from a whimsical girl into a strong-willed woman while holding on to her compassion. The trio begin as reluctant comrades, frequently clashing, but they ultimately form an unbreakable bond, a found family. Their amusing and heartfelt interactions emphasize the show's human core. Samurai Champloo thus balances style, substance, and great storytelling. Watanabe described his artistic vision as a variety of self-contained episodes, linked together by a journey narrative rather than by a tight continuing story. This unique episodic structure seamlessly combines action, drama, romance, social commentary, and comedy into an unpredictable, enriching adventure. From the innovative hip-hop fusion radiating a youthful spirit in the soundtrack, to the kinetic action sequences that raise the bar for TV animation, Samurai Champloo revels in breaking creative boundaries. Yet, it retains the atmosphere and compelling interplay of characters that define timeless Japanese storytelling. This artistic marriage of old and new sensibilities in service of an epic yet intimate narrative is what establishes Samurai Champloo as a true modern classic. Its influence can be seen clearly in numerous anime series over the past 2 decades across multiple genres. From space cowboy adventure Trigun to jazzy coming-of-age melodrama Kids on the Slope. Its signature sound even made waves in global hip-hop music. Ultimately, Samurai Champloo represents a cultural milestone in bringing together the finest elements of Japanese artistic tradition with a boundary-pushing modern style. This seamless fusion across feudal and contemporary inspires viewers to find their own unconventional path in life with courage and individuality.
Chapter 59.
Serial Experiments Lane. Serial Experiments Lane deftly explores philosophical questions of identity, reality, and human progress through its avant-garde cyberpunk lens. This profound late 1990s anime series from director Ryutaro Nakamura and scriptwriter Chiaki J. Konaka delves into speculative concepts of technology, consciousness, and existence with a richly symbolic aesthetic. Following introverted teenager Lane Iwakura's descent into the globally networked realm of The Wired, Lane unravels the show's mysteries in a manner that resonates eerily true over 20 years later. Lane integrates influences from the dawn of internet culture, notions of Jungian psychology, postmodernist thinkers, and earlier cyberpunk works. Technological advances were enabling new forms of virtual interaction and identity, provoking excitement and concern. Series creator Konaka took inspiration from the passage of proto-social media, online role-playing, and virtual personas enabled by early online platforms. Philosophically, Lane explores ideas about the collective unconscious, proposed by psychologist Carl Jung, who experienced renewed popularity in 1990s Japan. Postmodern concepts from Jean Baudrillard about simulations replacing reality similarly appear in the show's existential ruminations. Visually and narratively, classics like William Gibson's Neuromancer and Akira provide cyberpunk foundations that Lane builds upon with its own symbolic style. Set in suburban Japan, the story follows the shy, socially isolated Lane through encounters with fellow hackers, technophiles, and strange phenomena after the suicide of a schoolmate. Cryptic emails received from the deceased student Chisa Yomoto draw Lane into the secrets of The Wired, like an inescapable gravity well. She quickly finds herself questioning the nature of her own identity and memories. Are they real or artificially implanted? What is her connection to The Wired? As Lane uncovers conspiracies around The Wired's origins tied to scientist Airi Masami, the series darkly explores concepts of manipulated reality and artificial gods. The editing, music, lighting, and incorporation of CGI in Lane are integral to its ominous, disjointed atmosphere. Rapid-fire montages overwhelm the viewer with fragmented information analogous to The Wired's perpetual data flood. Jarring visual distortions like tilted camera angles, casting characters in shadow, and radiating lens flares make the world seem off-kilter. Hauntingly processed background audio tones paired with deafening bursts of industrial noise infuse otherwise ordinary scenes with unease. The avant-garde musical score provides an experimental foundation for the visual abstractions using synthesized beats, choral chants, and piano keys. Together, this aesthetic acts as a narrative device rather than simply representational window dressing. When Serial Experiments Lane first aired, it polarized Japanese audiences with its challenging avant-garde presentation. Since then, its prescient exploration of technological dilemmas has earned the series widespread critical acclaim and international cult status. The mature 2014 Blu-ray re-release renewed appreciation for Lane's stunning symbolic animation. It is now considered a landmark anime that influenced creators for decades and remains relevant in analyzing philosophy of mind, identity, and networks. Spoiler warning. Compared to previous cyberpunk classics, Lane sets itself apart with a laser focus on introspective questions over action. Where Ghost in the Shell concentrates on high-tech future noir, Lane hones in on one girl's internal journey. Akira indulges in violent spectacle, contrasting Lane's psychology-driven narrative. The thematic connections between Lane and Neon Genesis Evangelion are clear, but the former delves deeper into issues specifically tied to consciousness and technology. Boogie Pop Phantom is likely Lane's closest analog in tone and editing style, though Lane spends more time unraveling its core mysteries. In the finale, Lane seamlessly integrates the physical and virtual worlds, fulfilling the divine aspirations of the Wired's creator on her own terms. This underscores the antiquated notion of clear divides between real and artificial, online and offline binaries, which technology continually erodes. It also communicates the double-edged potential of networks that both expand and threaten human consciousness. Lane's self-actualization requires embracing multiplicity within a whole self across worlds both physical and digital. Her transcendence appears optimistic but uncertain. Question marks linger about the future impacts of ubiquitous wired technology and how humanity might harmonize with it. Ultimately, Lane establishes an intricate, thematically unified cyberpunk experience carrying deep questions about progress, reality, and consciousness into the digital age. Its avant-garde lens prefigured many of today's dilemmas around networks, technosocial wiring, fragmentation, decentralized identity, and navigating fact versus fabrication. Lane's journey resonates as a meditation on integrating technology's promise and perils by embracing expanded consciousness with responsibility. 2 decades later, Serial Experiments Lane remains an anthropologically revealing window into our wired world.
Chapter 60.
Soul Eater. Set in a fantastical world where humans can transform into weapons, Soul Eater crafts a unique coming-of-age tale rooted in gothic horror and shonen action. The story revolves around students at the mysterious DWMA, Death Weapon Meister Academy, as they hone their powers to create death scythes for the Grim Reaper and maintain order by hunting corrupted souls. Behind the exciting battles and paranormal monsters lies a surprisingly thoughtful exploration of fear, madness, morality, and what it means to find one's identity. Soul Eater stands out for its striking gothic visual style. From the stark black and white color palette to the creepy architecture dominating Death City, skull motifs abound, evoking the macabre associations with the story's Shinigami death god themes. Creepy lab equipment, crosses, and candelabras reinforce the haunting ambiance. The stylized approach accentuates the creepy supernatural world inhabited by the characters. The weapons wielded by Meisters manifest as extensions of the soul, transforming into forms reflecting their personalities. Maka's scythe partner's soul becomes a blade, matching his aloof yet loyal nature. Black Star's unpredictable combat style pairs well with Tsubaki's adaptable weapon forms like chain scythes and smoke bombs, which parallel her supportive flexibility. Death the Kid's matching pistols underline his obsession with symmetry, contrasting the weapons' wild personalities. Examining these symbolic connections between weapons and wielders provides deeper insights into the characters. Soul Eater develops endearing, multidimensional characters brought to life through strong voice acting in the anime adaptation. Maka's courage and drive to excel complement Soul's self-assuredness. Their friendship evolves into a resonant partnership during battles. Black Star's bravado masks his insecurities, which patient Tsubaki helps balance out. Death the Kid struggles with perfectionism despite Liz and Patty's carefree joking. These foils and coming-of-age arcs keep the relationships engaging. The groups learn to resonate their wavelengths in battle as their bonds deepen. Their teamwork becomes a cornerstone in fighting threats like the Witches. The villains have unique abilities and philosophies that serve as impactful foils. The manipulative witch Medusa sows chaos and madness, clashing with Maka's sense of order and justice, while echoing her partner's spirit's flaws. The bandaged demon Krona battles inner corruption and struggles to find identity and purpose. Asura represents the extremes of fear and madness that Maka must confront in order to control her own anxieties. These nuanced villains push the protagonists in compelling new directions. Soul Eater's animation brings its intense battles to life through fast cuts, dynamic angles, and stylized effects. The big scythe duels and magical attacks pop with sound effects, speed lines, and exaggerated motions. Standout fights like Black Star vs. Mifune incorporate their surroundings. When Kid unlocks his cannon mode during the fight against Mosquito, the impact gets accentuated through creative direction. These sequences demonstrate Bones Studio's strong animation pedigree. While packed with supernatural action, Soul Eater also explores thoughtful themes tied to its philosophical views on souls. Characters confront inner madness and corruption, with some trying to walk the nice edge between sanity and insanity. Morality gets examined through questions of whether redemption is possible, even for warped souls. The theme of growth manifests in the protagonist seeking power not just for its own sake, but to protect others. Maka's development highlights gaining strength through courage and partnerships rather than brute force. These themes add depth to enrich the exciting narrative. Due to overtaking the manga, the anime condensed plot threads to conclude on a more definitive, romantic note between Maka and Soul. In contrast, the manga delivers a longer, multifaceted ending with the main cast combating Asura together. While the anime ties up loose ends cleanly, the manga captures the big finale's complexity more faithfully. Evaluating both versions provides interesting insights into how adaptations can diverge based on structure and pacing. Soul Eater carved a prominent niche thanks to its resonant blend of horror, comedy, action, and coming-of-age drama. Its stylish animation and cool weapon designs attracted eyes. Relatable themes about finding oneself and gaining strength through teamwork struck chords. Maka emerged as an influential female protagonist. The rich world and engaging characters fueled fan creativity. Soul Eater inspired significant fan art, cosplay, and fanfiction, showing its cultural impact. Even years later, its legacy remains visible. Soul Eater masterfully blends shonen adventure with horror aesthetics and thought-provoking themes. The core cast's growth as they confront inner and outer demons makes for an exhilarating supernatural ride. Excellent direction and vivid aesthetic choices further amplify the creepy, high-energy world. Both an influential modern classic and a gateway into deeper philosophical ideas, Soul Eater delivers an impactful experience for the eyes, mind, and soul.
Chapter 61.
Space Dandy. Space Dandy is a wildly imaginative science fiction anime series that first aired in 2014. Produced by the acclaimed animation studio Bones and directed by the ingenious Shinichiro Watanabe, Space Dandy follows the raucous adventures of its titular character Dandy and his loyal but exasperated crew as they traverse the galaxy in search of new and unregistered alien species. On the surface, Space Dandy is a rollicking and absurdist sci-fi comedy filled with colorful aliens, explosions, chase scenes, and all manner of zany antics. But beneath its adrenaline-fueled exterior lies a surprisingly philosophical show that contemplates profound existential questions about the meaning of life, the inevitability of death, and what it means to be human in an unfathomably large universe. At the core of Space Dandy is the dynamic contrast between its three main characters. Dandy himself is the archetypal foolhardy but charismatic hero, tall, lanky, and slacker handsome, with a perfectly coiffed pompadour hairstyle. Despite fancying himself an elite alien hunter, Dandy is often hapless and incompetent, stumbling into wild and dangerous situations through blind confidence and sheer dumb luck. Underneath his buffoonish exterior, Dandy wrestles with existential ennui, hoping to find greater meaning in his seemingly frivolous pursuit of undiscovered aliens. His level-headed sidekick, QT, a small outdated robot built with emergent emotional intelligence, is forced to play the straight man, constantly scolding Dandy for his irresponsibility while somehow maintaining unwavering loyalty. Their odd couple dynamic provides much of the show's character-driven humor. Rounding out the trio is the gluttonous, apathetic Meow, a member of the rare Betelgeusian race who joined Dandy's crew out of sheer boredom, adding a carefree, hedonistic perspective to the group. Despite their dysfunction, the rapport between this motley crew forms the heart of the show. Visually, Space Dandy is a masterclass in energetic, surreal sci-fi imagination. The art direction pops with deep neon palettes that change tones and styles between episodes. Cosmic scenery such as swirling galaxies, fluorescent wormholes, and drifting debris in space create eye-catching backdrops. Character designs are stylized and exaggerated for comedic effect, like Dandy's lanky figure contrasted with Meow's rotund feline shape. Spaceship designs feel retro-futuristic, with clean lines and bright colors. Each location and alien civilization showcases fully fleshed out details, cultures, languages, and technologies, making the universe feel expansive and grounded despite the absurdity. Dynamic camera angles, quick editing, and inventive scene transitions amplify the kinetic motion and energy. Overall, every frame overflows with color, creativity, and visual richness that complements the playful and unpredictable narratives. Beneath the raucous space action and visual spectacle lie surprisingly profound themes. Mortality is a recurring motif, as multiple episodes deal with death's inevitability and the fleeting nature of existence. The search for meaning and purpose in life is central to Dandy's ongoing desire to find new aliens, satirizing this existential quest through the lens of hunting exotic ramen bowls. Loneliness and connection are also examined, as characters reflect on isolation and companionship in the vast emptiness of space. The malleability of identity is explored in episodes where personalities shift and change. By infusing these philosophical threads throughout its episodic adventures, Space Dandy deftly balances absurdist comedy with poignant reflections on our purpose in an unfathomably large universe. Space Dandy became a cult classic for its sheer creativity, humor, heart, and willingness to subvert expectations. Its experimental nature inspired future anime to be bold and unconventional in storytelling. As an early international simulcast series, Space Dandy pioneered worldwide accessibility that boosted global interest in anime. Many regard it as a modern masterpiece that redefined the artistic limits of what an animated sci-fi comedy could achieve. The show established director Shinichiro Watanabe as one of anime's most ingenious and influential visionaries, paving the way for future avant-garde series. Ultimately, Space Dandy endures thanks to its earnest characters, existential themes, dynamic animation, and unpredictable storytelling that blends silliness and profundity. While on the surface it appears to be a mere zany space romp, those who look deeper will find affecting observations on what it means to live, find connection, and search for meaning in a chaotic, often lonesome universe. Space Dandy expanded the horizons of anime as an art form, proving shows can simultaneously contemplate life's biggest questions while delivering outrageous sci-fi comedy.
Chapter 62.
Speed Racer, Mach Go Go Go. Debuting in 1967, Speed Racer raced past contemporaries to become one of the most groundbreaking and globally influential anime series of all time. Created by acclaimed manga artist Tatsuo Yoshida, the series followed the thrilling adventures of Speed Racer, a determined young driver who competed in perilous cross-country races in his signature Mach 5 car. With its bold animation, endearing characters, and timeless themes, Speed Racer left an indelible impact on pop culture and redefined the anime medium. At its core, Speed Racer centered on the unrelenting resolve of its eponymous protagonist to succeed in high-stakes competitions while upholding his unwavering sense of ethics, justice, and fair play. The show encapsulated Speed's refusal to compromise his morals amid the rampant corruption infesting the professional racing circuit. His dedication to friends and family acted as his moral anchor amidst the tumult. Tatsuo Yoshida deliberately crafted Speed as an aspirational role model for younger audiences. His unwavering purity of spirit in the face of temptation embodied the central ethos the show wished to impart to viewers regarding integrity and responsibility. A major innovative force behind Speed Racer was its revolutionary animation techniques that created a dynamic visual style unseen in prior anime productions. The show employed experimental motion blurring, kinetic photography, vivid colors, and abstract backgrounds to convey speed and energy like never before. As Speed careened neck and neck against rivals, the frame would streak with motion lines and bright swaths of colors to simulate velocity and momentum. The cars themselves were marvels of design, bursting with unique functions and aesthetically groundbreaking forms. The sleek futurism of the Mach 5 specifically became iconically synonymous with the series. This meticulous attention to vehicular style and kinetics allowed Speed Racer to redefine cinematic pacing through animation. The manga that served as the basis for the anime was created by Tatsuo Yoshida. It was originally titled Mach Go 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 and first serialized in 1966 in Shueisha's Shoujo book and Shonen book manga anthologies. Yoshida was inspired by his interests in automotive racing and drew from popular motoring manga like Pilot Ace. But Yoshida aimed to create a more lighthearted and humorous take on the genre, tailored towards younger audiences. The manga centered on an 18-year-old race car driver named Go Mifune, who competed in hazardous cross-country races in his signature car, the Mach 5, alongside his girlfriend Michi. Yoshida's manga stood out for its dynamic action paneling that energized racing sequences. His striking artwork and high-velocity storytelling built the foundation that the anime adaptation would popularize globally. Tragically, Yoshida died in a 1977 motorcycle accident at the age of 45, but his iconic characters and story continued influencing generations through the anime's runaway success. Beyond just thrilling action, Speed Racer distinguished itself through well-developed, multifaceted characters that resonated across demographics. At the heart of the story was the reciprocal devotion between Speed and his loved ones, like girlfriend Trixie, little brother Spritle, and parents Pops and Mom. Their unwavering support fueled Speed's perseverance. Charismatic rivals like Racer X and adversaries like the Car Acrobatic Team added dynamism. Each character, whether comically brash like Speed's mechanic Sparky or steeped in mystery like the masked Racer X, had agency, complexity, and purpose. This robust character writing expanded the show's appeal extensively compared to conventional cartoons and contemporaries in the anime sphere of the time. Additionally, Speed Racer stood out for its positive portrayal of female characters like Trixie, an expert mechanic integral to the team. She confidently handled roles equivalent to male counterparts, subverting traditional depictions of passive femininity in period storytelling. This progressive approach to writing proactive heroines made Speed Racer trailblazing and set the stage for more dimensionality in anime's female roles. Beyond characters, the show introduced themes like family unity, loyalty, individuality, and self-improvement that made it relatable across cultures. Speed's dedication to his loved ones acted as his moral compass, while his friendly rivalry with his absentee brother, Racer X, drove both towards self-betterment. Individual quirks were portrayed as strengths, not weaknesses. The stories emphasized growth through adversity, resonating with youth and adults alike. By balancing high-stakes drama with humanistic themes, Speed Racer attained widespread relatability. Speed Racer sparked global interest in Japanese animation and pioneered anime's distribution worldwide as an early breakthrough hit. Enthusiastic reception of its distinct dubbed English adaptation acquainted America with the medium's appeal. Though artistically inauthentic, the localization launched icons like Peter Fernandez and established a beloved cultural footprint. Later 90s redubs aligned closer to the Japanese original as fidelity improved. But the idiosyncratic flair of the earliest dub established a beloved cultural footprint maintained by the 2008 film's homage. This gateway for international fandoms to embrace anime opened minds and spurred the medium's meteoric diversification and success abroad by proving animation could be artistically refined, thematically mature, and commercially viable outside its native cultural context. The show left an enduring imprint on automobile design, directly inspiring refined aesthetics and functionality in vehicles ranging from sports cars to concept showcases. The Mach 5's sleek proportions, gadgetry, and vibrant hues set a new bar for dynamism and visual flair in cars. Real-world racing competitions even adopted color schemes and design cues from Speed Racer vehicles as homages. By fusing imagination with thrill-seeking, the anime catalyzed innovation and style in the automotive world. Even today, Speed Racer continues enthralling new generations through reboots, merchandising, exhibitions, and references permeating popular culture. Its polish and panache legitimized anime as a creative juggernaut abroad. Nearly 60 years since its inception, the adventures of the intrepid young champion provide the same exuberance and inspiration. For longtime devotees and new fans alike, Speed Racer retains an enduring charm only matched by the velocity of its Mach 5. As long as high-speed thrills, charismatic characters, and imaginative animation appeal to audiences, Speed Racer will continue finding new fans seeking an entertaining and inspiring story. The following are examples of memorable episodic storylines that go beyond the general Speed Racer formula. The Fire Race, Episode 3. Speed competes in a grueling cross-country race through a region ablaze with wildfires. He puts himself at great risk to save his fellow racers. The $1 Million Car, Episode 12. The Mach 5 is stolen, and Speed must build a new race car from scratch to compete while trying to track down his original vehicle. The Snake Track, Episode 16. Speed takes on a treacherous mountain course known as the Snake Track to stop a gang of criminals from profiting off fixed races. The Race Against the Mammoth Car, Episode 21. Speed goes up against a massive monster car in a race where all odds are against him winning. Race for Revenge, Episode 31. After a family friend is grievously injured by a rival family, Speed enters a doomed race, plotting revenge until his conscience intervenes. Race the Laser Tank, Episode 37. Speed competes against an advanced laser-firing tank in a grudge match race through the desert. The Fire Race, Episode 42. In a rematch against his longtime rival Captain Terror, Speed once again drives through wildfires, but this time suffers a devastating crash.
Chapter 63.
Spice and Wolf. Set in a medieval Northern European-inspired fantasy world, Spice and Wolf utilizes elements of adventure, romance, and thoughtful philosophy to tell a uniquely compelling story. It chronicles the journey of Hollow the Wise Wolf, an ancient pagan wolf goddess, and Craft Lawrence, an ambitious traveling merchant, as they team up on a quest across the countryside. Through their intimate conversations, meaningful character growth, and creative use of economic theory, Spice and Wolf crafts a multi-layered narrative that immerses audiences in its rich setting while exploring poignant themes relating to tradition, progress, trust, and the bridge between the spiritual and material worlds. The anime pulls viewers into its world through intricately detailed visual world building. Inspired by medieval Germanic and Slavic culture, the setting features picturesque rural villages with timber-framed architecture reminiscent of the late Middle Ages. Grasslands, forests, rivers, and alpine landscapes, evocative of Central and Eastern Europe, provide backdrops. The costume designs showcase elaborate wool, linen, and fur fabrics dyed in earthy hues, complemented by leather boots and fur cloaks when venturing through snowy regions. Intricate wrought iron lanterns, horse-drawn carts, quill pens, and candles root the aesthetics in the pre-industrial past, while creature comforts at inns such as hearty stews and ales add nuance to daily life. This grounded portrayal helps the hints of magic and mysticism integrated into the setting feel like natural extensions rather than separate worlds. Within this immersive landscape, the core duo shines. Hollow possesses centuries of wisdom and wit, yet also naive innocence and playfulness regarding human society, having lived in isolated rural areas for ages. Her dual human and wolfish natures are reflected through the mischievous smirks, wise crimson eyes, and twitching wolf ears that animate her childlike female form with careful detail. Counterbalancing her is Lawrence, who presents a reserved, savvy merchant persona to the public, but privately harbors self-doubts and traumatic memories from a past financial reversal. His humility and adherence to personal codes of honor, despite his profit-driven profession, make him much more than a stereotypical businessman. The Japanese voice actors capture the chemistry between Hollow's sly, roguish instincts and Lawrence's detached pragmatism, punctuated by moments of vulnerability, bringing their unique rapport to life. These central personalities drive the narrative forward as Lawrence travels from village to village conducting business with Hollow's aid. By integrating topics like currency speculation, competition, and monopolies seamlessly into the character interactions and plot, Spice and Wolf turns the intricacies of medieval trade into engaging storytelling devices rather than dry history lessons. The series explores abstract economic concepts through specific dilemmas Lawrence faces, such as outmaneuvering a rival merchant by securing a monopoly on pyrite to drive up prices, or navigating the fallout when Hollow's wheat blessings lead to a town's surplus and crop value decrease. He must weigh shrewd business tactics against their ethical impacts, with Hollow acting as his conscience, forcing a balancing of material and spiritual outlooks. Beyond merely teaching concepts like arbitrage and leverage, these scenarios reveal character motivations and flaws. Lawrence risks hubris by manipulating markets to turn oversized profits, while Hollow's past blindness to her teaching's negative impacts adds nuance to her wisdom goddess depiction. The core duo interacts with a cast of intriguing supporting characters that add layers to the medieval world building. Among them is Nora Arendt, a shepherdess whose unrequited affection for Lawrence parallels Hollow's own hidden feelings, creating an engaging love triangle dynamic that evolves across the story. The devout hunter Diana serves as an agent of the church, providing social and political context on the dominant monotheistic religion that is threatened by lingering traces of pagan deities like Hollow. Their rival-turned-ally, the wise merchant Mark Cole, acts as both Lawrence's mentor and a reminder of the virtues of moderation that keep greed in check. Through its cast, Spice and Wolf explores the full scope of life in these times, from poor villagers to traveling performers to church clergymen with realistic depth. Beneath the playful romance and economic intrigue lies thoughtful symbolism and wisdom about change, faith, human behavior, and beyond. Hollow represents the ancient agrarian mystical ways tied to the land, while Lawrence epitomizes the modern merchant class and empirical thinking taking root across Europe. Their synergy and affection, despite their differing nature, become a metaphor for reconciling the traditional and modern mindsets. It suggests that the spiritual and scientific, the emotional and rational, can not only coexist, but beautifully complement one another. Furthermore, the series integrates references to European mythology, folklore, and pagan rites into its world-building that enrich the emphasis on fading traditions giving way to new social orders and beliefs. From wolf deity figures to elemental spirits, these allusions sprinkle magic around the edges of an otherwise grounded realm. Beyond its rich world-building and layered themes, Spice and Wolf succeeds through the nuanced, gradually blossoming relationship between its core duo. Lawrence and Hollow begin as wary business partners, united by practical needs, protection, and profit. However, through their shared adventures and long conversations ranging from morality to meaning, they open up, revealing their hidden insecurities and developing an unspoken but heartfelt bond. Their rapport consists of playful banter and witty quips that conceal but cannot fully mask the authentic affection growing underneath. They evolve from reluctant partners on paper to an inseparable pair bound by understanding, care, and perhaps love. It is this poignant but restrained romance, so rare in anime, that makes their story truly unforgettable. When Spice and Wolf first premiered in 2008, it received tremendous praise for its original premise, elegant writing, thoughtful themes, and moving characterization. Critics applauded how the series subverted popular fantasy anime tropes to craft a unique coming together of romance, economics, and philosophy. The title became a top 25 best-selling anime soon after release, a rare feat for such a dialogue-heavy, slow-burn story. It spawned one more season in 2009 due to its popularity and passionate fanbase, for a total of 2 seasons and 25 episodes. Over a decade later, there's not yet been a 3rd season, though fans continue to hope for more of Hollow and Lawrence's journey. The series helped pave the way for more grounded, character-driven fantasy tales exploring history, technology, and cultural ideas through creative allegory and drama. Looking back, Spice and Wolf stands as a one-of-a-kind anime that balances fantasy adventure with intimate personal growth in a fully realized world brimming with wisdom.
Chapter 64.
Steins Gate. Japanese animation has dramatically expanded the potential of animation as a medium for sophisticated philosophical storytelling. One series that exemplifies the creative heights possible is the acclaimed 2011 anime Steins Gate. Adapted from a visual novel video game, it crafts a thrilling sci-fi tale, exploring the multifaceted consequences of developing time travel technology. With its labyrinthine plot, multi-dimensional characters, and thought-provoking themes, Steins Gate stands as a seminal work in anime and time travel fiction. The show centers around Rintaro Okabe, an eccentric but traumatized young scientist who adopts the persona of Ho'oen Kyoma, a flamboyant, self-proclaimed mad scientist. In his makeshift laboratory in Akihabara, the technology and anime hub of Tokyo, he tinkers on inventions with his fellow lab members, childhood friend Mayuri Shina and hacker Itaru Daru Hashida. Their crowning creation comes in the form of the phone microwave, a device adapted from a microwave oven that can send basic text messages into the past. This discovery sets into motion a perilous journey through time to prevent a sinister organization from developing time machine technology that leads to dystopia. What elevates Steins Gate above a conventional time travel thriller is the nuance and care devoted to exploring the human consequences of tampering with causality. Okabe's ability to retain memories across shifts in the timeline turns from advantage to curse, as he helplessly witnesses his friend's fates rise and fall based on his actions altering the winding streams of time he visualizes as world lines. The suffering he experiences paralyzes him with indecision, fueled by the opposing forces of fate and human free will. This thoughtful characterization supplements the show's already intricate plotting. No character better complements Okabe than Kurisu Makise, a brilliant neuroscientist who aids in developing the phone microwave. Behind her harsh exterior lies a vulnerable young woman seeking connection and redemption from the guilt of her research being used for time travel against her wishes. Kurisu proves herself Okabe's intellectual equal while also developing a tender romantic relationship based on mutual understanding of each other's inner turmoils. Their tragic love story across shifting timelines forms the emotional anchor that invests viewers in the show's reality-bending mysteries and dangers. The series' masterful grasp of sci-fi complexity is evident in its exploration of time travel mechanics like world lines, attractor fields, the butterfly effect, and causality loops. It grounds these concepts in real-world scientific theories and principles, paying homage to pioneering thinkers like John Archibald Wheeler and Hugh Everett III, whose work inspired the many worlds interpretation. The creators' scientific knowledge and research allowed them to craft an intricate system of rules for the fictional phone microwave technology that feels grounded rather than fantastical. This foundation in real physics enables the meaningful philosophical debates at the show's core. Indeed, perhaps Steins Gate's greatest strength is how it uses its time travel premise to contemplate weighty themes like the nature of fate and free will, morality when tampering with nature, and the unintended consequences of reckless ambition. The show refuses to provide definitive answers, instead trusting the audience to wrestle with the ethical dilemmas facing characters like Okabe, forced to play God while unable to give up hope of finding the perfect future. The result is a series as thematically bold as it is visually thrilling. In retrospect, Steins Gate represents a pioneering work that bends the anime medium to its absolute limits. Its animation by A1 Pictures captures the vivid, bustling beauty of Akihabara, bringing ironic visual life to a series preoccupied with distorting time itself. Each frame packs layers of detail that reward repeat analysis, like the show's convoluted plot. Likewise, the soundtrack complements poignant moments with haunting beauty and bombastic synthesizer-heavy tunes that echo the protagonist's paranoia and mania. All these technical elements build on the strong characters, relationships, and ideas of the source material visual novel game. This adaptation polish allowed the franchise to transcend its niche origins and become a game-changing anime that set new creative standards. Almost a decade later, the complexity and emotional impact of Steins Gate remains unparalleled, ensuring its influence and acclaim will never fade, regardless of world line.
Chapter 65.
Sword Art Online, SAO. Sword Art Online, SAO, enthralls viewers by opening an animated window into a futuristic virtual reality MMORPG world. As players become trapped in the immersive yet dangerous game, they must band together to survive while grappling with profound questions of identity, reality, and morality. SAO plunges the audience into exhilarating adventures, relatable characters, and thought-provoking themes through its technical mastery and resonant storytelling. SAO's intricate world building constructs a believable virtual realm with RPG mechanics that ground the story and amplify the dangers. The advanced Nerve Gear headset offers a full sensory experience by interfacing with the brain to control avatars. Details like menu interfaces, damage indicators, nature simulation, and regional architecture create incredible depth and intricacy. The narrative stakes feel heightened by the game's threats from monsters to ethics-testing moral dilemmas. This blurring of real and virtual compels the characters to approach SAO as more than just a game. The series explores provocative philosophical questions arising from virtual reality. By depicting characters immersed in VR, it examines notions of identity, asking whether one's true self is mutable. It weighs complex choices made for survival, probing morality. As the extreme scenario dramatizes VR's unchecked power, broader debates about technology's societal impact come into focus. Thought experiments about transcending humanity's limits via technology add further nuance. These ambivalent explorations provide a window into VR's double-edged promise. Beyond world building, SAO thrives on emotional resonance derived from well-developed characters. The burgeoning relationship between Kirito and Asuna is the beating heart of the story. Their honest conversations movingly convey their hopes and fears, cementing their communicative bond. The adoptive family they form with AI girl Yui shows their protective instincts. Supporting allies like blacksmith Lizbeth and paladin Klein offer camaraderie and compromise Kirito's lone wolf stoicism with community values. The tragedies suffered by characters like Sachi add poignancy on the futility of virtual conquests. On the technical front, SAO's artistic mastery fully capitalizes on the animated format. Vibrant colors pop amidst mystical backdrops, and textures percolate with tangibility to make the virtual immersive. Silky smooth movements energize action set pieces, while perspective shifts amplify the cinematic flair. Lighting casts the perfect emotional tones from the warmth of a pixie dust-filled forest to the eerie glow of a cavernous dungeon. This technical panache synergizes with the story to whisk audiences away to spectacular virtual vistas. But SAO also provides insightful social commentary by exploring resonant themes like identity, trust, and communication through poignant character arcs. It constructs a visionary thought experiment by speculating on virtual reality's potential to radically transform society for better or worse. And it taps into globally shared experiences of escapism, adventure, and relationships by depicting human stories thriving in digital realms. Looking critically, SAO is not without flaws. It has been accused of sexual objectification and marginalizing female characters over time. Some criticize certain repetitive story arcs as well as deviations from the original source material. Additionally, the accumulating cast of female characters who admire Kirito contributes to harem-esque tones that can undermine the positive qualities of SAO's character writing and gender portrayals. A balance between fan service humor and nuanced relationship dynamics is optimal but tricky to attain. But one cannot deny SAO's cultural impact in inspiring new trends like isekai anime while building a passionate fandom that connects through art, analysis, and sheer enthusiasm. Through its rich world building, provocative themes, relatable characters, technical mastery, and exploration of virtual reality's promise and perils, Sword Art Online offers a deeply engrossing anime experience. It transports viewers into wondrous realms while keeping human stories and connections at its core. SAO's spectacular adventures, coupled with thoughtful themes, earns its reputation as a seminal anime franchise of the digital age.
Chapter 66.
Tenchi Muyo. When it first aired in 1992, the original 6-episode OVA of Tenchi Muyo captivated audiences and left an indelible imprint on the anime landscape. Created by renowned manga artist Rumiko Takahashi and produced by Studio Dean, this series skillfully blended sci-fi, action, comedy, and heartfelt drama into an entertaining mix that sparked a phenomenon. At the heart of Tenchi Muyo is an endearing ensemble cast revolving around the unassuming protagonist Tenchi Masaki. His world is turned upside down when a motley crew of colorful space pirates, princesses, mad scientists, and more descend upon his humble rural home after he inadvertently summons a mystical energy. Tenchi soon learns of his hidden potential and destiny as a prophesied hero tasked with stopping the forces of evil, represented by the villainous Kagato, who covets Tenchi's power. The rich backdrop of feudal Japan, replete with Jurai royal mythology and folklore figures come to life, provides fertile ground for the fantastical events to unfold. Ninjas, samurai archetypes, and Shinto spirituality help anchor the cosmic escapades in cultural resonance. Rural hot spring towns, shrines, and traditional living contrast entertainingly with aliens, spaceships, and intergalactic intrigue. While high-stakes action and planet-hopping adventures propel the narrative, Tenchi Muyo equally excels at intimate character moments that flesh out the cast. Behind initial superficial impressions, each character harbors surprising depth and growth. The haughty Princess Ayeka and fiery space pirate Ryoko move from bitter rivals competing for Tenchi's affection to close confidants who boost each other's confidence. Their shared love for Tenchi, though unrequited, cements their sisterly bond. Meanwhile, Tenchi himself gradually matures from a shy teenager to a formidable hero guided by his grandfather's wisdom as he accepts his greater purpose. Romantic entanglements feature prominently, but avoid detracting from the epic scale. Creative genre blending allows humor, drama, action, and sci-fi to synergize harmoniously rather than conflict. When the characters do lock horns, it sparks amusing chaos. But the camaraderie in the face of challenges rings true. Despite personality quirks, the makeshift family formed aboard Tenchi's spaceship demonstrates fierce loyalty to one another in their quest to thwart evil. Throughout its various OVA iterations and spin-off series, an overarching mythology centered around Tenchi's struggle against his nemesis Kagato persists. Kagato and his extended network of villains provide recurring threats whose cosmic machinations must be overcome through unity. While later franchise installments introduce new conflicts and characters, they reinforce the core themes of friendship and heroism in the face of darkness that define Tenchi Muyo. Visually, fluid action sequences leverage the sci-fi premise, while detailed backgrounds immerse viewers in pastoral Japan. Memorable scenes range from over-the-top slapstick to quiet conversations that develop bonds organically. OVA production values with lushly painted cells set a new bar for quality, while the TV series made adjustments to optimize the animation for broadcast needs. Adaptability has allowed Tenchi Muyo to deliver premium experiences across media. Above all, Tenchi Muyo succeeds through the charm and rapport of its cast. Their journeys of self-discovery, fueled by an engrossing blend of adventure, drama, and humor, keep the audience invested. Once relegated to niche fandom, Tenchi's journey now stands as an apex of 90s anime that helped pioneer hallmarks of the art form. Its fingerprints can be seen in genre blenders, harem comedies, and beyond. For longtime fans and newcomers alike, Tenchi Muyo remains an anime classic, bursting with innovation, heart, and fun.
Chapter 67.
Tengen Toppa Gurren Lagann. Tengen Toppa Gurren Lagann is a 27-episode anime series produced by Gainax that exemplifies the mecha genre while also subverting many of its tropes. Set in a dystopian world where humans are forced to live underground by the tyrannical Lord Genome, the show follows the journeys of Simon and Kamina, two energetic friends with big dreams of reaching the surface. Upon discovering an ancient mecha called Lagann, they join a rebellion against Lord Genome's Beastman army. Spoiler warning, as part of Team Gurren, Simon and Kamina are joined by Yoko, a lone wolf sharpshooter who initially insists she doesn't need comrades. Over time, however, she undergoes subtle growth by embracing the team as surrogate family. Her marksmanship and level-headed pragmatism temper Kamina's reckless bravado, while her kindness helps coax Simon out of his shell. Simon, the shy digger and main protagonist, undergoes monumental character growth over the course of the story. Initially lacking any confidence in himself, he clings to the coattails of his brash big bro, Kamina. However, Kamina's death forces Simon to mature into the inspirational leader needed to defeat Lord Genome and free humanity. This archetypal hero's journey sees Simon unlock ever greater courage and spiral power potential within himself, proving that belief in one's capabilities can push one to exceed perceived limits. In contrast, Kamina serves as more of a static mentor character, modeling swaggering bravado and boundless self-belief. His mantra of moving forward no matter what catalyzes Simon's self-actualization. Kamina's larger-than-life personality essentially shapes Simon into the messianic hero he needs to become, with Simon continuing to draw motivation from Kamina's words and memory even after his tragic death. Lord Genome initially appears to be an evil overlord, but as his backstory unravels, it becomes clear he is a deeply damaged anti-villain trying to prevent further universal suffering, however misguided his methods may be. His encounters with Team Dai Gurren reignite long-dormant nobility in his heart, culminating in a redemptive sacrifice. Beyond its colorful cast, Gurren Lagann immerses viewers in a beautifully stylized world that combines retro mecha aesthetics with boundlessly creative vision. The angular, dynamic animation style blends battles between the biomechanical gunmen in intergalactic scale and intensity, showcasing exhilarating fight choreography. As Simon's indomitable spirit stirs, his mecha correspondingly evolves from the unassuming Lagann to universe-dwarfing Tengen Toppa Gurren Lagann, capturing the essence of the show's believe in yourself and anything is possible ethos through visual metaphor. These visuals reinforce the thematic thrust about struggling to throw off oppression and maximize human potential. Lord Genome and later the Anti-Spirals represent forces that stubbornly impose limits on mankind, whereas Simon and Team Dai Gurren are the irrepressible fighting spirit rallying against this subjugation. Each evolution in their spiral power reflects their escalating ability to overcome all odds and limitations restricting their freedom and self-determination. Kamina's death, Mia's shifting allegiances, the 7-year time skip, all these narrative developments force growth, raise stakes, and propel the intergalactic war story arc. They culminate in a reality-warping final battle that celebrates the strength of the indomitable human spirit when unencumbered by doubt and inhibitions. This overwhelmingly positive message at the heart of Gurren Lagann explains its mass appeal compared to darker mecha anime like Evangelion. Gurren Lagann's effervescent optimism and bombastic flair may not reach the philosophical complexity of its contemporaries, but it provides an enthralling experience that aims to thrill and inspire audiences rather than ruminate on moral quandaries. Its exuberant faith in human potential gives the show heart and soul. In the end, Gurren Lagann's greatest strengths lie in its ability to channel and celebrate the indomitable fighting spirit needed to exceed perceived limitations and take one's fate into their own hands.
Chapter 68.
The Idolmaster. The Idolmaster anime, based on the popular video game franchise, offers an entertaining glimpse into the world of aspiring pop idols in Japan. But beyond just flashy musical numbers and cute characters, the 2011 anime adaptation also provides thoughtful commentary on the idol industry, empowering themes about pursuing dreams and nuanced character writing. While an idealized portrayal, The Idolmaster explores the pressures and triumphs of stardom with far more depth than the original games. Originating as an arcade and Xbox game, The Idolmaster focused gameplay on training idols and managing their careers. The anime adaptation allowed for richer storytelling and characterization beyond the game's limited plots. The 25-episode anime devotes ample time to the central cast's everyday lives, relationships, and personal motivations, humanizing these idols compared to their initial function as mere player avatars. For instance, the anime depicts heroine Haruka's humble background in the countryside, her close bond with her grandmother, and her cheerful determination to pursue her dreams against the odds. Such personal perspective is absent from the games. The anime also introduces failures, doubts, rivalries, and growth for the characters, unfolding with the dramatic arcs of a TV drama rather than a simplified game narrative. While the games revolve around performances and competition, the anime's extended runtime provides a more grounded take on the idol industry. To better understand the appeal and deeper significance of the Idol Master, it is essential to examine the renowned idol culture of Japan that spawned it. Idol groups have held an enormous presence in Japanese pop culture since the 1970s, with acts like Pink Lady and Onyanko Club. These girl groups were manufactured for mainstream success, churning out formulaic upbeat songs, donning matching outfits, and projecting a wholesome innocence. This creation of fictional personalities allowed idols to amass devoted fandoms, while modern idols like mega group AKB48 have an expanded demographic appeal. Their formula of projecting idealized personalities and providing joyful entertainment remains intact. Becoming engrossed in the melodramatic world of idols enables fans to live vicariously through their passions. The Idol Master draws heavily from this cultural idol tradition, even as it also critiques the industry's exploitative underbelly. While partly escapist fantasy, the Idol Master also contains insightful commentary on the idol world. It explores the grueling training regimens imposed on idols by profit-driven studios that control every facet of their lives. Characters like Chihaya highlight the dehumanizing effects of the industry by grappling with having her artistic talents commodified into products shaped by corporate interests rather than her own creative vision. The anime also pulls back the curtain on the manufactured nature of the entertainment world, where idols' identities are carefully crafted, yet it recognizes the genuine influences idols have on fans. The Idol Master acknowledges the personal costs of fame alongside the sense of empowerment derived from performing. The themes of empowerment through pursuing dreams resonate strongly throughout the narrative. Earnest characters like Haruka, Yukiho, and Makoto gaining confidence and overcoming insecurities inspire viewers to believe that passion and dedication can make ambitions reality. The anime depicts the satisfaction the idols feel when exhibiting their skills on stage, suggesting their hopes of stardom fuel personal growth. Their dreams empower them. An in-depth analysis of solitary idol Chihaya Kisaragi and her gradual character arc demonstrates the anime's nuanced writing. Initially coldly detached and fixated solely on her music, Chihaya learns to open her heart to friendship and understand connections can strengthen rather than distract her abilities. The usually stoic Chihaya even sheds tears of joy during a performance, evidencing her emotional growth. It represents her becoming a more balanced, fulfilled artist in person. Such layered development helps elevate the Idol Master above one-dimensional tropes. Musically, the Idol Master encapsulates the buoyant energy of idol pop with its insatiably catchy original songs ranging from electro and dance beats to ballads. The fluid animation and playful cinematography add dynamism to the concerts and training sequences. Visually rendering real Tokyo locales also grounds the anime in the tangible idol landscape. Overall, the multimedia elements capture the spectacle that makes idol culture so alluring. The anime does face reasonable critiques for character inconsistencies due to its sizable cast and limited runtime. Certain feminist perspectives take issue with lingering male-gaze fan service tropes as well. However, the anime's broader legacy remains positive. Reviews praised the irresistible tunes, charismatic characters, and inspirational themes that resonated strongly with viewers. The Idol Master left a lasting impact on the idol anime genre, triggering renewed enthusiasm for the niche subgenre. Its multimedia success demonstrated how character-driven storytelling could expand niche game franchises into pop culture juggernauts. Follow-up series like Love Live and Bang Dream borrowed the Idol Master's formula of upbeat music, lovable characters, and aspirational narratives. While avoidant of the industry's darker sides, the Idolmaster still crafts a surprisingly thoughtful take on the pressures of fame, dehumanization of the corporate machine, and complex relationships formed within the pop idol microcosm. Its infectious joy ultimately stems from seeing determined hopefuls accomplish long-held dreams through resilience. By blending incisive commentary with pure-hearted optimism, the Idolmaster remains one of the most compelling anime idol tributes. It captures the escapist appeal, yet emotional power that has enthralled idol fans for decades.
Chapter 69.
The Promised Neverland. The Promised Neverland is a suspenseful and philosophically provocative manga and anime series that has garnered widespread acclaim for its masterful storytelling and thematic depth. Centered around a group of orphans uncovering the sinister secrets of the orphanage they call home, the series crafts an impactful allegory that explores broad themes of innocence versus corruption, freedom versus security, and the courage required to confront unimaginable horrors. A key strength of The Promised Neverland is its ability to create an atmosphere brimming with understated unease and emotional discordance. The show's visuals play a critical role in establishing the unsettling contrast between idyllic domesticity and gothic horror. Sunlit scenes of children frolicking in verdant gardens evoke a wholesome utopia, amplified by warm pastel hues. The imposing architecture of Grace Field House resembles an elite Ivy League university more than an orphanage, symbolizing privilege, opportunity, and protection. However, a creeping sense of wrongness whispers below these comforting surfaces. Ominous shadows swallowing the manor's endless corridors suggest a darkness lurking within. The building's imposing wrought iron gates and surrounding high stone walls present a gilded cage trapping the orphans inside. The audience shares the nagging suspicion of the children that this seeming paradise hides unimaginable sins. This visual duality mirrors the story's central themes. The shining exterior represents the facade of happiness that enables corruption to flourish unseen. The building's simultaneous impressions of hope and claustrophobia reflect the children's dawning realization that their only sanctuary is also their prison. The visual language establishes an unsettling rhythm of contrasting tones and motifs that mirror the characters' destabilizing psychological journeys. The orphanage's deceitful perfection is further reflected in the children themselves. Their matching uniforms and tidy hair symbolize the regimented order of their daily routines. Scenes of the orphans studying, playing sports, and tending gardens portray an idealized vision of childhood joy and opportunity. This seals the illusion that they live an enchanted life free from hardship. However, as the truth unravels, the facade crumbles. The bloody human remains discovered behind pristine walls shockingly corrode the children's innocence. Their orderly existence transforms into a sadistic system, raising them like livestock for slaughter. The demon captors who orchestrate this grotesque deception represent the pinnacle of high society's decadence and cruelty. They masquerade as caring guardians while secretly preparing to devour the orphan's flesh. The opulence of the demon's world, replete with grand halls and lavish feasts, cements them as callously corrupt aristocrats. Their bejeweled dresses and angelic faces, hiding gnarled teeth, mirror the two-faced nature of abusive power structures. This jarring contrast between the children's pure-hearted compassion and the demon's vicious duplicity forms the central symbolic conflict. The story functions as an allegory for how the innocent and powerless suffer under exploitative systems unless they can gain knowledge and challenge the status quo. The shifting mental states of the orphans provide further philosophical depth as they each react differently to their shattered illusions. Protagonist Emma insists on rescuing every orphan, showcasing her empathy but also naive idealism. The pragmatic Norman helps strategize their escape but emotionally distances himself from potential sacrifices. The nihilistic Ray copes through selfishness that jeopardizes the group. Their clashing perspectives create natural tension while balancing out each other's extremes. But shared trauma reshapes their psychologies as the horrific realities around them sink in. Norman accepts that saving everyone may prove impossible. Emma realizes she must harden her heart to some suffering, and Rei opens up to vulnerability and camaraderie. Their motivations transform from escaping into protecting each other at all costs. They slide from optimistic courage into jaded weariness as trauma accumulates, making their unbreakable bonds all the more poignant. Meanwhile, the younger orphans like Phil and Gilda react with unrestrained despair, representing the sheer horror of lost innocence. Their dependence on Emma, Norman, and Rei highlights the immense responsibility the trio shoulders. These complex emotional arcs amplify the sacrifices they make in shepherding the children through the demon's lair. The Promised Neverland enriches its central narrative by weaving in allusions to seminal myths, epics, and allegories. The orphanage name, Grace Fieldhouse, evokes divine salvation, which is then subverted by the cruelty found inside its walls. References to William Minerva and the Promised Land cast the demon world as Egypt, with Emma as Moses guiding the children towards liberation. This casts their journey as a biblical Exodus tale, with the kids symbolizing enslaved Israelites escaping persecution. Further allusions to Dante's Inferno and the Odyssey establish the demon realm as a sinister underworld for the children to traverse. These references root the Promised Neverland in allegorical traditions spanning from Greek epics to Victorian literature. They lend the cat and mouse games between the children and demons profound symbolic weight. The story operates simultaneously as an engrossing thriller and a warning about how self-interest and conformity allow evil to flourish. The literary touches amplify the tale into a poignant meditation on moral courage in the face of monstrous systems. The anime adaptation utilizes visuals, music, and cinematic techniques that bring the chilling atmosphere to life. Character designs contrast the innocence of the children with the grotesque yet stylish appearances of demons. Auditory cues like gentle piano music and abrupt tempo changes mirror the two worlds colliding. Voice acting oscillates between tender warmth and bone-chilling menace. Episodes end on emotionally devastating cliffhangers, maximizing engagement. The storytelling structure fosters perpetual uncertainty through unpredictable time skips, flashbacks, and alternate settings. Just as relief sets in, the rug is pulled out from underneath the viewer again. This endless tension, interspersed with moments of earnest connection between characters, lends the thriller genre a poignant humanity. We are deeply invested in the fates of the sympathetic children as they contend with escalating horrors. The Promised Neverland masterfully builds suspense and tension, drawing viewers into its dark and foreboding world. However, the second season has received criticism for diverging too far from the manga's source material. Several key elements are skipped over, including the Goldie Pond story arc, which introduces critical new characters and lore. The pacing also accelerates, with meaningful character development and world-building details rushed through or omitted entirely. This is especially detrimental regarding the demons themselves. In the manga, they are revealed to have a complex social hierarchy and culture centered around the religious practice of farming and consuming humans. There are different classes, with the powerful royals at the top governing demon society. While unsettling, this nuanced exploration helps explain the full extent of the human children's plight. It also invites thoughtful parallels to similar exploitation and oppression lurking within our own society, ranging from systemic discrimination to factory farming. The anime's simplified portrayal loses these impactful implications. Despite flaws in adaptation, The Promised Neverland remains a thrillingly dark tale that keeps viewers entranced yet disturbed as they witness the true darkness that can underlie even the most innocent facades. With its labyrinth of mysteries, emotionally complex characters, and themes blending visceral thrills with moral nuance, The Promised Neverland has cemented itself as a modern classic that elevates and redefines its genres. It fuses an endearingly human coming-of-age story with allegorical warnings against complacency in the face of exploitation. The series stands beside leading live-action thrillers in its pacing, cinematography, and thematic ambitions. Its shocking deconstruction of anime tropes proved the artistic heights the medium can reach. The Promised Neverland will be remembered for generations as a unifying tale of hope, heartbreak, and the human spirit persevering against unfathomable darkness.
Chapter 70.
The Melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya. Hailed as one of the most inventive anime series of the 2000s, The Melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya stands apart for its unconventional narrative, philosophical themes, and dynamic characterization. Adapted from Nagaru Tanigawa's light novels, the show follows the escapades of the titular Haruhi Suzumiya, whose unconscious power to alter reality leads to fantastical adventures. Through the lens of sci-fi tropes and high school comedy, the series explores meaningful questions about existence, free will, and normalcy. With its nonlinear storytelling, stunning visuals, and unforgettable heroine, The Melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya left a memorable impact on anime culture and fiction. At the show's core are fundamental questions about existence versus non-existence. Haruhi possesses godlike abilities to reshape her world according to her desires, manifested in the form of espers, time travelers, and aliens. If such supernatural beings can be willed into reality by Haruhi's mind, does that render existence entirely subjective? This raises metaphysical dilemmas that drive the overarching narrative. Characters like Itsuki Koizumi aim to maintain Haruhi's existing reality, while factions like the Time Travelers wish to prevent her unstable influence over space-time altogether. Each perspective highlights philosophical debates about the nature of being. Can existence have meaning if it can be erased and rewritten at a whim? The show leaves such existential quandaries provocatively open-ended. Related to these concerns is the question of free will versus determinism. Given Haruhi's powers to unconsciously dictate the fabric of reality, do those around her have any agency? The infamous Endless 8 arc puts this to the test, with Haruhi trapping her classmates in a time loop due to her selfish desire to prolong summer vacation, seemingly eliminating their ability to make choices. Yet the show ultimately argues for free will, with Kyon and the others subtly exercising autonomy even within Haruhi's closed causalities. Their gradual awakening to and eventual protest against the looping timeline affirms their self-determination. Beyond these sci-fi conceits, Haruhi Suzumiya is at heart a classic coming-of-age tale of youthful self-discovery and acceptance. Haruhi represents an unapologetic rejection of conformity with her loud personality, quirky interests, and disdain for the ordinary. She contrasts against the cynical but grounded Kyon, unsure of how to embrace Haruhi's eccentricities. Their dynamic explores tensions between individuality and societal pressures to be normal. Yet, by the story's end, Kyon convinces Haruhi to recognize the subjectivity of normalcy, as each person's differences hold value. The two forge a synthesis between conformity and quirkiness. The show ultimately serves as an ode to embracing one's weirdness in pursuit of fulfilling adolescence beyond homogenizing norms. This impactful narrative is brilliantly delivered through the show's avant-garde visual storytelling. Disjointed chronology, symbolic motifs, unconventional framing, and repetitious animation choices mirror the series' postmodern themes. For instance, Haruhi's iconic hair flip punctuates her eccentric personality, while frequent shots peering through windows reflect her longing for the extraordinary. The Endless 8 arc uses subtle outfit changes and environmental cues to indicate the repetition of time. Dutch angles, off-center compositions, and jump cuts create uncertainty as timelines blend together. Extreme close-ups highlight emotional states beyond dialogue. Altogether, the stylized visuals and cinematography reinforce the show's surreal, reality-bending nature. The complex narrative is further enriched through multifaceted characters with relationships that underscore the series' central themes. At her core, Haruhi seeks fantastical adventure to break the mundanity of everyday life, stemming from underlying insecurities. Her dynamic with Kyon helps temper her abrasiveness while validating her uniqueness. With Yuki, Haruhi comes to recognize the problems with exploiting Yuki's passive nature. Over time, Haruhi softens in her treatment of Mikuru as well. Itsuki provides intellectual stimulation for Haruhi's unconventional perspectives. Across these connections, Haruhi becomes more cognizant of how her powers impact others, hinting at growth despite her fundamental eccentricity. While centered on Haruhi, An eclectic ensemble of supporting characters adds further dimension. Stoic Yuki and timid Mikuru represent intriguing alien and time traveler perspectives respectively. Itsuki, as the charming Esper, acts as Haruhi's foil. Kyon's grounded narration provides an anchor point. Enigmatic transfer student Sasaki and energetic Tsuruya offer alternate vantage points on Haruhi herself and the SOS Brigade's antics, driving mystery and humor. Rival factions like the Computer Club add episodic conflict while highlighting the brigade's unique nature. Together, these diverse figures propel an engrossing story with philosophical heft. In many ways, the melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya revolutionized anime, pioneering nonlinear narratives, genre blending, and unconventional adaptation approaches in its wake. Its anthology formatting became hugely influential, setting precedents for fragmented storytelling in landmark series like the Monogatari series, Durarara, and Baccano. The show also popularized dynamic character archetypes like the eccentric contrary girl, Haruhi, and her cynical male counterpoint, Kyon, that reverberated through titles like Toradora and Oregairu. Its seamless fusion of sci-fi, comedy, and high school romance inspired bold genre mixing in later fiction. Ultimately, Haruhi Suzumiya's structural inventiveness, thematic depth, and postmodern tone helped redefine youth culture and storytelling for the internet age, cementing its medium-altering impact. In Japan, the melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya was a cultural phenomenon, winning accolades and spawning an explosive fandom. Haruhi became an iconic figure, representing bold femininity in anime. The series won prestigious awards while also garnering criticism for indulgent choices like the repetitive Endless Eight. Nevertheless, its incredible resonance with Japanese youth could be seen in the proliferation of merchandise, memes, discussion, and participation surrounding Haruhi. The show activated fans on an unprecedented level, reflected in doujinshi, cosplay, and real-world gatherings. Yet it also made space for substantive discourse about themes like choice and the subjectivity of reality. Haruhi Suzumiya ultimately set new standards in animation, narration, and audience engagement, forging an enduring legacy befitting one of anime's most theatrical, energetic, and unforgettable heroes.
Chapter 71.
The Vision of Escaflowne. When it first premiered in 1996, The Vision of Escaflowne transported viewers to the rich fantasy world of Gaia with its thrilling tale of war, romance, and destiny. Now, over 20 years later, this anime classic from director Kazuki Akane and acclaimed studio Sunrise remains one of the most influential and unforgettable mecha series of all time. At the heart of Escaflowne lies its masterful world-building and genre-blending narrative. The series seamlessly fuses elements of fantasy, steampunk, mecha, and shoujo anime into a cohesive whole. The intricate political wheels within wheels and shadowy motivations add nuance and depth to the story. The expansive universe draws inspiration from medieval Europe, ancient mythology, and occult mysticism to create a familiar yet original backdrop. The legendary Atlantis and its arcane technology play a key role in the lore. These multi-layered mythic and historic elements intertwine with Escaflowne's spiritual themes on fate, war, and romantic love. The series' strong characterization also enhances its impact. Hitomi Kanzaki serves as an appealing and sympathetic protagonist, thrust into this conflicted world as an ordinary schoolgirl. She must navigate supernatural visions and emotional entanglements with poise beyond her years. The complex hero Von Fennell undergoes immense growth, overcoming the demons of his past. Characters like the cunning strategist Fulkin and passionate knight Alan Shazar round out the ensemble. Even side characters like Catgirl Merle contribute entertaining comedic moments. On the antagonist side, the ruthless Dilon Dao and his sinister Zybok Empire prove suitably menacing threats, driven by a thirst for power at any cost. Visually, Escaflowne was remarkably ahead of its time. The elegant blend of traditional cell animation with 3D CG mecha was revolutionary in the 1990s. Sweeping hand-painted backdrops, brimming with impressionistic textures and intricate details, transport viewers to Gaia. Fluid combat sequences, gothic architecture, and atmospheric lighting create an immersive experience. The stirring musical score by the acclaimed Yoko Kanno punctuates emotional arcs using Gregorian chants, haunting orchestral tones, and memorable theme songs. While not without some minor flaws, the series' pacing and melodramatic tones, the vision of Escaflowne remains an unparalleled achievement in speculative fiction and emotional storytelling. Its seamless fusion of fantasy, history, mecha, and romance pushed creative boundaries for the anime medium. Escaflowne's strong female protagonist, war-torn coming-of-age tale, and memorable characters cast an enduring spell on fans old and new. The show's tremendous critical success and devoted fanbase, including its popularity at anime conventions today, cement its iconic status now and for years to come. In the world of anime classics, there are few visions as imaginative and impactful as the vision of Escaflowne.
Chapter 72.
Urusei Yatsura. A note on the pronunciation. The main protagonist's name is pronounced Lum, not Loom, like the U sound is usually done throughout the book. Urusei Yatsura stands as one of the most influential and beloved comedy manga and anime franchises in Japanese pop culture history. Created by acclaimed manga author Rumiko Takahashi, the series was first serialized in Weekly Shonen Sunday from 1978 to 1987. This lengthy run resulted in 34 manga volumes being published by Shogakukan. Following the manga's popularity, these stories were adapted into an animated TV series by Studio Pierrot, airing from 1981 to 1986 with 195 episodes, as well as 6 theatrical films and 12 OVAs. Across both manga and anime mediums, Urusei Yatsura cemented itself as a landmark series that pioneered the fusion of science fiction and romantic comedy genres while creating iconic character archetypes. It expanded anime fandom both within Japan and internationally during the pivotal 1980s decade. The series' unique style, memorable characters, and timeless themes contribute to its enduring multi-generational appeal. Urusei Yatsura centers around the tumultuous relationship between the lecherous human boy Ataru Moroboshi and the temperamental alien princess Loom Invader. Loom belongs to the Oni alien race, evidenced by her small horns, green hair, tiger-striped bikini, and ability to fly and discharge electricity. After Ataru inadvertently proposes to Loom under threat of planetary invasion, she moves in with him on Earth as his girlfriend, much to his pleasure and dismay. Their bizarre courtship drives the plot as Loom's stormy jealousy conflicts with Ataru's womanizing ways. The eccentric supporting cast includes Ataru's manipulative childhood friend Shinobu Miyake, who harbors an unrequited crush on him, Loom's ditzy schoolgirl friends Ron and Benton, the vain rich kid Shutaro Mendo, who considers Ataru his rival, and the lascivious elderly Cherry, who serves as a monk and fortune teller. Besides this core cast, Urusei Yatsura is populated by a diverse parade of oddball characters from monks and demons to time travelers and obsessive aliens, all contributing to the series' zany unpredictability. Visually, Takahashi's signature art style shines through in the manga and anime's character designs and animated sequences. Exaggerated facial expressions and reactions, with characters' eyes and mouths stretching comically, enhance the slapstick humor. Innovative animation techniques like dramatic lighting, layered cells, and dynamic camera angles heighten the sci-fi fantasy action. The backdrop settings root the absurdist narrative through finely detailed architecture, cityscapes, and lush nature scenes rendered with vivid, saturated colors. One of Urusei Yatsura's biggest strengths is its genre-blending premise that paved the way for many later series. Its boy meets alien girl storyline demonstrates some of the earliest experimentation with tropes that would become staples of the shonen romantic comedy genre. The outlandish culture clash between Loom's otherworldly technology and temperament with Ataru's lecherous but laid-back human adolescence drives much of the humor and chaotic energy. Scenarios exaggerated for comedic effect satirize Japanese social customs, gender roles, myths, and adolescent pressures with levity. While on the surface a raucous comedy, Urusei Yatsura explores deeper themes of maturity, young love, and human connection through Ataru's gradual character development. His superficial desire for women gives way to understanding Loom as more than just an exotic object of lust. The series concludes on a dramatic high note, with Ataru proving his valor in saving Loom and Earth from invading forces, demonstrating how much he has grown. Loom's character subverts the female love interest archetype as she freely expresses her emotions, wields superhuman strength, and rejects traditions that contrast with her own values. She chooses to live on Earth against her parents' wishes, demonstrating endearing curiosity about human culture. Her clingy affection for Ataru manifests through electric shocks and uproarious jealousy. This dynamism makes Loom a beloved heroine who inspired many later variations on the alien girlfriend character trope. Alongside these innovations in story and characters, Urusei Yatsura displays technical creativity that contributed to its lasting appeal. Acclaimed avant-garde director Mamoru Oshii, known for philosophical sci-fi films like Ghost in the Shell, honed his unconventional approach through Urusei Yatsura's animation direction. His incorporation of abrupt scene transitions, social commentary, and atmospheric music helped elevate the production. The diversity of musical styles, ranging from gentle piano to lively percussion, complements each scene's emotional tone. Urusei Yatsura left a seminal impact on the anime and manga medium. As one of the most widely exported series of its era, it built up an international fandom charmed by its humor and storytelling flair. Its runaway success inspired numerous romantic comedy series through the 1980s and 90s to mimic its formula of pairing human and supernatural characters in zany situations. The series helped cement anime as a globally appreciated medium, ensuring its cultural legacy extends far beyond Japan. Over 40 years since its manga debut, Urusei Yatsura holds up as an endlessly entertaining comedy classic. While a product of its time, its humor remains hilarious and the coming-of-age themes still resonate across generations. For many fans, it conjures fond nostalgia for discovering anime's creative potential. The series' lasting significance and accessibility to new audiences secure its status as one of the medium's most cherished franchises. With an upcoming anime remake slated for 2023, the beloved world and characters of Urusei Yatsura look poised to capture the hearts of another generation.
Chapter 73.
Welcome to the NHK. An insightful exploration of social isolation, analyzing the impact of the seminal anime Welcome to the NHK. Among anime fans and critics alike, Welcome to the NHK stands out for its evocative examination of social isolation and the inner turmoil plaguing many young adults in modern Japanese society. Based on Tatsuhiko Takimoto's novel of the same name, this 24-episode series masterfully combines dark comedy and psychological drama to create a compelling character study. Following the journey of 22-year-old Hikikomori Sato Tatsuhiro, as he struggles to overcome anxiety and forge connections, the show provides thoughtful societal commentary intertwined with earnest emotion and offbeat humor. The title, NHK, refers to the Nihon Hikikomori Kyokai, or Japan Hikikomori Association, a mysterious entity that Sato believes is orchestrating an elaborate conspiracy to turn him into a shut-in. In reality, Hikikomori describes young people who withdraw entirely from society, refusing to leave their homes or interact with others. This phenomenon has risen sharply in Japan, with recent surveys suggesting over 1 million Japanese now identify as hikikomori. Their self-confinement frequently involves engaging in a dependent lifestyle of internet use, porn, video games, and endless television. When we first meet the protagonist, Sato, He epitomizes the hikikomori archetype, having confined himself to a tiny apartment for 4 years since dropping out of college. Gripped by social anxiety and paranoid delusions, he shuns all in-person connections in favor of isolating himself. Though initially content to remain in his shuttered domain, a chance encounter with a girl named Misaki upends his introverted existence. Energetic and compassionate, Misaki dedicates herself to getting Sato to re-enter society, starting with a simple part-time job. Her persistence and understanding ultimately inspire Sato to confront his fears and reconnect to a world he had retreated from. Beyond this central storyline, the series encompasses thoughtful ruminations on the intense pressures placed on Japanese youth and the feelings of inadequacy that frequently result. Through Sato's eyes, modern society seems centered on conformity, social status, and hollow roles divorced from inner fulfillment. Many hikikomori withdraw out of a subconscious rejection of these rigid expectations and homogeneity. They desire escape from a system that breeds discontent and yet feels impossible to defy or change. Welcome to the NHK gives dimensionality to such individuals, casting them not as eccentric outliers, but symptomatic of an increasingly disconnected way of living. Aside from Sato and Misaki, the supporting cast provides further insight into the hikikomori mindset. Yamazaki is a former classmate of Sato who has also become a shut-in obsessed with anime, online gaming, and manga. Though more self-aware than Sato, Yamazaki demonstrates how interest can transform into unhealthy escapism that replaces real relationships. Hitomi, Sato's next-door neighbor, acts as a kind of mentor, offering tough love and calling out Sato's excuses even as he remains confined himself. Their friendship highlights the desire for connection amid isolation. Visually, Welcome to the NHK employs a washed-out color palette and dark lighting to emphasize the gloomy, claustrophobic nature of Sato's environment and psychology. Off-kilter camera angles, handheld shots, and imagined sequences distort reality to convey Sato's growing instability and disconnection from everyday life. The soundtrack, featuring melancholic piano and bursts of energetic J-rock, provides affecting complementary tones to each scene. Openly emotional moments are made even more hard-hitting by the understated yet powerful visual and audio elements. Amidst these weighty themes, the show leavens the mood with regular doses of absurd humor. Sato's over-the-top paranoid fantasies about the NHK organization elicit chuckles through their sheer ridiculousness. Darkly comedic scenes satirize the excesses of otaku culture via Yamazaki's character, while also poking fun at exploitative scams, social conformity, and the personas many adopt to cover inner turmoil. This blend of earnest emotion and ironic humor makes the meaningful moments all the more impactful. Equal parts edgy and empathetic. Welcome to the NHK stands as a modern classic that captures the zeitgeist of early 2000s Japan and the aimless ennui of its lost generation. For those struggling with anxiety, depression, or lack of purpose, the show provides catharsis through its authenticity. By the final episodes, Sato's small yet hopeful steps inspire rather than depress. Few anime since have so candidly explored the themes of finding meaning in life and overcoming social isolation. Almost 2 decades since its debut, Welcome to the NHK remains an intellectually stimulating and emotionally resonant work.
Chapter 74.
Yu Yu Hakusho. Yoshihiro Togashi's genre-defining manga series Yu Yu Hakusho enthralled audiences in Japan and abroad when Studio Pierrot adapted it into a wildly popular anime from 1992 through 1995. This supernatural action tale remains acclaimed for its masterful blend of riveting battles, evocative character writing, and seamless shifts between dramatic and comedic tones. The visual ingenuity of the Yu Yu Hakusho anime augments the fantastical appeal of Togashi's manga. Togashi's stylized and expressive character designs instantly establish the core cast. Protagonist Yusuke Urumeshi's slicked-back hair and green jumpsuit make him instantly recognizable, as do Hiei's gravity-defying spiked hair and dragon tattoos. The exaggerated facial expressions and dynamic action poses amplify the emotional impact of scenes and the humor of reactions. Vibrant effects animation and clever cinematography also energize the thrilling battles, bringing otherworldly powers to life. Clever paneling in the manga provides the blueprint for kinetic fight choreography and impactful attacks. Creative use of perspective, motion lines, bold colors, and lighting effects heighten the scale and consequences of the paranormal confrontations. When Yusuke fires his spirit gun or Hiei unleashes the black flames of the Dragon of the Darkness Flame, the fluidity of the animation and vibrant energy auras make the devastating attacks feel thunderous. The electric shock waves, swirling demonic portals, cascading bursts of light, and environmental destruction heighten the ethereal mood. Dynamic fight angles, rapid cuts, and dramatic lighting amplify the visual flair. The anime's visual ingenuity enhances the thrill and stakes of the manga's clashes. By tapping into his cultural heritage, Togashi infuses a strong sense of mysticism into the world-building. The spirit world and afterlife realms derive from Buddhist cosmology, while incorporating classic yokai folk creatures like kitsune, oni, and yurei. The mystic talismans, cursed artifacts, and fighting traditions also stem from Japanese legend. Iconic settings like Genkai's mountaintop temple and the Dark Tournament's carnival-esque demon competition intermingle modern shonen action with supernatural elements adapted from centuries of myths and stories. This culturally authentic blend of the familiar and strange creates an immersive atmosphere. The early 2000s Funimation English dub captures the core appeal of the anime while adjusting dialogue and comedic timing for Western sensibilities. Justin Cook's snarky but soulful delivery as Yusuke and Christopher Sabat's boisterous take on Kuwabara expertly capture the delinquent duo's chemistry. Their wisecracks and insults bounce off each other naturally, while adding new humorous spins to the original script. Supporting voices like Chuck Huber's gruff, aloof Hiei and John Bergmeyer's intellectual cool as Kurama further enhance the odd couple appeal of the ensemble's dynamics. Even side characters like Genkai get standout voice work. The talented English cast augments the series' entertainment value through their comedic and dramatic performances. Yusuke Honmo's eclectic musical score deftly punctuates impactful story beats while setting the overall tone. The aggressive rock opening themes capture the struggles of the characters through driving instrumentals and lyrics conveying determination. Sweeping orchestral scores lend gravitas to dramatic battles, with bombastic punctuations timed to massive attacks. Softer piano and string arrangements underscore personal moments of loss and reflection. Ominous choral chants amplify foreboding threats, while playful xylophone accents strengthen comedic relief. The frequently shifting soundtrack aligns seamlessly with the fluctuating emotions on screen. Songs like the mournful ending requiem, Homework Never Ends, provide poignant mirrors to the narrative themes. The soundtrack's diversity and precision timing elevate pivotal scenes. While on the surface a kinetic action series, the heart of Yu Yu Hakusho lies in its resonant coming-of-age themes. Beneath his brash, delinquent persona, protagonist Yusuke grows into an honorable team leader who wrestles with questions of morality and belonging between worlds. His personal losses, disillusionment, and quest to harness his ancestral demon powers for good drive the narrative momentum. The story balances Yusuke's frequent arrogant wisecracks with vulnerable moments that reveal his empathy and admirable qualities as he matures. His loyalty to allies like childhood friend Keiko and rival Kuwabara offers emotional anchors. Yusuke remains a compelling and layered shonen protagonist decades later. Yusuke's larger-than-life allies provide delightful foils and intimacy. From the mismatched duo of collected Kurama and a volatile Hiei to bubbly Grim Reaper Botan's guidance, their contrasting personalities and abilities fuel character drama. Their camaraderie, banter, and clashing philosophies expand the story's emotional palette. The earliest representation of LGBTQ characters in the genre emerges in the subtly portrayed yet profound bond between Sensui and Itsuki, an influential milestone. Even antagonists receive nuanced treatments, as with Toguro's ego-driven thirst for competition versus Shinobu's disillusioned sense of justice. The rich network of relationships elevates the story. The escalating competitions Yusuke and friends enter provide gripping narrative structures. The dark tournament's no-holds-barred demon battles and eccentric teams generate electric fight matchups and grand spectacle befitting shonen tradition. Sensui's Deadly Seven, pseudonymously based on Japanese school ghost lore, make for intriguing metaphysical battles. As threats compound from controlling the tunnel between worlds to premeditated genocide of humanity, the consequences heighten dramatically. Charismatic foils like Toguro and Sensui test the heroes physically and philosophically. The series deftly balances the thrill of fights with resonant emotional stakes. The hallmarks of Yu Yu Hakusho transformed the genre and still resonate today. Its urban setting, moral complexity, and flair for combining supernatural combat with comedy set influential precedents. The engaging tournament structure has become a battle shonen staple for hits like My Hero Academia. Yusuke remains one of the medium's landmark deviant heroes. Togashi's trademark expressive style and mythological inspirations carry over into his later acclaimed series, Hunter x Hunter. The continued popularity of video games, figures, and merch in Japan reinforces its cultural longevity. For many fans, Yu Yu Hakusho stands alongside classics like Dragon Ball Z as epitomizing the aesthetic appeal and storytelling heights of 90s supernatural adventure manga and anime at its finest. While certainly a product of its time, from dated comedic tropes to censorship necessitating subtextual queer representation, the core spirit of Yu Yu Hakusho perseveres through its compassionate characters, imaginative world-building, and captivating action. The series retains an unequaled atmosphere and charm after 30 years that lingers as a nostalgic treat for longtime fans and an enthralling introduction for newcomers to one of the medium's most beloved shonen masterpieces.
Chapter 75.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a globally iconic anime and manga franchise that centers around the strategic card game Duel Monsters. Through gripping story arcs woven with ancient mythology, philosophical themes, and ever-evolving gameplay mechanics, it has enthralled fans for over 2 decades. Yu-Gi-Oh! Was created by Japanese artist and writer Kazuki Takahashi, who was fascinated by games and wished to develop a manga series focused on a new gaming concept. He was heavily inspired by ancient Egyptian culture and history, incorporating Egyptian iconography, lore, and occult mysticism throughout Yu-Gi-Oh's world building. For instance, the Millennium items homeowners wield derive from Egyptian artifacts like the Ankh and Millennium Rod, symbols of pharaonic authority. The names of characters like Isis and Merik reference Egyptian deities. Takahashi also integrated gaming influences, having produced manga focused on tabletop RPGs prior to Yu-Gi-Oh! This background catalyzed the initial manga's advent in 1996 in Weekly Shonen Jump magazine, published by Shueisha. The original Yu-Gi-Oh! Manga and anime follow the adventures of a timid boy named Yugi Muto, who completes the ancient Millennium puzzle and becomes the host of the spirit of an amnesiac pharaoh from Egypt. Yugi uses the pharaoh's mastery of duel monsters to compete in contests of mystical proportions against villainous threats seeking the puzzle's power. In the initial Duelist Kingdom arc, Yugi faces the billionaire game designer Maximilian Pegasus, who has stolen the soul of Yugi's grandfather. Yugi must defeat Pegasus's henchmen and duel monsters on Pegasus Island to rescue him. This establishes the card game and high-stakes nature of the Shadow Games. The climactic Battle City arc introduces Merik Ishtar, leader of the Ghouls organization that seeks the pharaoh's power for world domination. Merik exerts mind control over other duelists, including Joey Wheeler, to acquire the Egyptian god cards. To stop Merik, Yugi enters Seto Kaiba's Battle City tournament, an epic storyline of betrayal, mind games, and determination. In the successor anime, Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, card dueling crosses over into an academic setting at Duel Academy. New protagonist Jaden Yuki, confronts threats, including the mysterious Shadow Riders seeking to revive dangerous beasts. In 5Ds, card games enter the future with technology like hovering duel runners. Hero Yusei Fudo battles the sinister Dark Signers, channeling underworld deities. Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal adds interdimensional stakes when Yuma Tsukumo contends with the extraterrestrial astral world. The latest iteration, Yu-Gi-Oh! Vrains, spotlights virtual reality dueling and artificial intelligence. Across 2 decades, Yu-Gi-Oh! Continues growing in scope from local tournaments to clashes with world-ending foes. While later incarnations add new layers, the original anime's memorable ancient Egyptian mysticism and philosophies on friendship versus evil remain at the franchise's core. In parallel with anime adaptations, Konami's Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game, TCG, has rapidly evolved mechanics and gameplay variety. Each new anime generation and master rule revision brings impactful innovations that players must master. The early anime and card sets established basic monster, magic, and trap cards, along with standard tribute summoning. As the series progressed, fusion summoning arrived, enabling materials on a fusion card to be combined into a stronger hybrid monster. The iconic Dark Magician could fuse with Dark Magician Girl into Dragon Knight, catalyzing creative fusion deck strategies. Yu-Gi-Oh! GX ushered in game changers, like equip spell cards to boost monsters and field spells to empower playing field zones. 5Ds revved up the pace with synchro summoning, allowing tuner monsters to be tuned with others to form even mightier synchros like Stardust Dragon. XYZ summoning further escalated advantage generation by overlaying equal-level monsters to XYZ summon XYZ monsters. Rank 4 toolbox decks flourished under this new paradigm. Toolbox referring to versatile collections of XYZ monsters offering multifaceted disruption and offensive capabilities. Pendulum summoning increased summon quantity by enabling simultaneous summons from the hand. It also enabled pendulum monsters like Vector Pendulum to recur from the extra deck. Today's master rules allow extremely swift combinations between all extra deck mechanics: fusion, synchro, XYZ, and link. Duelists now summon formidable boards turn 1 with immense negation effects, a far cry from the original anime's much simpler gameplay. Konami's non-stop mechanical creations have made Yu-Gi-Oh! One of the fastest evolving and strategically deep card games on the market. Beyond the eponymous protagonist Yugi, the series showcases memorable friends and foes who round out the storytelling. Yugi's stalwart friend Joey Wheeler provides comic relief, but also moral support in difficult duels. Seto Kaiba, Yugi's arch-rival, seeks to conquer duel monsters at all costs to prove his superiority, but shows hidden compassion for his brother Mokuba. Maximilian Pegasus is the wily and charismatic inventor of duel monsters who loses his way trying to revive his deceased lover, but ultimately reforms. Among the villains, the steely Merrick Ishtar harbors a vendetta against the nameless pharaoh and his family, but his goals are nuanced by a desire for freedom from his family's subjugation. Yugi's classmate Bakura is possessed by the spirit of the Thief King from ancient Egypt who craves shadow power, but his innocent side occasionally resurfaces to lament the harm he inflicts. These friends and enemies are far from one-dimensional, exhibiting layered motivations and emotional depth that bolsters the show's storytelling. Their complex character development arcs supplement the card game action to offer a compelling interplay between external contests and internal struggles. On the surface, Yu-Gi-Oh! Entertains fans with non-stop card battling mixed with ancient Egyptian mysticism. But upon closer examination, its storylines tackle profound philosophical themes. The metaphysical nature of the Millennium items connects to the real-world philosophies of Plato and Descartes regarding the separation between body and eternal soul. Questions of preserving consciousness and memories in the afterlife echo ancient Egyptian guiding principles. Battles between the nameless pharaoh and thief king Bakura represent the classic struggle between good and evil. Protagonists follow virtues of friendship, loyalty, justice, and compassion in the face of moral relativists who harm others for self-gain. As characters like Yugi and Kaiba search for purpose in their fractured identities, the show touches on finding one's true self and path in life when external expectations loom large. Destiny versus free will is weighed, as some follow prophecies while others rebel against predetermined fates. By integrating deeper themes with Yu-Gi-Oh's gaming storylines, Kazuki Takahashi appeals to viewers seeking both thoughtful rumination and youthful cathartic escapism. The franchise captivates hearts and minds, which helps explain its unrivaled worldwide fame decades later. While groundbreaking in many respects, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is not without critiques of its portrayals of gender roles and diversity. For a franchise centered around gaming competitions, relatively few female characters occupy prominent duelist roles or leadership positions. Women like T. Gardner and Mai Valentine play more supportive parts or act as motivational devices for male leads. Critics contend that Yu-Gi-Oh! Caters heavily to its primary shonen demographic rather than depicting empowered female duelists equally driving the narrative. The ancient world theme reinforces masculine rivalries. However, later spin-off series have consciously incorporated stronger female representation more centrally into duels and storylines. Yu-Gi-Oh's English and Japanese voice casts breathe life into the characters in distinct ways. Dan Green's confident baritone as Yami Yugi complements young Yugi's gentle portrayal. Eric Stewart captures Seto Kaiba's arrogance and hidden sensitivity. Wayne Grayson's jokey Brooklyn accent films Joey Wheeler with plucky charm. In Japanese, Megumi Ogata's innocent voice acting as Yugi counterbalances Shunsuke Kazama's commanding tones as Yami. The vocal deliveries add emotional vibrance that wonderfully animates the manga source material for worldwide fans. Few franchises in contemporary pop culture have matched Yu-Gi-Oh's profound global footprint and staying power across generations. By merging gaming entertainment with drama, fantasy, and cunning psychological narratives, Yu-Gi-Oh! Constructed an unrivaled empire of anime, manga, cards, video games, and merchandising. The original manga and anime single-handedly popularized gaming manga in Weekly Shonen Jump and beyond. Yu-Gi-Oh! Became indelibly woven into the cultural zeitgeist, popularizing phrases like duel that endure today. The series demonstrated gaming's viability as entertainment for mass consumption, paving the way for future gaming manga. Its runaway success granted creators leeway to explore offbeat, non-traditional genres. And as an intellectual property, Yu-Gi-Oh's multifaceted nature as anime, cards, and games continue reaping commercial rewards. The global competitive tournament scene thrives, with players constantly innovating new deck builds and strategies. Specialty stores have long anchored vibrant local communities. Yu-Gi-Oh's unique appeal shows zero signs of slowing even after 20 years, a testament to its unparalleled blending of fantasy, strategy gaming, and imaginative storytelling.